Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Today's episode is Ned's Law by James Byron Love. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this humorous sci-fi story.
Ned's Law. The church hall smelled like weak coffee and old carpet, which Ned Plunkett thought was a shame because John had always been more of a strong coffee person. He would have hated this. He would have said something about it too, quietly, just to Ned, leaning over with that look he got when something struck him as absurd. Eyebrows up, mouth pressed flat, eyes doing all the laughing. Ned knew that look better than he knew his own reflection. He had been looking for it all morning without thinking about it, scanning faces as people came through the door, and it was only when he caught himself doing it for the fourth or fifth time that he understood, with a lurch somewhere below his ribs, that he was not going to find it. Not today. Not ever again. He straightened his tie. It was the wrong tie. He knew that now. Had known at the moment his mother's friend Patricia had looked at it in the doorway with an expression she tried to rearrange before he noticed. He had not owned a black tie. He had worn the darkest one he could find, which was navy blue with a pattern of very small anchors on it. John would have found this hilarious. Ned chose to focus on that. The hall was full in the way that only a well-liked person's funeral can make a hall full, not just family and obligation, but actual people, colleagues and neighbors, and what appeared to be three separate women who had gone to university with John and had all arrived independently, and were now conducting an elaborate pretense of not noticing each other near the sandwiches. Ned had counted 46 people before he lost track. He had not known John knew 46 people. He had not known John had time for 46 people, given that John spent approximately 19 hours a day in that lab of his. And yet here they were, all of them holding paper cups and speaking in the careful lowered voices of people who meant what they were saying. And Ned moved through them with his jacket slightly too tight across the shoulders and his anchor tie, and his expression of a man who was holding himself together through sheer stubbornness. Ned, his mother found him near the window. Margaret Plunkett was a small woman who had spent 63 years being absolutely certain about everything, and grief had not changed this. She was certain that John had been taken too soon. She was certain that the flowers were wrong, carnations, she said. John deserved better than carnations. She was certain, as she took Ned's face briefly in both hands and looked at him, that he was going to be absolutely fine. "You look just like him," she said, which was not strictly true, but which Ned accepted with a nod because it was the kind of thing you accepted at funerals. "I'm all right, Mum," he said. "Of course you are," she said, in the tone she had used his entire life. The tone that meant the question was already answered, had always been answered, and anyone who suggested otherwise simply didn't know what they were talking about. She straightened his tie without comment on the anchors. "People want to talk to you. John talked about you constantly, you know. All of them know who you are." Ned did know this, because 4 separate people had already approached him to say some version of the same thing, that John spoke of him often, that John was enormously proud, that John always said Ned had a gift. Each time, Ned had nodded and thanked them, and felt the thing below his ribs lurch again in that way he couldn't quite name. It wasn't disbelief. John had always said those things. It was something else, something about hearing it from strangers, about the past tense of it all, about the way John's pride in him had apparently been large enough to share with 46 people, and was now just something they were all carrying around this church hall in paper cups along with the weak coffee. His Uncle Gerald appeared at his elbow with a plate of sandwiches, and the expression of a man who had decided that feeding people was the only useful thing left to do. "Eat something," Gerald said. Ned took a sandwich. It was egg and cress. He ate it without tasting it and looked out the window at the car park where John's colleagues from the university were gathered in a cluster, talking with the focused intensity of people who processed grief through conversation. He recognized 2 of them, Dr. Paulson, who had visited the house once and spent 3 hours talking to John about something Ned hadn't followed, and a younger woman whose name he couldn't remember but who had sent a card that was mostly equations, which Ned had assumed was some kind of in-joke. 3 weeks. That was the distance between a Tuesday afternoon and this room. John had been driving back from the university on a Tuesday afternoon in October, which he had done hundreds of times, and a lorry had come through a red light on the Denison Road intersection, and that had been the end of it. The police had been very kind. The hospital had been very kind. Everyone since had been very kind, and Ned had discovered that kindness, in sufficient quantity, had a cumulative weight to it that you felt mostly at odd moments. Standing in a car park, eating an egg sandwich, looking at 46 people who were all here because of one man who was not. He finished the sandwich. He straightened his jacket. Across the room his mother was talking to someone, and gesturing in his direction with the quiet pride she never switched off. And the person she was talking to looked over at Ned and smiled in the way people smiled at someone who had just been described as remarkable. Ned smiled back. He had been told, remarkable. He had been told this his whole life by people who loved him, and he had no particular reason to doubt it. He looked out the window again at John's colleagues. The young woman with the equation card was talking, and the others were listening in that particular way, heads slightly forward, full attention. That people only gave to someone who was saying something genuinely worth hearing. Ned watched her for a moment. Then he looked down at his plate. Then he thought, not for the first time that morning and not for the last, about the lab. The eulogies were held in the main church before the hall, and Ned had sat in the front pew between his mother and his Aunt Dorothy, and listened to 3 separate people describe his brother in terms that made John sound like a cross between Einstein and a particularly organized saint. Dr. Paulson had gone first, speaking about John's contributions to theoretical physics with the reverence of a man reading from Scripture, using words that Ned recognized individually, but which in the combinations Paulson favored became essentially decorative. Ned had nodded throughout in the manner of someone following along. He had not been following along. He had been thinking about the fact that John's lab had, from what he remembered of his last visit, at least 4 separate rooms, and wondering which one was the biggest. He was not proud of this. He was aware, in a general way, that thinking about floor space during a eulogy was perhaps not his finest moment. But the thought had a persistent quality that he couldn't quite shut down, surfacing between paragraphs like a cork that kept bobbing up no matter how many times you pushed it under. John had left everything to him. Their mother had confirmed this 2 days after the accident, sitting at Ned's kitchen table with the solicitor's letter, and Ned had read it twice and then sat very still for a moment before his mother had put her hand over his and said that John had always trusted him more than anyone. Which was true. John had always trusted Ned enormously. Whether this trust was well placed was a question that had apparently not made it into the solicitor's letter. The second eulogy had been delivered by the young woman with the equation card, whose name turned out to be Dr. Sarah Chen, and who spoke about John with a precision and warmth that made several people in the pews cry openly. She talked about his patience and his humor and the specific quality of his attention, the way he could make you feel, when he was listening to you, that your problem was the most interesting problem in the world. Ned had felt something genuine move through him at this, because he knew exactly what she meant. John had listened to him like that his entire life. Every half-formed idea, every job interview he'd failed, every scheme that hadn't quite worked out, John had listened to all of it with that full-beam attention and found something in it worth encouraging. Ned had leaned slightly forward in the pew. Dr. Chen was very good at this. He wondered briefly if she would be useful to have around the lab. The third eulogy was from Cousin Mark, who had prepared what he clearly believed were some light-hearted anecdotes to balance the mood, and who delivered them with the timing of a man reading the shipping forecast. Mark's anecdotes established that John had been funny, kind, and once fixed Mark's boiler using only a paperclip and what Mark described as some sort of gadget he had in his pocket. The congregation laughed politely. Ned laughed genuinely because he remembered that day, remembered John pulling the thing out of his jacket and doing something precise and confident with it, and the boiler shuddering back to life, and Mark's face. John had always had something in his pocket. Some half-finished thing he was thinking about. Some problem he was turning over. Ned had never known what any of them were exactly, but he had always liked that about his brother. The sense that John's mind was so full of things that they physically couldn't all fit inside his head and had to be distributed into his pockets and notebooks and the 4 rooms of his lab. 4 rooms, possibly 5 if you counted the basement. After the church, they had moved to the hall, and Ned had done his duty, had spoken to the colleagues and the neighbors and the 3 university women by the sandwiches, had accepted condolences with what he believed was dignity and what his anchor tie slightly undermined, had eaten 2 more sandwiches and drunk 1 cup of the weak coffee, and confirmed his mother's description of him as remarkable to at least 6 people who had never met him before and were taking her word for it entirely. It was during his second circuit of the room that he found himself beside his Uncle Gerald again, who had abandoned the sandwich plate and graduated to a small glass of something amber, and was standing with the solidity of a man who had attended enough funerals to know that the trick was to find a wall and stay near it. "Your brother was one of a kind," Gerald said, which was the 4th time he had said it that morning, and which Ned suspected he would say several more times before the day was out. "He was," Ned agreed. "Brilliant man." "Absolute one-off," Gerald shook his head slowly. "All that work, all those projects," he looked at Ned sideways. "You know what any of it does. All that equipment. Getting a handle on it," Ned said, which was not true but which sounded better than the truth. Gerald nodded in the way people nodded when they didn't believe you, but had decided this was not the hill they were going to die on. He took a sip of his drink. "Your mother says you've got a gift for it. Science and whatnot." "John always said so," Ned confirmed. "Right," Gerald said. There was a pause. "Right," he said again, differently. Ned's mother materialized at his other elbow with a woman he didn't recognize who turned out to be John's neighbor from 2 doors down, and who wanted Ned to know that John had been a wonderful neighbor. Quiet, considerate, and had once helped her retrieve her cat from a tree using what she described as a device he had in his garage. The device had apparently been attached to a very long pole and had emitted a low hum, and the cat had come down immediately, though she said it had walked a bit sideways for a week afterwards. She didn't know what the device was. Neither did Ned. He made a mental note to look for it. He was always inventing something, the neighbor said fondly. He was, Ned said. He had a real gift. Runs in the family, your mother tells me. Ned smiled modestly. This was one of his better smiles. He had a range, and the modest one sat comfortably near the top. "I don't like to say," he said, which was completely untrue. He liked to say very much. He simply found that waiting for other people to say it first produced better results. The neighbor patted his arm and moved away, and Ned stood with his weak coffee and his anchor tie, and looked around the room one more time, at the colleagues and the neighbors and the 3 university women who had finally acknowledged each other and appeared to be getting along, and he thought about John. Really thought about him. The lurch came back, heavier this time, and he let it sit there for a moment without trying to name it or manage it. John was gone. The lab was full of things Ned didn't understand yet. Both of these things were true simultaneously, and he was going to have to find a way to carry them both. He finished his coffee. He decided the second one was definitely true, but he was going to focus on it later. His mother caught his eye from across the room and smiled at him with the total confidence she had aimed at him since birth, and Ned straightened up inside his too-tight jacket and smiled back. The smartest man in the room, she had told the neighbor. Well, someone had to be. The flashback came to Ned the way most things came to Ned, uninvited, at an inconvenient moment, and with enough force that he couldn't ignore it. He was standing near the hall's side exit, having successfully avoided Cousin Mark for the better part of 20 minutes, when he saw a boy of about 9 or 10 come through the main doors with his parents, dragging his feet in the way of a child who had been dressed up and brought somewhere dull and was making sure everyone knew it. The boy had his hands in his pockets, and his tie was already crooked, and he was looking around the room with the blank, evaluating stare of someone who had not yet learned to pretend to be interested in things that didn't interest him. Something about this, the tie, the hands, the expression, reached into Ned's chest and pulled. He had been 9 years old. John had been 17. This was the distance between them, 8 years and a universe. And for most of Ned's childhood it had felt like exactly that. Like John existed in a different atmosphere altogether. One with different rules and different air, and a particular smell of solder and something electrical that Ned associated entirely with his brother's bedroom, which their mother called a fire hazard, and which John called a workshop, and which Ned called the best room in the house because John let him come in. That was the thing about John. He always let Ned come in. The memory was specific. It was a Saturday in November, which Ned knew because the radiator in John's room had been making the noise it only made in November. A rhythmic clanking that John had told him was the pipes expanding in the cold, and which 9-year-old Ned had privately believed was a small creature that lived inside the wall. John had been at his desk doing something with a circuit board and a soldering iron and about 14 things Ned couldn't name, and Ned had come in and sat on the bed and watched, which was what he usually did. He was good at watching John work. He had learned early that you didn't interrupt the soldering, you waited, and eventually John would surface from whatever he was inside and notice you were there. "What are you building?" Ned had asked when the soldering iron went down. John had turned around on his chair and looked at the circuit board, and then at Ned with the expression he got when he was deciding how to explain something. It was a specific expression, not impatient, never impatient with Ned, but thoughtful, like he was sorting through a large box to find the right size of thing to hand over. "You know how the radio works," John had said. Ned had said yes, which was partially true. He knew that you turned it on and music came out. "Okay," John said. "So radio waves travel through the air, and the radio catches them." "Right. The information is just out there, moving through everything, and the radio is tuned to pick it up." Ned had nodded. This part he could follow. "I'm trying to build something that catches a different kind of wave," John said. "Not radio. Something else. Something that hasn't got a name yet because nobody's really proved it exists." He had paused. "I think it exists." "What does it do?" Ned asked. "The wave." John had looked at the circuit board for a moment. "I don't know yet," he said, which to Ned had seemed like the most exciting answer possible. Here was his brother, 17 years old, building something to catch a wave that didn't have a name yet. The small creature in the radiator clanked twice. Outside it had begun to rain. "Can I help?" Ned asked. And here was the thing. Here was the exact thing that Ned carried with him out of that November afternoon and into every other afternoon since. John had looked at him, really looked, the full beam attention that Dr. Chen had described in her eulogy, and said, "Yeah. Absolutely." Here, and he had handed Ned a component. A small cylindrical thing, silver, with colored bands around it. A resistor, though Ned didn't know that then. "Hold that," John said. "Don't let go of it." Ned had held it. Carefully, with both hands. John had gone back to work. For 20 minutes Ned had sat on the bed, holding the resistor with both hands, while John soldered and muttered, and occasionally made a noise of either satisfaction or frustration that Ned couldn't always tell apart. And then John had turned around and held out his hand, and Ned had given the resistor back, and John had placed it precisely into the circuit board, and done something quick with the soldering iron, and then sat back and looked at the whole thing. "Perfect," John said. Ned had felt this word land somewhere important. Perfect. He had held the component correctly. He had contributed. The thing John was building to catch the nameless wave was better now because of what Ned had done, and John had said so, and the radiator clanked, and outside it rained, and Ned was 9 years old and completely certain that he and his brother were together on the edge of something. He was still completely certain of this. He had been certain of it for 31 years. It had never once occurred to him to question it, because why would it, John had told him. John, who was the smartest person Ned had ever known, had looked at him with full attention and said perfect, and Ned had carried that word like a component in his pocket ever since, taking it out occasionally to check it was still there. It was still there. Standing in the church hall in his anchor tie with the rain starting outside, and the boy with the crooked tie now sitting under a table eating a sandwich with the focused dedication of someone who had given up on the proceedings. Ned felt the lurch again. Harder this time. He put his paper cup down on the nearest surface, which turned out to be someone's handbag, a mistake he corrected quickly, and he pressed his thumb and forefinger against the bridge of his nose, and he stood very still for a moment and let himself feel the full weight of it. John was gone. John, who had always let him in. John, who had handed him things to hold and called the result perfect. John, who had 8 years and a universe on him, and had spent the whole time reaching back across the distance to make sure Ned could keep up. There was nobody left to hand him things now. There was only the lab, full of nameless equipment and notes in handwriting he knew better than his own, and the particular November smell of solder and electricity, and whatever came next. Ned straightened up. He retrieved his paper cup from the floor where he had knocked it in the process of not putting it on the handbag. He looked at the bottom of the cup. Empty. Right then, he went to get another coffee. It was still weak. He drank it anyway, standing by the window, watching the rain, thinking about the lab. The last of the mourners left at 4:30. Ned's mother was the last to go, naturally. Margaret Plunkett did not leave places so much as she concluded them, working the room backwards from the door, dispensing final words with the thoroughness of someone closing up a shop for the night. She found Ned by the coat rack and took both his hands and looked at him with the expression she had aimed at him since birth. Total love. Total certainty. No room for doubt about anything at all. You'll be all right, she said. Not a question. I know, Ned said. John wanted you to have everything. He told me himself. Last Christmas at my kitchen table, she squeezed his hands once firmly. He said Ned will know what to do with it. Those were his exact words. Ned nodded. Whatever else had shifted and broken in the last 3 weeks, this had not. John had believed in him. Said so out loud to their mother. That was as solid and unchangeable as anything got. His mother kissed him on the cheek, told him to eat properly, call tomorrow, don't stay up all night, and then she was gone. Ned collected his coat, nodded at the woman stacking chairs with pointed efficiency, and went outside into the October cold. The anchor tie came off at the first red light. The solicitor had been very thorough. Ned had sat across from him 4 days after the accident in an office that smelled of carpet cleaner and old files, and the solicitor had explained the situation with the careful neutrality of a man delivering news that could be taken more than one way depending entirely on the person receiving it. John had left everything to Ned. The house, the lab, all equipment therein. 11 years of research notes. 17 patents, pending and registered, on technologies that the solicitor described as, he had checked his notes here, pre-commercial stage developments with significant theoretical promise. Which meant, as far as Ned had been able to establish, that none of them actually worked yet. Not in any way you could sell. There was also a bank account. The solicitor had named the figure with his face carefully arranged. It sounded to Ned like a significant amount of money. It was, the solicitor gently explained, somewhat offset by the outstanding costs of 11 years of private research. Equipment, materials, lab running costs, the 3 planning applications for the extension, various specialist components sourced from institutions Ned had never heard of. When these were subtracted, the remaining figure was considerably less impressive. Ned had nodded throughout as though he was following this. He had not been following this. He had been thinking about the 17 patents. 17. That was a lot of patents for things that were nearly finished. John Street was quiet when Ned arrived. The house looked exactly as it always had, which seemed faintly unreasonable given everything. Front garden untended. Windows dark. Leaves on the path that nobody had cleared, because clearing them had seemed beside the point. He let himself in. The hallway light took a second, and in that second the smell of the house reached him, coffee and paper, and that faint, persistent electrical thread that had lived in every space John occupied since he was 17. Ned stood still for one moment with his hand on the light switch. Then he moved forward because standing in hallways accomplished nothing. The kitchen was tidy in the way of a room unused for 3 weeks. A mug on the draining board. A notepad on the table with something in John's handwriting that Ned looked at, and then away from because he wasn't ready for that yet. A plant on the windowsill that had not survived. He made tea. He stood at the window and drank it, looking out at the back garden where the security light had come on, and at the end of the path, low and unremarkable from the outside, the lab. He rinsed his mug and put it on the draining board next to John's. Looked at the 2 mugs. Looked away. Got the lab keys from the hook by the back door where John had always kept them and went out into the cold. The door swung open and the smell came out, solder and electricity, and something underneath that he couldn't name, something with a faint metallic sweetness. He found the light switch just inside, and the fluorescent tubes came up one after another, flickering, remembering themselves. Ned stood in the doorway and looked. The benches ran along 2 walls, covered in equipment connected by cables and tubing in configurations that suggested tremendous purpose without revealing what the purpose was. Shelves held components and tools and notebooks dated back 11 years. Several large shapes sat under canvas covers. A chrome sphere on a small stand caught the light in a way that seemed slightly unnecessary for its size. A floor lamp in the corner held a bulb that was, even unlit, faintly and inexplicably bright. There was a gun-shaped device on the nearest bench, a belt with a dial on it, something that looked like a television remote with no television to justify it, and what appeared to be a very heavy blanket folded on a stool. None of it had labels. None of it looked finished. Ned walked in slowly, his shoes on the concrete. The hum of something he couldn't locate. He moved along the nearest bench, running his fingers lightly over surfaces, not picking anything up yet, just looking. He paused at the notebooks and opened one, John's handwriting, small and precise and absolutely dense with notation that went on for pages without relief. Ned turned through them slowly, pausing at what appeared to be diagrams and at the long, elaborate patterns of symbols and curves that filled the margins and sometimes the entire page. He thought, not for the first time, that John must have doodled when he was thinking. He thought the doodles were remarkably detailed. He set the notebook down. He stopped at the chrome sphere and looked at it without touching it. His watch said 6:15. He could have sworn it had said past when he came through the door. He moved on. He stood in the middle of the lab and turned slowly, taking it all in. The equipment, the notebooks, the canvas-covered shapes, the 17 patents on things that didn't work yet, the bank account that had sounded impressive until it didn't. All of it, everything John had spent 11 years building toward, everything unfinished, everything waiting. Millions of dollars worth of almost. Ned stood very still in the humming fluorescent light of his brother's lab, with the October cold coming through the gap under the door and the distant sound of a neighbor's television through the wall, and he thought one thought. It was a clear thought, a simple thought, arriving with the kind of quiet, total certainty that he recognized from the best moments of his life. He was going to be a billionaire. He nodded once to nobody in particular, turned off the light, locked the door behind him, and went inside to find something to eat. Ned slept well. This was not surprising. He generally slept well regardless of circumstances, which his mother had always said was a sign of a clear conscience, and which Karen had once suggested, in a moment of candor she had immediately softened, might also be a sign of not thinking about things quite hard enough before bed. Either way, he was up at 7:30, which for Ned was early, showered and dressed and standing in John's kitchen making coffee with a purposeful air of a man who had somewhere to be. He did have somewhere to be. It was 20 feet from the back door. He had been thinking about it since approximately 4 in the morning when he had briefly surfaced from sleep and then gone straight back under. But the thinking had been enough to establish that today was the day he began to properly understand what John had left him, and by extension what the rest of his life was going to look like. He made the coffee strong. John had a good machine, one of the ones with the separate grinder and the small silver jug for milk, The kind of machine that suggested its owner took at least one thing in daily life seriously. Ned used it with the confidence of a man who had watched someone else use a machine twice and considered that sufficient training. The result was extremely strong, strong enough to be chewy, which Ned decided was exactly what he needed and poured into the largest mug he could find and took with him to the back door. Outside it was a cold, clear morning with the kind of thin October sunlight that illuminated everything without warming anything. The back garden looked worse in daylight, the grass long, the borders ragged. A broken pot he hadn't noticed the night before sitting on its side near the fence. John had not been a garden person. John had been a lab person, entirely and without apology, and the garden was the visible evidence of every hour he had chosen to spend inside rather than out. Ned looked at it without judgment because he was not a garden person either. He drank his chewy coffee and looked at the lab, and then he walked down the path and unlocked the door and went in. The fluorescent lights came up in their hesitant sequence. The smell was the same as the night before, the solder and the electricity, and the sweet metallic thread underneath. But in the morning it seemed stronger, more present, the smell of a place that was in regular use rather than one that had been sitting empty. Ned stood just inside the door and looked at the benches and the shelves and the canvas-covered shapes and felt something he could only describe as appetite. Not hunger exactly. Something more specific. The feeling of standing in front of a very large and complicated puzzle and knowing, with total confidence, that you were the right person for it. He set his coffee on the nearest clear surface, which was a stool near the door, and he began. His method, such as it was, involved starting at the left-hand bench and working right. He picked things up, turned them over, set them down, moved on. He was not taking notes. He had a notebook, John's spare, which he had found in a kitchen drawer and appropriated. But so far it contained only the date and the word inventory written and underlined at the top of the first page, below which nothing had been written because Ned had come out to the lab before he remembered to bring the notebook, which was still on the kitchen table. This did not concern him. He had, he felt, a good memory for things that mattered. The first item of interest was on the near end of the left bench, a length of pipe, roughly 18 inches, with what appeared to be a lens at one end and a grip at the other. It was the right weight and the right shape, and had the right kind of feel to it, and Ned held it up and looked down the lens end and saw nothing because it didn't emit visible light. It emitted a concentrated beam of high-velocity ions, but Ned didn't know that. What Ned knew was that it looked exactly like a torch. A very well-built, very solid, very John sort of torch, over-engineered in the way John over-engineered everything, made to a standard that the task probably didn't require, but which John would have considered the only acceptable approach. Ned thought this was brilliant. He thought his brother had built the world's best torch. He pointed it at the far wall and pressed what he took to be the on switch. The beam was invisible. What was not invisible was the effect on the metal shelving bracket it intersected with, which immediately began to glow at the contact point with a color that was not quite any color Ned had a name for. He lowered the torch. He raised it. He pressed the switch again, and the beam went off and the bracket continued to glow for a moment, and then stopped. Around it on the shelf, the air was doing something that Ned decided to call sparkling, a fine luminous quality to the disturbed ions that caught the fluorescent light beautifully. "Magic lab sparkles," Ned said to nobody approvingly. He set the torch down and moved along the bench. The belt with the dial he picked up and held at arm's length for a moment before setting back down. Something about it made him feel, inexplicably, that he was already slightly lighter than he had been a moment before, which he put down to the strong coffee and his general mood of optimism. The gun-shaped device he picked up more carefully, handling it with a respect that was appropriate if poorly reasoned. He thought it was some kind of industrial adhesive applicator, a glue gun, which was not entirely wrong in the way that saying a nuclear reactor is a kind of kettle is not entirely wrong. He set it down gently. The heavy blanket on the stool he shook out and examined. It was extraordinarily heavy for a blanket, dense in a way that had nothing to do with the material, as if the weight came from somewhere inside the weave itself. He swung it around his shoulders experimentally, and immediately felt the floor shift under him in a way that he diagnosed as a slight dizziness from the strong coffee. He took the blanket off. He folded it back up and put it on the stool and made a note mentally that the blanket was interesting. He was not technically supposed to be making mental notes. He was supposed to be making written notes in the notebook on the kitchen table. He was aware of this. He moved on. By 9:30, he had covered the left bench and half of the right and had identified, to his own satisfaction, a torch, a glue gun, a fitness belt, a blanket, a remote control for a missing television, a compass, what appeared to be a very technical-looking stapler, and an elaborate set of headphones that he put on briefly and immediately took off again when the corner of the right-hand bench turned to powder. He looked at the powder. He looked at the headphones. He concluded that the foam on the ear cups must have been very old and very dry and had simply disintegrated, which could happen, and put the headphones back down with a mental note that they needed new ear cups. He finished his coffee. It had gone cold. He went back inside to make another one and to retrieve the notebook, and he stood in John's kitchen in the thin October sunlight and looked at the notepad on the table with John's handwriting on it, and this time he didn't look away. It was a list. A simple, ordinary list, the kind you left yourself mid-thought. 4 items, abbreviated in the quick shorthand John used when he was writing fast. Ned couldn't make out all of it. The first item looked like it might be a component name. The third looked like a calculation of some kind. But the last line was clear enough, written slightly larger than the others, underlined once. It said, "Don't forget Ned." Ned stood in the kitchen for a long moment. The coffee machine gurgled. Outside, the thin sunlight moved across the garden and touched the lab door and moved on. He tore the page carefully from the notepad and folded it and put it in his shirt pocket. Then he poured his second coffee, picked up the notebook and the pen, and went back out to the lab. He had work to do. Corinne arrived at 11 with a bag of groceries and the expression of a woman who had decided to be practical about things. This was Corinne's default response to situations she found difficult. When in doubt, bring food, make tea, address the immediate physical needs of whoever required addressing, and deal with the emotional architecture later. She had done this when her sister's marriage ended, when her best friend lost her job, and now here she was in John's driveway with 2 bags from the supermarket and a packet of decent coffee, because she had been to John's house before and knew about the strong coffee situation, and had decided Ned did not need any more help in that direction. She was 34, Corinne. Sensible in the way that people who have had to be sensible become sensible, not joylessly, not rigidly, but with the quiet competence of someone who had learned early that things didn't generally sort themselves out without assistance. She had brown hair and a practical coat, and the kind of face that was pretty without making a production of it. And she had been with Ned for 8 months, which was long enough to know him well and also long enough to have developed a specific expression she used when he said things that she was choosing not to respond to directly. It was a very controlled expression. She had gotten a lot of use out of it. She liked Ned. This was important to establish because it would shortly become relevant in complicated ways. She genuinely liked him, his cheerfulness, his enthusiasm, the way he approached every new situation with a confidence that she had initially found attractive and was only recently beginning to find occasionally exhausting. He was kind. He was funny without meaning to be, which was the best kind of funny. He remembered things that mattered, her coffee order, the name of her difficult colleague, the anniversary of her mother's death, which he marked every year with quiet thoughtfulness that still surprised her. He was not a bad person. He was not even in the ways that counted, a foolish person. He was just, she had spent some time looking for the right word. He was just magnificently, comprehensively, structurally certain about himself in a way that left very little room for incoming information. She knocked and let herself in with the key he had given her 3 months ago, which she had not yet decided what to do about. Ned was in the kitchen when she came through, standing at the counter with his notebook open and his pen behind his ear, and a look on his face that she had not seen before, focused, purposeful, lit up in a specific way that she might have found exciting if the source of it had been literally anything other than what it was. "You're up early," she said, setting the bags on the table. "Been up since 7, Ned said, which Karen absorbed without comment because Ned was not a 7 o'clock person, and the fact that he was now apparently a 7 o'clock person told her something she wasn't sure she wanted to know. "I've been in the lab all morning. Karen, you would not believe what's in there." "I probably wouldn't," Karen agreed carefully, beginning to unpack the bags. She had brought eggs, bread, milk, proper coffee, soup, and 3 apples because she wasn't sure how long it had been since Ned had eaten anything with nutritional content, and 3 apples felt like a reasonable opening position. "It's incredible," Ned said, with a reverence usually reserved for cathedrals or very good steaks. "John had there's equipment in there that I don't even," he stopped. He started again. "It's all nearly finished, Karen." "All of it?" He was right at the end of everything. Karen put the soup in the cupboard. "How do you know it's nearly finished?" "You can tell," Ned said, with the confidence of a man who absolutely could not tell. "The way it's all set up. Everything's connected, everything's in place. He just needed a bit more time." Karen considered this. She put the eggs in the fridge. She put the proper coffee next to the machine and removed the bag of whatever Ned had found and used this morning, which appeared to be espresso beans that John had presumably intended for some purpose other than making beverages. "Have you eaten?" she said. "I had coffee." "That's not eating." It was very filling coffee. She made him sit down. She made eggs and toast and proper coffee, normal strength, the strength a person made coffee when they intended to remain on the ground. And she sat across from him and watched him eat with the appetite of someone who had genuinely forgotten about food until this moment, which was one of the things she found endearing about him, and also one of the things that worried her in a general background way that she hadn't fully examined yet. "Can I see it?" she said. "The lab." Ned looked up from his eggs. He had the expression of someone trying to decide whether a place was ready for visitors. "It's a bit of a work in progress," he said. "I'm not judging the tidiness." He considered this for another moment, and then nodded and finished his eggs, and they went out through the back door together into the cold morning and down the path to the lab. And Karen stood in the doorway while Ned turned on the lights and felt the first arrival of something she would later identify as dread. Though at this point it was still just unease. Low-level, undirected. The feeling of standing somewhere that your instincts are telling you is not quite right without being able to say exactly why. The lab was extraordinary. She could see that immediately. The equipment alone, the sheer density and complexity of it, the cables and components and the things she couldn't name and the notebooks lining the shelves, communicated without any ambiguity that the person who had worked here had been operating at a level she couldn't measure. It was not the lab of a hobbyist or an enthusiast. It was the lab of someone for whom this had been the entire point of everything. "Ned," she said slowly, looking around. John built all of this himself." "Every bit," Ned said, with a proprietary pride that was entirely understandable and also faintly alarming. He was moving along the bench showing her things, the torch, the belt, the blanket, explaining each one with the authority of a man who had spent 3 hours misidentifying them and was now presenting his findings. "This is a torch," he said, holding up the particle accelerator. "Brilliant build. Very John. Bit dim, but I think it might need batteries." Karen looked at the torch. Something about the lens end made her instinctively not want to stand in front of it. "Has he got notes for all of this?" she said. "Loads," Ned said, gesturing at the shelves. "Pages and pages. He was a prolific doodler." Karen walked to the shelves and took down the nearest notebook and opened it. She looked at the first page. Then the second. She was not a scientist. She worked in hospital administration, which required a different and arguably more demanding form of intelligence. But she had processed enough medical and technical documentation in her career to recognize the difference between notes and doodles, and what was in this notebook was emphatically not doodles. It was dense, systematic, cross-referenced mathematical and theoretical notation, of a kind that she associated with people who had spent a decade or more getting to the point where they could write it. She turned 3 pages. Then she stopped at a section where John had written, in plain English between two blocks of notation, a short paragraph that began with the words critical safety parameters and contained the phrase under no circumstances twice in 4 lines. She closed the notebook. She looked at Ned, who was showing her the headphones with the enthusiasm of a man presenting a gift. "Ned," she said, "I think you should have someone look at all of this before you touch anything else." "I've already been through most of the left bench," Ned said. "That's not, I mean someone qualified. A scientist. Someone from John's department, maybe." Ned set the headphones down and looked at her with the gentle patience of someone explaining something to a person who was almost but not quite following. "Karen," he said. "John always said I had a natural gift for this kind of thing." Karen looked at him. She looked at the notebook in her hand. She looked at the bench with the particle accelerator torch and the molecular binder glue gun and the phase-shifting blanket on the stool. She put the notebook back carefully on the shelf, spine out, exactly where she had found it. "Right," she said. "I'll be fine," Ned said. "Right," she said again, differently. She went back inside to make more coffee and stood at John's kitchen window looking out at the lab and drank it slowly and thought about the words under no circumstances appearing twice in 4 lines of a dead genius's notebook, while his brother referred to the contents as doodles. And the unease she had felt in the doorway settled in a little further and made itself comfortable. Karen left it too, with the quiet purposefulness of someone who had decided not to have a conversation that wasn't ready to be had yet. She kissed Ned on the cheek, told him to eat the soup for dinner, and drove away. Ned watched her go from the back door and then turned and went straight back to the lab because there was something at the far end of the right bench he hadn't gotten to yet, and it had been bothering him all morning. It was under a canvas cover, separate from the other covered shapes, smaller than he'd expected when he pulled the canvas off. A booth, roughly shower cubicle-sized, dull gray metal, with a control panel on the outside and a door that stood slightly open. The panel had dials, switches, a digital display reading 0, and a keypad whose function Ned studied for a moment before deciding it was probably for entering dates. Because, of course, you would need to enter a date. That was the whole point. On the side of the machine, stenciled in John's careful hand, were 3 letters. Tim. Ned stood very still and looked at it. Time. It was obviously time. What other T word was relevant here? What other word starting with T had any business being on a machine with a booth and a countdown display, and a keypad for entering what were clearly dates? Ned was not a man who required a great deal of convincing when the evidence was this straightforward, and this was, he felt, about as straightforward as evidence got. He pulled the door fully open and looked inside. It was clean, functional, a small platform to stand on, a handle on the inside of the door, bare metal walls. He stood in the doorway without stepping in, not yet, that was tomorrow's work, and looked at the control panel from the inside and then from the outside, and felt the particular satisfaction of a man who has just confirmed something he already knew. John had built a time machine and left it to him. He found the notes for Tim on the bench beside it, a separate stack, thicker than the others, held together with a binder clip. He sat on the stool with the phase-shifting blanket still on it, which immediately gave him the peculiar sensation of the stool being less solid than a stool should be, and he opened the notes and began to read. The first page was dense with notation, the kind of elaborate patterned mathematics that Ned had come to think of as John's artistic side. He turned past it. The second page was more of the same, with a diagram in the margin that Ned studied carefully and decided depicted the booth from above, which was interesting. The third page had more English on it than the others, actual sentences, John's writing slightly faster here, the letters more compressed, suggesting he'd been excited when he wrote it. Ned could make out phrases. Spatial displacement confirmed. And lower down, 30-second temporal echo, unexplained, possibly inherent to the field geometry. And at the bottom of the page, underlined, do not. The page ended there. The next page was entirely mathematics. Ned turned back. Do not. Do not what? He looked at the bottom of the page again. The sentence was clearly unfinished. The underline continued to the edge of the paper, which meant John had either run out of page or been interrupted mid-thought and started a new page with the maths. Ned turned forward and back twice, looking for the completion of the sentence, and didn't find it. He concluded John had simply moved on and forgotten to finish it, which sounded exactly like John when he was excited about something. He set the notes down and stood up and looked at Tim. Spatial displacement confirmed was interesting. Ned wasn't entirely sure what spatial displacement meant in this context, but it sounded like something working. 30-second temporal echo was even more interesting because temporal was definitely a time word, and echo suggested repetition, which suggested that the machine could do something twice, or that time itself did something twice when the machine was running, and either way that sounded like significant progress. He was going to need to understand the control panel better before he tried anything. He was also going to need to eat the soup Karen had left, because it was now 3:30, and he had had nothing since the eggs. These two things could be accomplished in sequence, soup first, then controls. He was being systematic. He was being, he felt, genuinely scientific about this. He took one more look at Tim, standing square in its corner with the door slightly open and the display reading 0 and the 3 letters on its side that explained everything. And he thought about John writing notes at this bench at whatever hour John worked, which had been all of them, turning the problem over and over until it became something real. He had built a time machine. In a back garden extension, in a semi-detached house, in an ordinary street. John had simply sat down and done it because it needed doing, and he was the person to do it, and that was how John worked. And now it was Ned's. He locked the lab carefully and went inside and heated the soup and ate it standing at the kitchen window in the dark, because he had lost track of time, which he found faintly amusing given the circumstances. Then he sat at the kitchen table with the notebook he still hadn't written anything in except the date and inventory, and he uncapped the pen and thought about what to write. He wrote Tim Time Machine confirmed. Booth style single occupant. Control panel, dials and keypad, date entry likely. Display currently 0. Notes indicate progress, temporal echo mentioned 30 seconds. Next step controls. He looked at this for a moment. Then he added John was close. Really close. He capped the pen. He sat in John's kitchen in the quiet of the house with the notepad in front of him and the lab dark outside, and the 2 mugs still on the draining board, and he felt, underneath the excitement and the certainty and the billionaire arithmetic he had been running quietly all day, the simple, clean fact of missing his brother. It arrived without drama, the way the truest things usually did, and he sat with it for a moment before it became something he needed to manage. Then he picked up the pen again and uncapped it and wrote one more line. We would have figured it out together. He closed the notebook. He went to bed. He slept well, as he always did, and in the lab at the end of the garden Tim stood in the dark with its door slightly open and its display reading 0, and the notes on the bench beside it lay open at the page that ended do not and went no further. He spent the next morning on the control panel. This was, by Ned's standards, a methodical approach. He had his notebook. He had his pen. He had strong coffee at the correct strength, which is to say incorrect by any objective measure, but consistent with what he had established as his standard. He had pulled the stool up in front of Tim's control panel and was examining each dial and switch with the focused attention of a man who intended to understand something, which was a different thing entirely from actually understanding it, but which felt, from the inside, identical. The panel had 7 dials, each with a range of settings marked in units Ned didn't recognize. He wrote dials X7, settings unclear, possibly metric in his notebook, and moved on. There were 4 switches, 2 of which were currently in the down position and 2 in the up position, and a row of 3 buttons in red, green, and yellow that Ned studied for a moment before writing traffic light buttons. Green to go, red to stop, yellow unclear, maybe pause. There was the keypad, which had numbers 0 through 9, and 2 additional keys marked with symbols he didn't recognize, and which he wrote down as accurately as he could. producing in his notebook two shapes that bore a reasonable resemblance to what was on the panel in the way that a child's drawing of a house bears a reasonable resemblance to a house. And there was the digital display, which still read 0, and a countdown timer below it, currently unset. He sat back and looked at the whole panel and drank his coffee. The keypad was for dates. He was confident about this. The display would show the destination, the year, presumably or possibly the full date, and the countdown timer was self-explanatory. You set where you wanted to go, you got in, you counted down, and off you went. It was logical. It was clean. It was exactly the kind of elegant simplicity that John always worked toward underneath all the complexity. The dials were trickier. 7 dials with unrecognized units suggested fine-tuning of some kind, precision settings for the jump maybe. Distance in time, accuracy of landing, that kind of thing. Ned turned the nearest one slightly, 1 click clockwise, and nothing visible happened, which he took as confirmation that the dials were calibration rather than activation. Good. You wouldn't want the calibration dials doing anything dramatic on their own. He turned 3 more, experimentally, to positions that felt approximately central. This seemed right. You'd want to start in the middle and adjust from there. Basic logic. He looked at the switches. 2 up, 2 down. He thought about this for a moment, and then flipped one of the down switches to up on the grounds that symmetry suggested all 4 should be in the same position, and John would have appreciated symmetry. Something in the panel made a low sound, not alarming, just present, a hum that joined the existing hum of the lab and sat alongside it comfortably. Good. That was the power coming on. Probably. He set the countdown timer. He picked 30 seconds because it was a round number, and because the notes had mentioned 30 seconds specifically, and he felt this was John giving him a starting point. The display flickered and then read 30. He looked at this with satisfaction and wrote timer set, display responding, system live in his notebook. He stood up. He looked at the booth. He looked at the notebook. He wrote first test and underlined it and put the notebook on the bench. He had no particular plan beyond getting in and seeing what happened, which was, he felt, essentially what science was. You formed a hypothesis, time machine, clearly, and you tested it. You didn't overthink it. John had probably overthought it, which was why it had taken 11 years. Ned had the advantage of a fresh perspective and the kind of instinctive grasp of a situation that couldn't be taught and didn't show up in notebooks full of doodles. He stepped into the booth. It was smaller inside than it looked, which was impossible but true. The platform was solid underfoot. He took the handle on the inside of the door and pulled it shut and stood in the dim interior with the hum around him, and the display visible through a small window in the door, counting down. 30 seconds. 28. 25. He stood up straight. He put his free hand in his pocket. He thought briefly about what year he might aim for once he got the hang of the basics, and decided the immediate future was probably the sensible place to start. A week from now, something like that, just to confirm the mechanism before he got ambitious. 20 seconds. 17. He wondered if there would be a sensation. A pulling feeling, maybe, or a brightness, or the kind of pressure change you got in an aeroplane. John's notes hadn't described the experience, not in the pages he'd read anyway. But then John's notes were mostly doodles, so perhaps he'd simply not gotten to that part yet. 10 seconds. 8. Ned tightened his grip on the handle. 5. 4. 3. 2. The display hit 0. What happened next happened very quickly, and then immediately afterwards seemed to take a long time. There was a sound, not an explosion, not a bang, more like the sharp compressed syllable of something that had been holding its breath, releasing it all at once. There was a sensation of being taken apart and put back together that lasted no time at all, and also, subjectively, several weeks. There was a moment of absolute nothing. And then Ned was in the filing cabinet. Not near it. Not against it. In it, specifically in the second drawer from the top, which had been closed, and which was now open in the sense that Ned had resolved inside it, and the force of this had taken the drawer and a significant portion of the cabinet's left side panel out into the room with him. He was on the floor. The drawer was around his left arm. The side panel was leaning against his shoulder with a kind of apologetic intimacy. Various files that had been in the drawer were now distributed across the lab floor in a radius that suggested considerable enthusiasm. Ned lay on the lab floor and looked at the ceiling and took stock. He was alive. His left arm was inside a filing cabinet drawer, but this appeared to be a containment issue rather than a medical one. His right shoulder hurt in the specific way of something that had hit something else at speed. His dignity was, he didn't bother finishing this thought because dignity was not a variable he tracked. He extricated himself from the drawer. He stood up. He looked at Tim, which was sitting in its corner looking exactly as it had before, display back to 0, entirely untroubled. He looked at the filing cabinet, which was having a worse morning than anyone. He rubbed his shoulder. Calibration, he thought. Obviously a calibration issue. You wouldn't expect to get it perfect first time. That wasn't how science worked. You tested, you assessed, you adjusted. He picked up his notebook from the bench and uncapped his pen and wrote, beneath first test and its underline, landed short, approx 15 feet off target. Adjust calibration dials. Try again tomorrow. He looked at this. He added progress. Then he put the notebook down and picked up the filing cabinet drawer and leaned it against the wall and went inside to make lunch, stepping over the scattered files with the easy confidence of a man whose morning had gone more or less as expected. Behind him in the lab, Tim hummed quietly, and the display read 0, and the notes on the bench lay open at the page that said do not, and outside in the house next door Mr. Gerald Purcell, who had heard the sound clearly through the shared wall and was already on his third complaint to the council about the previous tenant, picked up his pen and opened the notebook he had started keeping and wrote down the date and time, and the words loud bang, structural concern, and underlined it twice. Ned spent the morning with John's notes. This was, in theory, the right approach. Before running further tests on Tim, he needed to understand the calibration system better, and the calibration system was in the notes, and therefore the notes were where he needed to be. He sat at the bench with the thick binder-clipped stack in front of him, and his notebook open beside it, and his coffee, and his pen, and the genuine intention of a man who was going to do this properly. The problem was the doodles. There were so many of them. Page after page of the elaborate pattern notation that Ned had come to think of as John's artistic outlet. The curves and symbols and long branching lines that filled margins, and sometimes entire pages, with a density that suggested John had done this constantly, compulsively, the way some people drummed their fingers or clicked pens. Ned had no quarrel with the doodles. He found them genuinely impressive. John had clearly had a gift for them, a consistency of style that ran through 11 years of notebooks like a visual signature. He just wished there was a bit less of it, and a bit more of the plain English that appeared occasionally between sections, because the plain English was where the useful information lived. He found some on the 4th page. John's writing, slightly compressed, the letters of a man thinking faster than he was writing. Ned leaned in. Field geometry remains the central problem. Displacement is consistent at short range, but the temporal echo effect cannot be eliminated, and I am no longer certain it should be. It may be intrinsic to the mechanism rather than incidental. The 30-second window appears fixed regardless of power input, which suggests it is a property of the field itself rather than a calibration variable. Ned read this twice. Temporal echo, 30 seconds. Fixed window. He wrote in his notebook, 30-second time jump is built in, not a bug, a feature. John confirmed. He underlined confirmed and moved on. The next English paragraph was half a page later and began mid-thought in the way of someone continuing an argument with themselves across multiple sessions. Which means the spatial component and the temporal component cannot be fully decoupled with the current architecture. Displacing the subject in space will always produce the echo. This is acceptable for cargo applications, but for any application involving a human subject, the implications require very careful. The paragraph ended. The next page was doodles. Ned looked at the truncated sentence. Require very careful what? Consideration, presumably. Planning. John being thorough. He wrote in his notebook, spatial and time functions linked, moving in space also moves in time. Both work together. Efficient design. He considered this for a moment and added, John was nearly there. He turned more pages. The doodles thickened. He found one more English section near the back of the stack, shorter than the others, written in a hand that was slightly less precise than John's usual, faster or tired or both. 3 human-scale tests attempted with a stabilized field. First 2 results were within acceptable parameters for the spatial component, but the rematerialization coordinates were significantly off. Subject matter displaced to unintended locations within the lab. Third test produced concerning results regarding the integrity of the page end. Ned turned the page. More doodles. He sat back. 3 tests. Off coordinates that tracked. He had experienced that himself with the filing cabinet. Concerning results regarding the integrity of the what? The machine, presumably. Some component that needed reinforcing. Standard prototype stuff. He wrote, John ran tests, coordinates need work. Some integrity issues noted, ongoing refinement required. He looked at this and then added, same issues I'm finding. We're on the same track. He closed the notes with the satisfaction of a man who had done his research and pushed back from the bench and looked at Tim. The morning's reading had confirmed everything he already believed and added useful detail. The 30-second temporal echo was a built-in feature, not a problem. The spatial and temporal functions were linked, which explained why his first test had produced movement. He had moved in space and triggered the echo simultaneously, which was actually impressive for a first attempt. The coordinate calibration needed work, which he had already identified. He felt, genuinely across the technical situation. He was not genuinely across the technical situation. He had read 4 paragraphs from a document that ran to 300 pages and had understood none of them correctly. The human subject implications that required very careful something were not implications about planning and consideration. They were safety implications, structural implications, implications that John had been worried enough about to write in plain English specifically, so they would be clear to anyone reading the notes. The concerning results regarding the integrity of the human tissue. John had been running tests with biological material, and the results had alarmed him enough to stop and write it down at speed in a tired hand late at night. None of this was in Ned's notebook. In Ned's notebook was, we're on the same track. He stood up, stretched, finished his coffee, and walked to Tim's control panel. He had made 2 adjustments based on the morning's reading. He had turned the central calibration dial back 2 clicks from where he'd set it yesterday, reasoning that the filing cabinet displacement suggested he'd been aimed too far to the left, and he had reset the countdown to 30 seconds because the notes confirmed 30 seconds was the operative figure. Everything else he left as it was on the grounds that if it wasn't broken, he shouldn't fix it, which was a reasonable principle being applied to a situation it had no business being applied to. He looked at the panel for a moment. He looked at his notebook. He uncapped his pen and wrote test 2 and underlined it. Then he recapped the pen, set the notebook on the bench, and got into the booth. The door clicked shut. The display read 30. The hum was the same as before, present, surrounding, the sound of something large doing something complicated in a very small space. Ned took the handle and stood straight and waited. 20 seconds. 15. He had decided not to think about where he was going this time and simply focus on the mechanism. One step at a time. Today was about confirming the echo. Tomorrow he would start thinking about destinations. 10, 7, 4. He closed his eyes. 0. The sound. The sensation of being briefly nothing. The moment of absolute dark. And then light and the lab, and Ned opened his eyes and was standing 4 feet from the booth looking at himself. He was sitting in the booth. He could see himself through the small window in the door, his own face slightly too close to the glass, eyes closed, hands on the handle completely still. He stood and watched himself for what felt like a long time, but was 30 seconds, and then the display in the booth window hit 0 and the sound happened again, and he watched himself disappear. The booth was empty. The display read 0. Ned stood very still in the middle of the lab. He had done it. He had actually done it. He had gone back 30 seconds in time and watched himself in the machine, and the machine had worked. And he was standing here now as living proof that the whole thing was real and functional, and he was going to be on every television program that existed within the month. He opened his mouth to say something appropriate to the moment. Then he disappeared. He came back 4 feet to the left of where he'd been standing, stumbled slightly, caught the bench, and stood breathing for a moment while his nervous system updated its records. The booth was in front of him. The display read 0. The lab was exactly as it had been. His shoulder hurt slightly less than yesterday, which was a bonus. He picked up his notebook. He uncapped his pen. He wrote under test 2, successful. Temporal echo confirmed, saw myself in booth 30 seconds prior. Machine working. Calibration improving. He looked at this. He added 3 exclamation marks, which was 2 more than he had ever used in a single notebook entry in his life. Then someone knocked on the lab door. The man at the door was short, precise, and furious in the contained way of someone who had decided that fury without documentation was just noise. He was 61, Gerald Purcell, retired council surveyor, and he had the bearing of a man who had spent 40 years measuring things and finding them wanting. He wore a corduroy jacket. He had a notebook, not a lab notebook, a small hardback one, the kind you got at a newsagent, with a pen clipped to the cover. He held it at his side like a warrant. Ned opened the lab door and looked at him with the open expression of someone who had just confirmed time travel and was feeling generous toward the world. "Mr. Purcell," he said. "Mr. Plunkett." Purcell looked past him into the lab with the professional assessment of a man who had condemned properties for a living and knew what structural concern looked like from a doorway. Whatever he saw did not reassure him. "I'd like to talk to you about this morning." "Of course," Ned said, leaning against the door frame in the manner of someone who had all the time in the world, which given recent developments felt newly literal. "There was a sound," Purcell said. "At 9:47, he checked his notebook. "A compression sound. He paused, selecting the word with care, like a very large staple gun. Followed by what I can only describe as a displacement of air. My kitchen window rattled. "Ventilation work," Ned said immediately. Purcell looked at him. "Ventilation work. John had a ventilation system. I'm getting it sorted out. Teething problems." Purcell wrote something in his notebook. Ned watched him write it and felt the first faint arrival of something he quickly identified as irrelevant and moved past. "There was also a sound yesterday morning," Purcell said without looking up. "At approximately the same time. And last Tuesday a smell sulfuric coming through the shared wall that lasted 40 minutes. Old equipment," Ned said. "Burning off the dust. All perfectly normal." "Mr. Plunkett," Purcell looked up. He had very steady eyes, the kind developed by decades of looking at things that were not level and remaining calm about it. "I made 6 complaints to the council about your brother's lab over the past 3 years. Your brother was always courteous and always explained what he was doing in terms I couldn't follow but which sounded." He paused again, plausible. "I'm extending you the same good faith. I am asking you directly whether you know what you're doing in there." Ned straightened up slightly. "My brother always said I had a natural gift for this kind of thing." Purcell looked at him for a long moment. Then he wrote something else in his notebook and clipped the pen back on the cover. "I've also noticed," he said, "that my house has developed a lien." "Houses settle," Ned said. Not laterally, Purcell said. Not 6 degrees. Not in the direction of your lab. Old foundations, Ned said. This whole street. You'd want to get someone to look at that. Purcell stared at him with the expression of a man standing at the base of a very high wall and deciding whether it was worth the climb. He decided, apparently, that it was not. Not today. He took a card from his jacket pocket and held it out, a plain white card with his name and number on it, the kind of person prepared specifically for situations like this one. My solicitor, he said, in case you need it. Or I do. Ned took the card. He looked at it. I'm sure it won't come to that, he said pleasantly. No, Purcell said, in a tone that meant the opposite. He turned and walked back across the garden, toward the fence, with the upright precision of a man preserving his dignity across difficult terrain. At the fence, he turned back. The sound this morning, he said. Was it at least productive? Ned thought about standing 4 feet from Tim, watching himself disappear. Very, he said. Purcell looked at him for one final moment, wrote one final thing in his notebook, and went home. Ned looked at the card. He put it in his pocket and went back inside. He ate lunch, worked through the afternoon on Tim's calibration dials, and by evening had adjusted 4 of the 7 to positions that felt, intuitively, more centered. He had no way to verify whether this had improved anything without another test. He decided tomorrow. Corinne called at 7:30. Ned was in John's sitting room with his notebook and a plate of toast, having forgotten again about the soup. How's it going? She said. It was not quite a question. Really well, Ned said. Big day. Very productive. A pause. What happened? Progress on Tim mostly. Significant progress. The temporal echo confirmed. I actually saw it working, Corinne. I saw the whole mechanism in action. Another pause longer. Ned, what is a temporal echo? It's the 30-second window, Ned said. Built into the design. John confirmed it in his notes. It's a feature, not a problem. The machine goes back 30 seconds as part of the process. Corinne was quiet for a moment. You got into the machine. Test 2, Ned said. Much better than Test 1. Barely any filing cabinet involvement. There was filing cabinet involvement in Test 1. Minors. Calibration issue fully identified, already corrected. He ate a piece of toast. The neighbor came round. What did he want? General concerns. Very reasonable man. I gave him a full explanation. Corinne's silence had a quality to it that Ned had noticed before, a density, like weather before rain. Did you read any more of John's notes? She said carefully. All morning, Ned said. Really getting across the technical side. John was very close, Corinne. We're basically on the same track. The silence came back denser. Ned, she said. I want to ask you something, and I want you to actually hear it. Always, Ned said. Have you considered that you might not be understanding the notes correctly? Ned considered this with the brief, open-minded pause of a man who has already discarded the idea before examining it. I think John wrote them for someone with a practical approach rather than a purely theoretical one, he said. Plays to my strengths. Corinne said nothing. The doodles are basically a separate layer, Ned said. The English is the important part, and I'm focusing on that. The doodles, Corinne said very quietly to herself rather than to him. Look, I know it sounds. It's fine, she said, in the tone that did not mean fine. Eat something that isn't toast. I'll call tomorrow. She rang off. Ned looked at the phone for a moment, and then at his toast, and then at his notebook, open on the table to the page with the 3 exclamation marks. He picked up the pen and turned to a fresh page and wrote at the top, Outstanding issues, calibration dials 4 and 6, coordinate accuracy, Tim range. He looked at this list. He added, talk to Corinne about not worrying so much. He underlined it. He finished his toast. He went to bed and slept immediately and well, and the exclamation marks sat on the page in the quiet house, and next door Gerald Purcell was at his kitchen table with his notebook open, adding a third page to what had begun as a complaints log, and was becoming something more organized than that. Something with dates and categories and a section at the back he hadn't filled in yet that was headed, in his neat surveyor's hand, Evidence. Test 3 happened on a Tuesday. Ned had spent Monday on preparation, which in practice meant rearranging 4 of the calibration dials to new positions based on a system he had developed overnight that involved the positions of the existing dials relative to each other, and a general principle of symmetry that felt scientifically sound, and was not. He had also moved the filing cabinet to the opposite side of the lab on the grounds that it was in the wrong place, and he didn't want a repeat of Test 1, which was reasonable thinking applied to the wrong problem. The filing cabinet's location was not the issue. The filing cabinet's location had never been the issue. He had also, on Monday afternoon, found something new on John's bench. It was pushed to the back, half behind a monitor that wasn't connected to anything. A canister, roughly the size of a large thermos, gray, with a nozzle and a trigger grip, and a small dial on the side currently set to what appeared to be the lowest of 5 positions. It had weight to it, a sloshing internal weight that suggested liquid contents. Ned turned it over in his hands and looked at the nozzle and looked at the dial and arrived, by the process that served him in lieu of deduction, at a conclusion. Bug spray. John had made his own bug spray, which was completely John. Why buy something when you could engineer a better version yourself? Ned had noticed a spider in the corner of the lab 2 days ago and had been meaning to deal with it. He pointed the canister at the corner and pressed the trigger. A thin gray liquid misted out across the corner of the lab. The spider, a large house spider that had been entirely minding its own business, vanished. Not fled, not retreated. Vanished between one moment and the next, with a faint sound like a zip being done up very quickly. Ned looked at the corner. He looked at the canister. He pressed the trigger again briefly, and watched a small section of skirting board develop a spreading gray quality before he released the trigger, and the effect stopped. Very aggressive, he thought. Very thorough. He set the canister back on the bench and made a note. Bug spray, powerful, used sparingly, possibly industrial grade. He looked at the corner again. Clean as anything. John's bug spray made no compromises. He approved of this entirely. What the canister actually contained was nanobot disassemblers, microscopic machines programmed to dismantle complex carbon structures into component atoms. The spider was gone in the truest possible sense. The skirting board had lost approximately 4% of its molecular integrity. The nanobots had not stopped working. They had simply run out of immediately available material and gone dormant, waiting, distributed through the lab's atmosphere at a density too low to cause immediate visible effects, but sufficient to be gradually, very slowly, eating the wooden shelving on the back wall. Ned didn't notice this. He went to bed early and slept well and got up Tuesday ready for Test 3. He ran the test at 10 in the morning. The same sequence, panel check, countdown set to 30, notebook on the bench into the booth. The hum, the display counting down. The handle in his hand. The difference this time was that he had set dial 4 to a new position, 3 clicks further clockwise than yesterday, based on the entirely unfounded theory that dial 4 controlled lateral displacement, and that 3 clicks represented approximately the distance between Tim and the correct landing zone, which he had estimated by standing in the booth and eyeballing the distance to the center of the lab, and converting this to what he imagined dial clicks might represent. 0, the sound, the nothing, the return. Ned opened his eyes and was on the ceiling. Not near the ceiling. On it, oriented as though the ceiling were the floor, standing on it with perfect stability, looking down at the lab from above with his hair hanging the wrong way and his coffee mug on the bench 12 feet below him, which from up here looked very small. He took stock. He was uninjured. The ceiling was solid underfoot, concrete render, slightly cold through his socks because he had come out this morning without shoes, a fact that had seemed unimportant at ground level. The lab below him was entirely recognizable, just inverted, and from up here he could see the tops of the shelving units and the back of the monitor that wasn't connected to anything, and the wooden shelving which appeared to have developed a slightly gray quality that he made a mental note about. He also noticed from up here that the lab was larger than he had appreciated at ground level. It was a good size, a serious size, a size that said the person who built it had intended to do serious work in it. He stood on the ceiling for approximately 4 minutes, during which time he attempted to walk toward the wall and found this possible but vertiginous, and looked at Tim from above and thought that the roof could use cleaning. Then whatever had been holding him up there resolved itself, as these things do, and Ned fell the 12 feet to the lab floor and landed on his left side on the concrete with a sound that disturbed Gerald Purcell's pigeons from his roof next door. He lay on the floor and looked at the ceiling he had just been standing on. He was alive. His left hip would be interesting tomorrow. His elbow had found the floor with some enthusiasm. His socks were slightly dusty. He got up. He got his notebook. He wrote under test 3. Significant improvement, major distance achieved, landed outside lab parameters, return successful. He looked at the ceiling. He added, vertical calibration needs work. He looked at dial 4, currently 3 clicks clockwise from yesterday. He turned it back 1 click, reasoning that he had overshot vertically and 1 click would compensate. This would not compensate. The dials did not control what Ned thought they controlled. The dials controlled things that would have required 3 pages of John's notes to explain, and that Ned would have identified as doodling. He made coffee. He sat on the stool. His hip hurt with the steady, reliable hurt of something that was going to be worse tomorrow, and he shifted his weight and opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote at the top, calibration notes, ongoing. Below this he wrote, in a numbered list, everything he believed he had learned from 3 tests. The list had 11 items. 2 of them were accidentally correct, the 30-second window, and the observation that the machine's spatial and temporal functions appeared to be linked. The other 9 ranged from confidently wrong to spectacularly wrong, culminating in item 11, which read, vertical displacement may be controllable, potential application for upper floor access without stairs. He looked at item 11 for a moment. He thought about marketing. He thought about patents. He thought about the solicitor's letter and the bank account that had sounded impressive until it didn't, and the 17 patents that didn't work yet, and the gap between those 2 things. Then he stood up, straightened his notebook, and went inside to find some painkillers for his hip, stepping carefully because his left side had opinions about stairs that it hadn't had this morning. Karen came over that evening and noticed the limp immediately. What happened to your leg? Hip, Ned said. Minor calibration issue. Fully resolved. Karen looked at him with the expression she had been developing over the past week, the one that had started as mild concern and was quietly accreting detail, the way a small crack in a wall accretes until one morning you notice it goes all the way through. She was carrying a bag. She had brought soup again, a different kind this time because the first kind was presumably still in the cupboard where she had put it, and Ned had been eating toast. She was right about the soup. She put the new one next to the old one and turned around and looked at him standing in John's kitchen in his socked feet with a bruise developing along his left forearm and the particular expression of a man who had decided in advance that he was fine and was not going to be talked out of it. Show me, she said. It's nothing. Ned. He showed her. She pressed 2 fingers gently against the bruise on his forearm and watched him not react, and then looked at his hip where the bruise was visible above his waistband and said nothing for a moment. Then she went to John's freezer and found a bag of frozen peas and handed it to him and told him to sit down. He sat. He held the peas against his hip. He had the expression of a man accepting first aid under protest, which Karen had seen before on him. At the time he had tried to fix a shelf and put a screwdriver through his palm, and at the time before that which had involved a ladder and a gutter and a story she had never gotten the full version of. Ned's relationship with physical consequence was that he acknowledged it briefly, and then reclassified it as irrelevant. "Tell me what happened," she said, sitting across from him. "Test 3, Ned said. Tim made real progress, significant distance this time, well outside the lab. Vertical calibration slightly off, came back at the wrong altitude, fell. Karen looked at him. You fell from what height? Ceiling height. 12 feet approximately. She was quiet for a moment. You fell 12 feet onto a concrete floor. Left side took most of it. I'm fine. You could have broken your back. But I didn't, Ned said, with the cheerful logic of a man for whom not breaking his back counted as a successful outcome regardless of how he'd gotten there. And I've already identified the dial adjustment needed. Test 4 will be much cleaner. Karen put her hands flat on the table and looked at them for a moment. This was something she did when she was choosing between several things she could say, and none of them were quite right. Ned had come to recognize it. He waited. I want to read the notes, she said. John's notes. Yes. They're quite technical, Ned said. I work in hospital administration, Karen said. I read technical documents for a living. I'm not going to understand the science, but I might understand what John was trying to say. Ned considered this. He thought about the notes, the doodles, the plain English paragraphs, the truncated sentences. He thought about Karen in the lab on her first visit, going slightly pale over the notebook she'd picked up. He thought about do not at the bottom of the page that ended there and went no further. They're in the lab, he said. I know where they are. They went out together through the back door, Ned limping slightly with the frozen peas in his hand, Karen with her coat on and her face set in the expression of someone who had decided to find something out and was prepared for what they might find. The lab door opened, the lights came up in sequence, and Karen went straight to the shelf and took down the main Tim stack and carried it to the bench and opened it. Ned watched her read. She turned pages steadily, not rushing, pausing at the English sections the way he had, though her pauses were longer and her expression was different. Not the nod of recognition he had given those pages, but something more careful, more attentive, the look of someone receiving information rather than confirming what they already thought. She turned to the page with critical safety parameters and read it fully. She turned to the page with under no circumstances. She found the page with 3 human-scale tests attempted, and the sentence that ended mid-thought and turned the page, and found the doodles, and turned back and read the truncated sentence again. She closed the notes. She turned around and looked at Ned, who was leaning against the opposite bench with his frozen peas and his expression of reasonable confidence, and she said, Ned, the things you think are doodles. John's artistic side, Ned said. He always. They're not doodles. Ned looked at her. They're clearly. They are mathematics, Karen said. I don't know what kind. I can't read them. But I know the difference between someone doodling and someone doing 10 years of advanced calculations, and those pages are not doodles. She put her hand on the stack of notes. And the English parts, the bits you have been reading, those are the warnings, Ned. The plain English is where John wrote down the things that worried him. In between the maths that you can't read. Ned was quiet for a moment. I've been reading the important parts, he said. You've been reading the caution tape, Karen said. Around the parts you can't read. This landed in the space between them and sat there. Ned looked at the notes. He looked at Tim in its corner. He looked at the bruise on his forearm. The machine worked, he said. 3 tests. It's working. Something is working, Karen said. I don't think it's what you think it is. She picked up her coat from the bench where she'd laid it, and looked at him with an expression that had moved past the concerned stage and arrived somewhere more complicated. Something with tiredness in it, and genuine worry, and underneath both of those something that might have been the very early stages of a decision that hadn't been made yet, but was beginning to take shape. Eat the soup, she said. The new one, not the old one. And put some ice on that hip, not frozen peas, actual ice in a cloth. She paused at the lab door. I mean it about the notes, Ned. Have someone read them. Someone who can actually read them. She went back up the path to the house. Ned stood in the lab with his frozen peas and looked at the Tim notes on the bench, and then at Tim and then at his notebook open to the page with the 11 calibration observations and item 11 about upper floor access without stairs. He picked up the notebook. He looked at item 11 for a long moment. Then he picked up his pen and added a question mark after it, which was as far as doubt was going to get with Ned Plunkett on a Tuesday evening, and went inside to heat the soup. Ned found the glue gun on Wednesday morning. He had been meaning to get to it since the first day. It had been sitting on the left bench since his initial inventory, handled briefly, set down carefully, and left alone while he concentrated on Tim. But Tim was in a consolidation phase, which was what Ned called the period between tests when he was thinking about calibration adjustments, and the glue gun was right there, and the lab bench had a crack in it that had been bothering him since he first noticed it. A clean split across the front edge of the work surface that looked like something had been set down on it at speed from a significant height, which, knowing John's testing history, was probably exactly what had happened. He picked up the gun. It was heavier than a standard glue gun, much heavier, the weight of something with serious internal components rather than a heating element and a glue stick. The nozzle was narrower than he expected, and the trigger had a two-stage action, a light press and then a full press, with a small dial on the side that Ned turned experimentally through its range of settings. It had 5 positions. He set it to 2, which seemed moderate, and pointed it at the crack in the bench. He pressed the trigger, first stage and then full. The beam was invisible. The effect on the crack was immediate and total. The two sides of the split pulled together with a sound like a very small thunderclap and sealed along their entire length in under a second. Ned lifted the gun and looked at the bench. The crack was gone. Not filled, not covered, gone. The two pieces of composite surface merged at the molecular level into a continuity so complete that you could not have found the join with a microscope. Because there was no join. Because the atoms on either side of the former crack were now sharing electrons in arrangements that had not existed in that bench since it was manufactured. "There you go, John," Ned said approvingly. He looked around the lab for something else to fix. His eye fell on a section of shelving bracket that had come away from the wall slightly. Not badly, just the top screw worked loose, the kind of thing that nagged at you. He pointed the gun at the bracket where it met the wall and pressed the trigger. The bracket fused to the wall. Completely and permanently, the metal of the bracket and the plaster of the wall and the brick behind it sharing electrons in a bond that would outlast the house and possibly the street. Ned nodded and moved on. He fixed the crack in the door frame. He fixed a loose handle on one of the storage drawers, which fused the handle to the drawer and the drawer to the unit, and the unit to the floor in a single connected molecular structure that would never move again under any circumstances short of demolition. He fixed a chip in the corner of the bench nearest Tim, pressing the gun briefly to the damaged corner and watching it smooth itself into a perfect edge. Then he went inside to make coffee and fix the kitchen. The kitchen had several things that could use fixing: a cabinet door that didn't close flush, a tile above the sink that had lifted slightly at one corner, a mug with a hairline crack that he'd been using carefully for 3 days. He fixed the cabinet door first. It fused to the cabinet frame in the closed position, permanently and completely, and could not be opened again by any force available to a human being. Ned tried it, found it firm, and concluded the hinge was now very solid. He fixed the tile. It fused to the wall and to the adjacent tiles in a continuous ceramic and grout structure that would require a jackhammer to disturb. Ned ran his finger along the grout line approvingly. He picked up the cracked mug. He held the gun to the hairline crack and pressed the trigger, and the mug sealed instantly, and he set it on the counter and reached for the kettle, and in doing so put his left hand flat on the counter next to the mug, and the gun, which he was still holding loosely, discharged against the counter's surface at the point where his palm made contact. He tried to pick up the kettle. His hand did not come with him. He looked down. His left hand was on the counter. It was very much on the counter, bonded to it at the palm with a join that had the same molecular integrity as everything else he had fixed this morning. which was to say absolute. He pulled. Nothing moved except his shoulder, which complained. He pulled again with more conviction, and the counter moved slightly, which meant the counter's bond to the unit was slightly less total than the bond between his hand and the counter, but not different enough to matter because what moved was approximately 2 millimeters, and what he needed to move was his entire hand. He stood at John's kitchen counter with his left hand flat on the surface and the gun in his right hand, and looked at the situation with the steady assessment of a man who had not yet decided to panic and was going to try very hard not to get there. He set the gun down carefully on the other side of the counter, as far from his hand as his reach allowed. He tried pulling again. He tried twisting. He tried the flat-handed push that you used when something was stuck, which in this case made his hand hurt without producing any other result. He got a chair with his right hand and sat down, because standing was making the whole thing worse. He sat at John's kitchen counter with his left hand, bonded to it at the palm, and thought about what John would do in this situation. John would, he thought, read the notes for the device and find the reversal procedure. John had the notes in the lab. Ned could get to the lab, the back door was 6 feet away, well within reach of his right hand, and the lab was 20 feet down the path, also within reach if he brought the counter with him, which he couldn't because the counter was attached to the unit which was attached to the floor. He was not going to the lab. He considered the phone, which was in his pocket. He could call someone. He thought about who to call. He thought about Karen, who would come, and what her face would look like when she arrived, and what she would say, and decided to give it another hour before he called anyone. He gave it another hour. Then another. By the third hour he had developed a system. He could reach the kettle with his right hand, and the kettle could reach the tap if he stretched, and he had made himself a cup of tea which he was drinking standing slightly sideways with his left hand flat on the counter and his right hand managing the mug. And he had concluded that the bond would have to degrade on its own eventually, because everything degraded eventually. Which was true in a general cosmic sense, and not particularly helpful in the immediate practical sense. He did not call Karen. He stood at the counter and drank his tea and looked out the window at the garden and the lab and thought about calibration, and presently, at around the 4-hour mark, noticed that the bond had developed a slight give to it, not much, a millimeter of movement where before there had been none, but present. He pulled steadily and felt it give a fraction more and kept pulling with the patient consistency of a man who had decided this was just a process with a timeline, and the timeline was probably fine. And at the 5.5-hour mark, his hand came free with a sound. He decided not to describe even to himself, and he stood up straight and looked at his palm, which was uninjured and had a faint rectangular mark on it that would fade by morning. He flexed his fingers. He picked up the gun from the far end of the counter. He looked at it for a moment, and then put it in the drawer under the counter because the lab had enough going on, and the kitchen didn't need any more improvements. Then he went to the lab and wrote in his notebook, "Molecular binder, powerful, fast-acting. Possible bond duration limit, approx 5-6 hours. Handle with care." He looked at this. He added excellent build quality. The entropy reverser looked like a small air conditioning unit. It was box-shaped, cream-colored, with a dial on the front that went from 1 to 10 and a grill on the side that emitted a faint smell of ozone when it was running, which Ned discovered when he carried it in from the lab on Thursday morning and plugged it into the kitchen socket because the lab was cold, and the kitchen was where he was spending most of his time, and he was tired of being cold while he drank his coffee and thought about calibration. He turned the dial to 3. Nothing dramatic happened, which Ned took as confirmation that it was doing what it was supposed to do, running quietly in the background, moving air around, making the room more comfortable. He made his coffee and sat at the kitchen table with his notebook and worked on his calibration theory for an hour while the entropy reverser ran on 3, and the room did become more comfortable in a sense, though not the sense Ned intended. What was actually happening was that the device was reversing entropy in a 6-foot radius, which meant that every physical process within that radius was running backwards in time at the molecular level. This had no immediately dramatic visible effect. Entropy reversal at low settings was subtle, incremental, the slow unwinding of disorder back toward order. What it meant in practice was that the milk Ned had spilled on the counter yesterday was slowly unspilling itself, retreating back toward the glass in a thin white thread that Ned noticed peripherally, and took for a drip from the counter edge running the wrong way, which he thought was probably a surface tension thing, and turned back to his notebook. The toast he had made this morning and eaten half of was, on the plate beside him, becoming progressively less toasted. By the time he finished his coffee, it was bread. By the time he refilled his coffee, it was cold bread with a slightly raw quality. He picked it up, looked at it, put it down. Made more toast. The new toast became bread within 20 minutes. He ate it in the window between toasted and not, standing at the counter and eating quickly, which was not how he preferred to start his day, but which was better than the alternative. He turned the dial to 4 because he was still cold. The milk in the fridge, which had 4 days left on it, acquired 10. The apple on the counter that had been soft went firm, and then went very firm, and then developed the taut, bright quality of something newly picked. The crack in the kitchen ceiling, which had been there when John bought the house, a long diagonal that the surveyor had noted and John had ignored, filled itself in, the plaster remembering its original configuration and returning to it with the quiet confidence of something correcting a mistake. Ned looked at the ceiling, looked at the crack that wasn't there anymore. He had not fixed the ceiling crack with the molecular binder. He had specifically noticed it and specifically not fixed it because he was rationing the gun's applications after the hand incident. He looked at the gun in the drawer, which he had not opened since yesterday. He looked at the ceiling again. Houses settled, he thought, and sometimes they unsettled. Old plaster did things. He turned back to his notebook and turned the dial to 5 because he was still cold. Next door, Gerald Purcell was in his kitchen making breakfast when his own ceiling crack, a different one, a sympathetic one that had appeared in the last week and that he had already photographed and added to his folder, filled itself in. He stood very still and looked at it. He got his phone and took another photograph. He got his notebook. He wrote, ceiling crack self-repaired, 8.47 m, no works visible on Plunkett property, cause unknown. He underlined cause unknown, and then crossed it out and wrote cause unclear, because he was a precise man, and unknown and unclear were different things. He put his breakfast in the bin because it had uncooked itself. Ned's coffee had become coffee grounds and hot water in separate components in the cup. He looked at this for a moment, and then made another cup and drank it quickly before the reverser could have opinions about it, and turned the dial back to 3, which helped with the coffee situation but not with the foundations. The foundations were the part Ned couldn't see. The entropy reverser running at 3 to 5 for several hours was doing to the concrete and steel of the building's base what it was doing to the toast, and the milk, and the ceiling crack, returning it to an earlier state, a pre-settled state, the state of foundations that had not yet fully cured and compacted and made their peace with the weight above them. Not dramatically, not visibly from inside, but measurably and in a direction, and the direction was sideways and specifically toward next door. Purcell's house was already 6 degrees off vertical. It was now 6.4. Purcell noticed this not because he could feel it, but because he had a spirit level that he had taken to carrying in his cardigan pocket, which was the action of a man who had moved past casual concern into something more systematic. He checked it against his kitchen doorframe at 9:15, and looked at the bubble and wrote the new figure in his notebook with the date and time, and then stood in his kitchen for a moment making a decision. He called the city at 9:30. He explained the situation to the person who answered, which took some time because the situation resisted brief summary. He was told someone would come and look. He was told this with the specific intonation of a municipal organization that meant someone might come and look, eventually, when they could. Someone came that afternoon. Ned was in the lab when the inspector arrived, a young man with a clipboard and a high-visibility vest who walked around the outside of John's property with the careful look of someone who had been told to find something and wasn't sure what he was looking for. Ned heard the gate and came out and introduced himself with his hand extended and his most reasonable expression, which was considerable. The inspector looked at the exterior of the lab extension and wrote something on his clipboard and looked at it again and wrote something else. He looked at the gap between John's house and Purcell's house, which was a standard Victorian terrace gap of approximately 18 inches, and which appeared to be 17.5 inches at the top and 17 at the bottom. A discrepancy that was small but consistent was the kind of thing that inspectors noticed. "Any work been done recently?" the inspector asked. "Research," Ned said. "Scientific. All very controlled." The inspector looked at him. He was young enough that he hadn't yet developed the full professional neutrality of his seniors, and his face was doing some of the work that his words weren't. He wrote something on the clipboard. "We'll send a full structural assessment team," he said, in the tone of someone who had seen enough to know they weren't the right person for this. "Absolutely," Ned said. "Any time. Open door policy." The inspector went back to his car, and Ned watched him go with the benign confidence of a man who had nothing to hide, which was true in the sense that Ned didn't know he had anything to hide, which was not the same thing but felt identical from the inside. He went back to the lab and turned off the entropy reverser, which he had left running on 4 all afternoon, and the kitchen behind him began very slowly and quietly returning to the present tense, the milk aging forward, the apple softening, the foundations doing what foundations did when entropy resumed, which was settle, and settling in a structure that had spent the afternoon moving sideways was not quite the same as settling in one that had stayed still. Purcell's spirit level, checked at 5 p.m., read 6.8 degrees. He opened a new page in his notebook, wrote structural movement, accelerating at the top, and below it wrote 2 words he had been holding back for a week in the interest of fairness and precision. "Get lawyer." Karen came for dinner on Friday. Ned had spent the afternoon cooking, which he approached with the same systematic confidence he brought to everything, and with approximately the same results. He had found a reasonable-looking pan, a packet of pasta, and 2 chicken breasts in John's fridge that were technically still in date if you were optimistic about the use-by system. He had also found, on a shelf in what he thought was the kitchen pantry, but was actually the doorway to the metallurgy wing, a collection of implements that he took for cooking utensils. One of them was the subatomic agitator. It looked like a mallet. A well-built, heavy, slightly unusual mallet with a dial on the handle and a head that was denser than standard kitchen mallets, but a mallet. Ned knew you were supposed to flatten chicken before cooking it. He had seen this done. He set the chicken breast on the chopping board, set the agitator dial to what appeared to be a medium setting, and gave the chicken a firm tap. The chicken became a small cloud of hydrogen gas. Ned looked at the chopping board. He looked at the mallet. He looked at the faint dispersing cloud where the chicken had been, and concluded that he had hit it too hard. He got the second chicken breast from the fridge and tapped it more gently. That chicken also became hydrogen gas more slowly, which he felt showed improvement. He put the mallet back on the shelf and made pasta with a jar of sauce he found in the cupboard, checking it against the entropy reverser's radius before opening it, which he had become unconsciously careful about without quite knowing why. The pasta cooked normally. The sauce heated normally. By the time Karen arrived at 7, the kitchen smelled of food rather than dispersed poultry, and Ned considered this a reasonable outcome. Karen came in and looked around the kitchen with the assessment she now applied automatically to any room in this house, before committing to entering it fully. The cabinet door that didn't open anymore. The tile that was now continuous with the surrounding tiles in a way that suggested it had always been there. The slight lean of the room that was not, she was fairly sure, how kitchens were supposed to feel. "Smells good," she said carefully. "Pasta," Ned said. "Chicken fell through." She decided not to ask about the chicken. They ate at the kitchen table, which was normal enough. Pasta, sauce, bread. A bottle of wine that Karen had brought because she had a feeling about this evening, and wine seemed like appropriate preparation. Ned ate with appetite and talked about Tim with the enthusiasm of someone who had been alone with a subject all week and was glad of an audience. He had a new calibration theory. It involved dial 6 specifically, and a relationship between dial 6 and dial 2 that he had worked out on paper that morning, and that he was keen to test. Karen listened. She ate her pasta. She drank her wine at a pace that was slightly faster than her usual pace, but not dramatically so. Outside the kitchen window, the garden was dark, and the lab was a low shape with no lights on, and she looked at it between Ned's sentences and looked away. "I've been thinking," she said when Ned paused for pasta. "About Dial 6, Ned said. "About all of it," she set her fork down. This was the thing he had noticed before. The fork going down was a signal, a preparation. "Ned, you've been here less than 2 weeks, and you've glued your hand to the counter, fallen off the ceiling twice, and the building inspector left looking like he needed a sit-down." "The inspector was very positive," Ned said. "He was not positive. He said they'd send a full team. That's engagement." Karen looked at him. In the 2 months since she had decided, quietly and without drama, that this relationship was probably entering its final phase, she had revised this assessment twice. Once upward, when Ned had remembered the anniversary of her mother's death with a card and flowers, and once sharply downward when she had read the words "under no circumstances" in John's notes and watched Ned refer to them as the less interesting bits. She was currently holding steady at a position she didn't have a clean word for. "Not gone yet, but getting there. I spoke to someone at work," she said. "A doctor." I described the equipment, and he said, "You described it to someone." I described it generally. He said that laboratory equipment of that complexity should not be operated by anyone without the relevant qualifications and training, and that the notes should be reviewed by a qualified physicist before anything else happened. Ned was quiet for a moment. "John always said." "I know what John always said." Her voice was gentle, but the gentleness had a firmness underneath it now, like the table. "John loved you. He said wonderful things about you, and he meant them. But Ned, he didn't mean you should climb inside his untested prototype alone and press buttons." Ned looked at his pasta. He picked up his fork. He thought about the filing cabinet and the ceiling and the chicken that was now hydrogen somewhere in John's kitchen, and the 5.5 hours with his hand on the counter. And he arranged all of these into a narrative in which each one was a calibration issue, fully identified, already addressed, and that was where they stayed. "Test 4 is going to be much cleaner," he said. Karen picked up her fork too. She ate a piece of pasta. She looked out the window at the dark shape of the lab, and then at Ned, who was eating with the uncomplicated appetite of a man at peace with his decisions. And she thought about the doctor at work who had gone quite still when she described what she'd seen in that lab, and said, carefully, that whoever was operating that equipment should probably stop immediately. She finished her wine. She didn't say any of this. What she said instead was, "Is there any bread left?" There was. Ned passed it. They finished dinner and Ned made tea, and they sat on John's sofa and watched television for an hour. And it was almost completely normal, and Karen sat beside him and thought about the fork she had put down and picked back up and didn't examine too closely what that meant. She left at 10. Ned walked her to the door and kissed her good night and went back inside and washed up and went to the lab for an hour to look at Dial 6 because he had thought of something during dinner. He was in there until 1 in the morning. The lights in the lab were the last lights on the street. Purcell knocked at 9 on a Saturday morning, which was deliberate. Saturday morning was when people were home and couldn't claim work as a reason to cut things short. He had his notebook. He had his pen. He had the card with his solicitor's number on it in his breast pocket, and he had 6.8 degrees of lien on his house and 4 pages of documented incidents. And he had decided, quietly and finally, that courtesy had run its course. Ned answered in John's lab coat, which he had taken to wearing in the mornings because it had pockets for his notebook and his pen, and it made him feel, in a general way, more scientific. It was 3 sizes too large. The sleeves came past his wrists. He looked, Purcell thought, like a child wearing a parent's coat, which was an impression that the subsequent conversation did nothing to correct. "Mr. Purcell," Ned said, with the warmth of a man who considers himself on good terms with everyone regardless of evidence. Purcell opened his notebook. "I'm going to read you a list," he said. I would like you to listen to the whole thing before you respond. Absolutely, Ned said. Purcell read him the list. It took 4 minutes. It covered, in chronological order with dates and times, every incident Purcell had documented since Ned's arrival. The compression sounds, the structural movement, the self-repairing ceiling crack which he had included with a note that he was aware of how it sounded but was including it anyway, the flash-frozen hydrangeas which were still glass, and which he had also photographed. The gravitational anomaly on the pavement outside which had caused his car to require 40% more effort to reverse out of his driveway, the birds flying in confused circles, and the inspector's visit, and the 6.8-degree lean. He read it all in the level tone of a man presenting evidence rather than making an argument, which was more effective than an argument would have been. Ned listened to all of it with the attentive expression of someone following along. He had not been following along. He had been thinking about Dial 6. Right, he said when Purcell finished. I can explain all of that. Purcell looked at him. Please do. Ned explained all of it. The explanation took 3 minutes and involved the words calibration issue 4 times, settling foundations twice, unusual weather once, and a reference to John's research being at a delicate stage that Purcell received with the expression of a man adding something to a mental list. None of the explanation was accurate. All of it was delivered with complete conviction. Purcell wrote something in his notebook. The hydrangeas, he said. They are glass, mister. Plunkett. I can pick one up, and it rings like a wine glass when I tap it. Very cold snap, Ned said. Unusual for October. It is November, Purcell said. Unusual for November, Ned said without missing a beat. Purcell looked at him for a long moment. He had the expression of a man who had hoped, despite considerable evidence to the contrary, that this conversation would produce something he could work with, and was now accepting that it would not. He closed his notebook. He reached into his breast pocket and produced not the solicitor's card, which he had given Ned already, but a second card. A different one, a cream-colored one with a firm name on it in serious lettering. My solicitor has been formally instructed, Purcell said. I am telling you this directly, as a courtesy, before anything else happens. Ned took the card. He looked at it. He looked at Purcell. I'm sure it won't come to that, he said, pleasantly for the second time, with the same conviction as the first time and the same relationship to likelihood. Purcell turned to go and then stopped and turned back, and there was something in his face now that was not quite anger and not quite pity, but somewhere in the territory between them. Your brother, he said. I made 6 complaints about this lab in 3 years. He always came to the door himself, same day, and explained what had happened and what he was doing about it. I didn't understand half of what he said. He paused. But I believed him. Ned said nothing. He knew what he was doing, Purcell said. Not unkindly. Just precisely. That was the difference. He went back to his house. Ned stood in the doorway in John's lab coat with the solicitor's card in his hand, and watched him go, and felt something arrive that he immediately identified as irrelevant and reclassified accordingly. He went inside. He put the card on the kitchen counter next to the first card, which had been there for 2 weeks. He looked at the 2 cards. He went to the lab. He wrote in his notebook, Purcell formal complaint, solicitor instructed. Noise and structural concerns. Address, calibration improvements, reduce test frequency during business hours. He looked at this. Then he turned to a fresh page and wrote Dial 6 theory at the top, and underlined it and forgot about Purcell entirely. Outside on the pavement, the gravitational anomaly from the localized event Horizon Paperweight, which Ned had moved to the lab windowsill 3 days ago, and which was doing something quiet and technically illegal to the spacetime in its immediate vicinity, was getting incrementally worse. A traffic warden had tried to write a ticket for a car parked outside Ned's house that morning and found she could not lift her pen from the notepad once she'd set it down. She had filed an incident report. Nobody had quite known what category to put it in. 2 doors down from Purcell, Margaret Fellows had come out to water her garden on Thursday and used what she thought was a hose attachment she'd found near the fence and frozen her prize hydrangeas, her garden path, and approximately 1/3 of her lawn before she dropped the liquid nitrogen compressor and ran inside. She had called the council, the police, and her daughter in that order. The hydrangeas were still there, glass bright in the November morning, each one a perfect frozen copy of itself catching the thin sunlight. She had also called a solicitor. Not Purcell's solicitor, her own, a different one. A woman who had listened to the description of the frozen garden with professional neutrality and said she would look into it. Ned knew none of this. Ned was in the lab with his notebook open to the dial 6 page, building a theory that was entirely wrong but internally consistent, which was the most dangerous kind of wrong there was because it held together long enough to act on. He felt, very close now. The structural assessment team arrived on Monday. There were 3 of them, a senior assessor named Bridge who had 30 years in the field and the unhurried manner of someone who had seen everything, a junior colleague with a tablet and a laser measuring device, and a third person whose role Ned never established, because she spent the entire visit taking photographs and writing things down and didn't speak to him directly at any point. Ned met them at the gate with his reasonable expression, and his hand extended and showed them around with the proprietary ease of a man conducting a tour of something impressive. The exterior first, the lab extension, which Bridge walked around twice and photographed from 4 angles, the gap between John's house and Purcell's, which the junior colleague measured with a laser device and wrote figures into his tablet with an expression that suggested the figures were interesting in the way that a doctor's expression when reading a test result is interesting. Then the interior of the house, which Ned showed them through with commentary. The kitchen, where the cabinet door that wouldn't open anymore went unmentioned because Ned had genuinely stopped noticing it. The ceiling crack that had repaired itself, which Bridge stood under for a long moment looking at with his head tilted before writing something in his folder. The slight lean of the rooms, which was perceptible if you were looking for it as a mild but consistent sense that the floor was making a suggestion about which direction you should go. Bridge was looking for it. He found it. Then the lab. Ned opened the door and the lights came up and Bridge walked in and stopped just inside the door and looked at the room the way he had looked at the gap measurement. Not alarmed, not impressed, just taking it in with the professional attention of someone cataloging rather than reacting. The junior colleague came in behind him and stopped similarly. The third person came in, looked around once, and started photographing everything systematically from left to right. "Your brother's equipment," Bridge said. "Inherited," Ned confirmed. "I'm continuing his research." Bridge looked at the bench. He looked at the shelving, which had developed the faint gray quality that Ned had noted from the ceiling and had not addressed because he hadn't identified it as the nanobots eating it from the inside. He looked at Tim in its corner, now uncovered with its panel of dials and its display reading 0. He looked at the chrome sphere on its stand, and then looked away from it with the slightly effortful quality that everyone who looked at the chrome sphere displayed. He looked at the floor lamp with the vacuum energy siphon bulb that was, even switched off, faintly bright. "What's that?" he said, pointing at Tim. "Research equipment," Ned said. "Prototype stage." "What does it do?" "Early days yet," Ned said, which was the most accurate thing he had said all morning. Bridge wrote something in his folder. He looked at the walls, which had the character of walls that had been asked to do things walls weren't designed for and had mostly complied but were tired. He knocked on one with his knuckles, a solid knock, a professional knock, the knock of a man reading a wall's structural history through his fist. He knocked on a second wall. He looked at where the 2 walls met in the corner and wrote something else. The junior colleague measured things with the laser device. The figures went into the tablet. His expression got more interesting. After 20 minutes, Bridge closed his folder and looked at Ned with the steady brown eyes of a man who had something to say and was deciding how to say it. He had the manner, Ned thought, of someone who was very good at not alarming people, which turned out to be exactly right. "Mr. Plunkett," he said, "I'm going to be straight with you. Please, Ned said. The lien on this property and the adjacent property is consistent with subsidence originating from this plot. The rate of movement suggested by Mr. Purcell's records is unusual, faster than standard subsidence, more directional. He paused. Have you had any equipment running continuously? Anything generating heat, or he looked at the lab vibration. Or anything else? Research equipment, Ned said. Runs quietly. Very controlled. Bridge looked at the lab one more time. He looked at Tim. He looked at the chrome sphere. He looked at the bulb in the floor lamp that was faintly bright even when off. He wrote one more thing in his folder. We'll file our report, he said. You should expect a follow-up from the council. In the meantime, I'd recommend not operating any equipment that could be contributing to ground movement. Absolutely, Ned said. Bridge nodded. He shook Ned's hand with the firm, brief handshake of a man concluding professional business and led his team back out through the house and down the front path to their van. Ned stood at the front door and watched them go. The junior colleague said something to Bridge at the van. Bridge replied without stopping. The junior colleague looked back at the house once with the expression of someone filing something away for later and got in the van. Ned went back inside. He made coffee. He stood at the kitchen window looking at the lab and thought about Bridge's question. Anything generating heat, vibration, anything else. He thought about the entropy reverser, which he had turned off. He thought about the chrome sphere on the windowsill, which he should probably move back to the bench. He thought about the floor lamp. He went to the lab and moved the chrome sphere from the windowsill back to its stand on the bench, which immediately made the room feel fractionally more normal in a way nobody could have quantified. He looked at the floor lamp and decided it was fine where it was because it wasn't even switched on. Then he looked at Tim and thought about dial 6 and forgot about the structural assessment entirely. He had a new idea. It had arrived during Bridge's visit, somewhere between the wall knocking and the folder writing, a thought about the relationship between dial 6 and the countdown timer that he hadn't considered before. He sat on the stool and opened his notebook and worked through it on paper for an hour. And the more he worked through it, the more it held together. And by the time he reached the end of the page, he was fairly sure he had it. He circled the final figure. He looked at Tim. He looked at the figure again. He was going on the roof. He didn't know this yet, but he was going on the roof. Test 4 happened on Tuesday morning at 10:15. Ned had spent Monday evening on preparation, which this time actually resembled preparation in the sense that he had written 3 pages of notes, adjusted 4 dials including dial 6 to the new position his theory required, reset the countdown to 30 seconds, and gone to bed at a reasonable hour and lain awake for 2 hours thinking about the dial 6 relationship before falling asleep with his notebook on his chest. He was up at 7. He had his coffee. He had his notebook. He stood in front of Tim's control panel for 10 minutes going through each setting with the focused attention of a man who had done his homework and knew it, which was true in the sense that he had done homework and false in the sense that the homework had produced correct answers. He checked dial 6. 3 clicks further counterclockwise than yesterday, which his theory required. He checked dial 2, which his theory said was in a compensatory relationship with dial 6, and therefore needed to move 1 click clockwise for every 3 clicks dial 6 moved counterclockwise. He had moved it 1 click clockwise. He checked the countdown. 30 seconds. He checked the green button, the red button, the yellow button, which he still hadn't determined the function of and had decided to continue ignoring on the grounds that if John had wanted him to use it, he would have labeled it. John had labeled it. The label was on the back of the panel in small, neat letters and said abort. Ned had not looked at the back of the panel. He put his notebook on the bench. He got into the booth. He pulled the door shut and took the handle and stood straight and waited. 20 seconds. The hum. 15. His left shoulder was better today, which he took as a good sign. 10. He thought briefly about the roof conversation he'd had with himself yesterday, specifically the part where he'd acknowledged that landing on the roof was a possibility, and had decided this was fine because he had identified it in advance, which meant it was planned rather than unexpected, which meant it was progress. 7, 5, 0. He was on the roof. Not in the lab. Not in the filing cabinet. Not on the ceiling. On the actual roof of John's house, standing on the slates in his socks with the November sky enormous around him and the street 40 feet below, and the neighborhood spread out in every direction with a clarity that you only got from up high on a cold, clear morning. He stood very still for a moment and looked at it. It was, objectively, a good view. He could see Purcell's house from up here, the lean visible from this angle in a way it wasn't from the ground. The roofline of Purcell's property running at an angle to the horizontal that even Ned could see was not how rooflines were supposed to run. He could see Margaret Fellowes' garden 2 doors down, the frozen section of lawn catching the morning light like a mirror. He could see his own lab extension from above, the corrugated roof, the small window, the extractor vent he hadn't known was there. He could also see that one of the slates near his left foot was loose. He stood on the roof in his socks for approximately 3 minutes, during which he turned carefully through 360 degrees and looked at everything with the satisfaction of a man who had planned an outcome and achieved it, which was only true in the loosest possible sense of planned. Then the cold reached him properly through his socks, and he looked at the roof and then at the drain pipe at the corner of the building and made a straightforward assessment. He climbed down the drain pipe. This took longer than expected and was more athletic than his Tuesday morning had previously required. The drain pipe was solid enough but cold, and the brackets holding it to the wall provided the only footholds, and Ned descended in stages, bracket to bracket, with his notebook still somehow in his lab coat pocket and the coat flapping around him in the November wind. He reached the kitchen windowsill at the halfway point and rested there for a moment and looked in through the kitchen window at the room, which looked completely normal from outside and was not. He made it to the bottom. He stood on the garden path and looked up at the roof he had just come down from and felt the particular satisfaction of a man who has done something unreasonable and gotten away with it. His socks were wet. His hands were cold. The drain pipe had left rust marks on his lab coat that he would not notice for 2 days. He went inside. He made coffee. He sat at the kitchen table and opened his notebook and wrote under Test 4, Roof. Significant progress, controlled vertical displacement, correct altitude, stable landing. Calibration theory confirmed. Dial 6 relationship with Dial 2 verified. He paused. Drain pipe useful. He looked at this list with profound satisfaction and then picked up his phone and called his mother. Margaret Plunkett answered on the second ring in the manner of a woman who kept her phone close and answered it quickly because her children might need her, a habit she had maintained for 40 years and saw no reason to revise. "Ned," she said, "how are you getting on?" "Really well, Mom," Ned said. "Really well. I think I'm close." "Close to what, love?" "A breakthrough. With John's machine. Tim, I've been running tests, and the last one," he paused, assembling it, "the last one went exactly where I intended." There was a warm silence on the line. He could hear her settling into it the way she settled into good news, arranging herself around it comfortably. "I knew it," she said. "I always knew you'd get there. John always said you had the gift for the practical side. The hands-on element." "That's what I think too," Ned said. "Your father would have been so proud. Both of you, John with the brains and you with the—" She paused, finding the word, the determination. "That's what it takes in the end. Not just the brains. The determination." Ned agreed that it was the determination. They talked for 20 minutes, his mother moving between pride and practical concern in the way she always had, proud of the breakthrough, worried about whether he was eating, proud again, curious about the machine, worried about the heating in John's house, proud once more to finish. By the time he hung up, he felt warm in the specific way that only his mother's certainty about him could produce. A warmth that had nothing to do with evidence and everything to do with 40 years of being told, by the person whose opinion had mattered most, that he was exactly what she said he was. He sat with his coffee and his notebook and the warm glow of it and thought about what came next. What came next was test 5. He had the roof. He needed distance now, lateral distance, real distance, the kind of distance that turned a curiosity into an application. If he could get Tim to move him across town, he could start thinking about range, and range was where the real applications lived. Range was where the money was. Range was where you went from a brilliant prototype to something you could put in front of investors. He didn't know any investors. He had a vague sense that investors were people you met at events, and that events were things you were invited to, and that invitations came from having something impressive to show. He had something impressive to show. He had a time machine that could put you on a roof. He wrote at the bottom of the test 4 page, next lateral range. Get across town. He underlined it. He finished his coffee. He was in excellent spirits and would remain in excellent spirits for the rest of the day. Right up until 7 that evening, when he went to use the remote control he'd found on the bench to turn on John's television, and instead shifted the local gravity 90 degrees, and spent 45 minutes walking on the walls before he worked out which button reversed it. He found this mildly diverting. He did not connect it to the remote control. He put the remote back on the bench and concluded that John's house had unusual acoustics and went to bed. Margaret Fellows knocked on Wednesday morning. She was 67, small, precise in the way of someone who had kept a very organized house for a very long time and considered disorder a personal affront. She had white hair and a good coat, and the expression of a woman who had rehearsed what she was going to say, and was going to say it regardless of how the conversation went. She was holding a photograph on her phone, which she had ready before Ned even opened the door. Ned opened the door in John's lab coat, which he was still wearing because he had been in the lab since 8 and had forgotten to change. He looked at Margaret Fellows. He had seen her twice, once when he arrived and she had waved from her garden, and once when he had been on the roof and she had been below him on the street not looking up. Mrs. Fellows, he said, because he remembered names, which was one of his genuine skills. Mr. Plunkett, she held up the phone. On the screen was a photograph of her garden, the frozen section, the glass hydrangeas, the lawn with its mirror quality catching the November light. I want to talk to you about this. Ned looked at the photograph with genuine interest. From a photographic standpoint, it was actually rather beautiful. The hydrangeas in particular had a crystalline quality that caught the light well. Extraordinary, he said, which was true but not in the way Margaret Fellows wanted. It was my garden, she said. Past tense. Whatever came over that fence from your property did this, and I would like to know what it was and what you intend to do about it. Ned thought about the liquid nitrogen compressor, which he had taken outside 3 days ago because the lab was cluttered, and he had thought it was a water toy and had been curious about what it did in open-air conditions. What it had done in open-air conditions was flash freeze everything within a 15-foot radius to absolute zero, including Margaret Fellows' hydrangeas and approximately 1/3 of her lawn, before Ned had dropped it and gone back inside because it wasn't doing anything interesting from his perspective. He had not connected this to Margaret Fellows' garden. He made the connection now. Water table, he said. Margaret Fellows looked at him. I beg your pardon. Underground water table, Ned said, with the confidence of someone who had heard this phrase before and felt it was applicable. Very cold at this time of year. Can come up through the ground in unusual conditions. Particularly in November. Margaret Fellows looked at her photograph and then at Ned. My hydrangeas are glass, she said. I tapped one this morning and it rang. It rang, Mr. Plunkett, like a bell. Water tables do not make hydrangeas ring. Cold snap, Ned said, which he had used on Purcell and which had not worked on Purcell either. Margaret Fellows put her phone in her pocket with the deliberate movement of a woman closing a chapter. I've spoken to a solicitor, she said. I want you to know that formally. I've also spoken to Mr. Purcell, whose house is now leaning, and to Mr. Antonscu at number 42, whose car has been behaving strangely outside your property for 2 weeks. Ned had not met Mr. Antonscu. He filed this away. What sort of strangely, he said, with the curiosity of someone who was genuinely interested rather than appropriately concerned. He can't park it outside your house, Margaret Fellows said. It rolls toward your wall. He's been parking outside mine instead, which I don't appreciate but which I understand given the circumstances. The localized event Horizon Paperweight, which Ned had moved back to the bench from the windowsill after the structural team's visit, but which was still doing something quiet and technically impossible to the spacetime in its immediate vicinity, was doing it through the wall as well as through the window. Mr. Antonscu's car had been discovering this every morning for 12 days. I'll look into it, Ned said. Please do, Margaret Fellows said. She looked at him for a moment with the assessing look of someone trying to determine whether they were dealing with malice or incompetence and arriving, not happily, at incompetence. Your brother, she said, was a very considerate neighbor. This was the second time in a week someone had said a version of this to Ned, and the second time it landed somewhere that he immediately covered over with something else. He nodded. He thanked her for coming. He watched her walk back down the path with the upright posture of a woman who had said what she came to say, and was now going home to call her solicitor again. He went back inside and stood in the kitchen for a moment. 3 solicitors. Purcell's Margaret Fellows, and presumably one for Mr. Antonscu, who he hadn't met yet, but who was parking outside Margaret Fellows' house because of his wall. He looked at the 2 cards on the kitchen counter, Purcell's solicitor and Purcell's original card, still there, still unacted upon. He picked them up and put them in the kitchen drawer next to the molecular binder gun, which seemed like the right place for things he wasn't dealing with today. He went to the lab. He sat on the stool and opened his notebook and wrote, Neighbors, Fellows, and Antonscu now involved. Solicitors mentioned. Address when time permits. He looked at this. He turned to a fresh page and wrote test 5 lateral range theory at the top and underlined it. He looked at Tim. He thought about across town. He thought about investors. He uncapped his pen and started writing, and the drawer in the kitchen sat closed with the 2 cards inside it, and the molecular binder gun that had already fused 3 things permanently, and the solicitors on their end were picking up their phones and doing what solicitors did, which was talk to each other, and establish that they had, collectively, quite a lot to work with. Corinne arrived unannounced at 2 in the afternoon. She had not called ahead because she had learned, over the past 3 weeks, that calling ahead gave Ned time to describe whatever was happening in the lab in terms that made it sound manageable, and she had decided she wanted to see it without the description first. She parked outside, walked up the front path, let herself in with her key, and went through the house to the back door. She stood at the back door and looked at the lab. The light coming from the lab window was wrong. Not wrong in the sense of too bright or too dim, but wrong in the sense of being a color and intensity that laboratory windows did not generally produce in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon. It had the quality of light from somewhere that was not quite operating within normal physical parameters, which was accurate, and which Corinne registered in the instinctive way that people register things that are not right before they have words for why. She opened the back door and walked down the path and opened the lab door. The light hit her first, the full force of it, the overexposed quality that made everything in the lab look like a photograph taken too close to the sun. She put her hand up. She stood in the doorway and waited for her eyes to adjust, and when they did, she took in the lab in stages. Tim in its corner, substantially different from the last time she had seen it. The floor lamp without its bulb, the bulb apparently relocated to Tim's rear panel where it sat in an adapter fitting and glowed with an intensity that had no business coming from a single bulb. Something bungeed around Tim's middle that she identified after a moment as a belt with a dial on it. The display on Tim's panel glowing too brightly. The hum that she felt in her chest rather than heard with her ears. Ned floating at approximately shoulder height in the middle of the lab, holding a wrench. He was not distressed. He was not alarmed. He was examining the wrench with the focused attention of a man who has picked up a tool and is deciding whether it is the right tool for the job, And he was doing this while floating at shoulder height with the complete calm of someone for whom this had become a normal orientation. His lab coat hung straight down from his shoulders. His socks, which he was still wearing instead of shoes, pointed at the floor from a height of 5 feet. He looked up and saw Karen in the doorway. "You're here," he said with genuine pleasure. "Good timing. I was going to call you tonight." Karen looked at him floating at shoulder height. She looked at Tim with the bulb in its panel, and the belt around its middle, and the nanobots which were not visible, but which were working their way through Tim's interior wiring with quiet, systematic enthusiasm. She looked at Ned's desk in the corner, which had developed a fine white powder along its front edge that she had not noticed before, and which was the leading edge of what would eventually be the entire desk. She breathed in. She breathed out. She noticed she was breathing slightly harder than usual and put this down to the walk from the car. It was not the walk from the car. "Ned," she said, "why are you floating?" "Mass reduction," Ned said, gesturing at Tim. "Belt on the machine, it's affecting the local field. Bit of a side effect. Totally manageable." He demonstrated this by reaching out and taking hold of Tim's door frame with his free hand, anchoring himself at shoulder height with the ease of a man who had been doing this all morning. "I've been using the door frame. Works fine." Karen looked at the door frame. She looked at Ned holding it from 5 feet up. She looked at the lab coat hanging straight down from his floating shoulders. She turned around. She walked back up the garden path. She went through the house and out the front door and got in her car. She sat in the car with both hands on the wheel and looked at the front of the house. It looked completely normal from the front. Pebble dash. Dark windows. Leaves on the path that still hadn't been cleared. Completely ordinary from the front. She sat there for 10 minutes. She thought about the conversation she had been building toward for 2 weeks. The one where she said the things she had been not saying, where she put down the fork and left it down this time. She thought about the notes with under no circumstances in them. She thought about Ned floating at shoulder height, holding a wrench with the expression of a man having a perfectly normal afternoon. She thought about the light coming from the lab window that was the wrong color and intensity, and the hum she had felt in her chest that was still there faintly even sitting in the car with the door closed. She thought about the card she still had on her key ring, the one Ned had given her 3 months ago. The key to the front door. She started the car. She drove away. She did not call that evening. Ned, who had lowered himself to the ground by pulling hand over hand down Tim's door frame when he heard the front door close, stood in the lab and looked at the empty path and thought that Karen had probably had somewhere to be. He went back to work. He had been in the middle of checking Tim's panel connections when she arrived, and he wanted to finish before the lights started going. He picked up the wrench. He drifted back to shoulder height. He reached out and took hold of the door frame and worked one-handed on the panel connections with the wrench in his other hand, making 3 adjustments that he believed improved the power flow from the bulb to the main drive system, and which actually rerouted 2 safety cutoffs and a pressure valve to a configuration that John had specifically tried and specifically abandoned after it had produced results he described in his notes as alarming. Which notes were on the bench 3 feet from where Ned was floating, and which Ned had used that morning as a surface to rest his coffee on. He finished the connections. He lowered himself down. He looked at Tim with the power upgrade and the mass reduction belt and the cleaned rust patch and the rerouted safety systems and the nanobots working quietly inside, and felt the satisfaction he always felt at the end of a productive day. He wrote in his notebook, "Panel connections improved, power flow optimized, machine ready for test 5. He went inside. He made toast. He wondered briefly what Karen had been doing at the house, and concluded she had probably just been in the area and had come by on impulse, which was thoughtful of her. He ate his toast. He went to bed. He slept well. Test 5 happened on Wednesday morning. Ned had been awake since 6 thinking about it. Not anxiously, Ned didn't do anxious, had never done anxious, anxiety requiring a relationship with uncertainty that he simply didn't have. but with the focused anticipation of a man who had prepared thoroughly and was ready to see the results. He had his notebook. He had his theory. He had a Tim that was, by any measure he could apply, significantly more powerful than it had been a week ago. He was in the lab by 7:30. The light was still wrong. The bulb in Tim's power input was running continuously now, and the overexposed quality had become the lab's permanent condition, which Ned had adapted to by wearing John's safety glasses at all times inside, which gave him the look of a man who had decided that indoor sunglasses were a reasonable lifestyle choice. His breathing in the lab had been slightly effortful for 2 days now, and he had attributed this to a mild cold coming on, and had taken 2 paracetamol on Tuesday evening and considered the matter addressed. The air pressure in the lab was down 11% from normal. At 15%, the effects would become difficult to ignore. At 20%, they would become impossible. He stood in front of Tim's panel and went through his checks. The display was live, burning too bright, reading 0. The dials were set to his Test 5 configuration, a new arrangement he had worked out on paper the night before that he believed would produce lateral displacement of approximately 2 miles, which was ambitious, but which the power upgrade should support. The mass reduction belt was bungeed in place, the dial set to its middle position. The countdown was set to 30 seconds. He put his notebook on the bench. He got into the booth. The hum was different inside today, louder, more complex, with a layered quality that suggested multiple systems running simultaneously. Ned took the handle and stood straight, and noticed that standing straight required slightly more effort than usual, a muscular effort like standing on a boat in a mild swell, and put this down to the mass reduction field affecting his inner ear. 20 seconds. The display outside the small window burning white. 15. He thought about 2 miles. He thought about landing somewhere recognizable and orientating himself, and finding his way back, which he had thought about enough to put a 20-pound note and his door key in his lab coat pocket. 10. He thought about range and investors and the 17 patents and the bank account that had sounded impressive until it didn't. 5, 4, 3. He closed his eyes. 0. The sound. The nothing. The return. He opened his eyes and was in a supermarket. Specifically, he was in the bread aisle of the Tesco Metro on Clarence Street, which was 1.8 miles from John's house as the crow flew, and which was experiencing a quiet Wednesday morning with approximately 12 customers distributed across its 7 aisles, 11 of whom were not in the bread aisle, and 1 of whom was. A woman of about 40 with a basket over her arm who was comparing 2 loaves of sourdough, and who looked up when Ned appeared beside her with an expression that moved through surprise, confusion, and a very rapid return to the sourdough comparison in the way of a person who had decided that whatever had just happened was not her problem. Ned stood in the bread aisle of Tesco Metro and looked around. He had done it. He had actually, genuinely, unambiguously done it. He was 2 miles from the lab, standing in a supermarket, having traveled here instantaneously from a booth in a back garden lab, and the 30-second echo would bring him back automatically, which meant he had 30 seconds to be here and be certain of what he was seeing before he went back. He looked at the bread. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the end of the aisle where a Tesco employee was stacking canned goods with headphones in and had not noticed anything unusual. He looked at the woman with the sourdough, who had made her selection and was moving away without looking at him. 20 seconds left, approximately. He picked up a loaf of bread because he needed bread and he was here, and it seemed practical. He looked at the price. He put it back because he had the 20-pound note, but the self-checkout situation was going to be complicated given that he had about 15 seconds left. 10 seconds. He stood in the bread aisle with his hands in his lab coat pockets and his safety glasses on, and the slight breathlessness that had been with him all morning, and he felt, in the marrow of it, the absolute vindication of every test and every calibration adjustment, and every morning in the lab since he had pulled the canvas off Tim and seen the 3 letters stenciled on its side. 5 seconds. He smiled at the woman with the sourdough, who was now 3 aisles away and not looking at him. 0. He was back in the lab, 4 feet from the booth, slightly to the left. The hum, the overexposed light, the safety glasses, the wrench on the bench where he'd left it. He grabbed his notebook. He wrote under Test 5, his hand moving fast, Clarence Street TESCO. 1.8 miles. Successful. Full lateral displacement confirmed. Returned automatically. 30-second window held. Machine performing. He stopped. He looked at what he'd written. He added in capitals, underlined twice, ITWRKS. He put the notebook down. He stood in the middle of the lab in the wrong light with his safety glasses on, and his breathing slightly labored, and the nanobots eating Tim's interior wiring, and the air pressure at 13% below normal, and he laughed. Not the polite laugh or the social laugh, but the real one, the one that came from somewhere genuine, the laugh of a man who had been told his whole life that he had a gift, and had just proven to himself, if nobody else, that the gift was real. He picked up his phone and called his mother. She answered on the second ring. "Mom," he said, "I need to tell you something." "What's happened?" she said immediately, in the tone that meant she was ready for news of any kind. "I was just in Tesco," Ned said. "On Clarence Street." A pause. "That's the one by the cinema." "Yes. I got there from the lab." "Instantaneously." 1.8 miles. The silence on the line had a quality he recognized. She was assembling what he'd said into a shape she could hold. "You mean the machine?" she said. "Tim," Ned said. "It works, Mum. It actually works." What came down the line then was the sound of his mother being certain about something she had always been certain about, expressed in the specific frequency of a woman who had spent 40 years being right about her son, and was not remotely surprised to be right again. She said wonderful things. She said inevitable things. She said John would be so proud, which landed somewhere true and complicated that Ned held for a moment before moving past it. He hung up 15 minutes later and stood in the lab and looked at Tim and thought about what came next. What came next was range. He had 1.8 miles. He needed more. He needed to know the upper limit. John's notes had suggested 100 miles maximum, but John's notes had been written before the power upgrade, and the mass reduction modification, and Ned had a strong feeling the ceiling was higher now. He looked at Tim. He looked at the panel with the rerouted safety systems, and the bulb burning too bright in the power input. He looked at the belt bungeed around Tim's middle. He needed to push it further. Tomorrow. Today he was going to eat something and call Karen and tell her about Tesco and let the morning be what it was. He went inside. He ate soup, the right one, the new one, standing at the kitchen window in the thin November light, and outside the lab hummed quietly to itself with the bulb in its panel, and the nanobots inside it, and the air pressure dropping by increments that were small and consistent and heading in one direction only. He called Karen. It went to voicemail. He left a message. Tesco, he said. 1.8 miles. It works. Call me back. She did not call back. Karen called on Thursday morning at 8. Ned was in the lab when his phone rang, and he came inside to answer it with the safety glasses pushed up on his forehead, and the slightly breathless quality that had been with him for 3 days now, and that had progressed from mild cold to something he was beginning to notice more consistently, but had not yet upgraded to concern. You went to Tesco, Karen said. No preamble. 1.8 miles, Ned said. Instantaneous. Came back automatically on the 30-second window. The power upgrade made the difference, the bulb in the input socket, the mass reduction on the booth. It all came together. A silence. Ned, I came to the lab on Tuesday. I know. I heard the front door. I thought you had somewhere to be. I had somewhere to be, she said, because I was standing in the lab doorway watching you float at shoulder height holding a wrench, and I needed to sit in my car for 10 minutes. Ned considered this. The mass reduction has a field effect, he said. It extends beyond the booth. I've been managing it with the door frame. You've been managing it, Corinne said. It's fine. The silence that came back was the dense kind, the weather before rain kind. And it went on long enough that Ned moved the phone from one ear to the other and looked out the kitchen window at the lab. I need to say something, Corinne said. And I need you to actually hear it this time. Not process it and reclassify it and move on. Actually hear it. I'm listening, Ned said. Something is wrong with that lab. Not calibration wrong. Not prototype wrong. The light is wrong, and the air is wrong, and you're floating, and your desk is turning to powder, and the machine has a belt bungeed to it, and you can't walk 20 feet to the kitchen without breathing like you've been running. She stopped. When did you last leave the house? Ned thought about this. Tesco, he said. Tuesday. Via Tim. Before that. He thought. Purcell's doorstep. Last Saturday. Ned, that's 5 days. I've been busy. You've been in that lab for 5 days breathing whatever is in that lab, and you think you have a cold. Her voice was steady, but the steadiness was the kind that was being maintained deliberately, like something held level by effort rather than nature. I want you to open the lab door and leave it open and go outside and stand in the garden for 10 minutes before you go back in. I'll open the window, Ned said. The door. Open the door and go outside. He went out. He stood on the garden path in the November morning in his socks with the lab door open behind him and breathed the cold outside air, and after about 90 seconds noticed that breathing was noticeably easier out here than it had been inside, which he had not appreciated until the comparison was available. He stood for a moment with this information. Better, Corinne said. Bets, he admitted. The air in that lab is wrong, Ned. Something is taking it. I don't know what and you don't know what, but something in there is running, and it is using up the air, and you have been in there for 5 days. She paused. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'll leave the door open when I'm working, he said. A long silence. Okay, she said finally. Not the flat okay of someone who had given up, not quite. But close. The okay of someone who had run out of the specific form of energy, required to keep pushing, and was taking a break from it without quite admitting that was what she was doing. Leave the door open. And Ned, the desk. The powder on the desk. Do you know what's doing that? Ned looked at the lab from the doorway. The desk was visible from here. The powder had spread along the full front edge now, and was working up the sides. A fine white quality to the wood that was not dust and not age but systematic molecular disassembly progressing at the rate of approximately 2 inches per day. Old wood, he said. Damp. This house is Victorian. Corinne was quiet for a moment. It's not damp, she said. Damp doesn't do that. I'll look at it, Ned said. Today. Today, he agreed, which meant later, which meant after test 6. Which he had been thinking about since he woke up and which involved a new dial configuration and a target distance of approximately 15 miles, which if it worked would put him somewhere in the industrial estate on the far side of town, and which he found more interesting than the desk at this particular moment. They talked for a few more minutes. Corinne asked about the neighbors. Ned told her about Margaret Fellows and Mr. Antonscu with the parking problem. Corinne said 3 solicitors was a lot of solicitors. Ned said he was going to address it when he had time. Corinne said when would he have time? Ned said after he'd pushed the range further. Corinne said right. She hung up. Ned stood on the garden path with the phone in his hand, and the lab door opened behind him and the cold November air moving through the lab, and doing in 5 minutes what it would have taken the depressurization weeks to undo, the pressure equalizing, the oxygen returning to normal levels, the lab becoming briefly the kind of place a person could work in without consequences. He went back in. He breathed normally. He noted, without connecting it to the open door, that the slight breathlessness was gone, and attributed this to the paracetamol he had taken that morning finally kicking in. He went to the desk to look at the powder situation. He touched it with one finger. It had a fine, dry quality, Not damp at all, Karen was right about that. He looked at the shelf above the desk, which had the faint gray quality he had been noticing for 2 weeks, and at the back wall behind it, which had the same quality to a lesser degree. He made a mental note to investigate, and then looked at Tim, and the mental note dissolved. He had a new idea about the dial configuration. It had arrived while he was on the phone, the way ideas arrived when he was talking about something else, and it was specific and complete, and felt right in the way that the shower idea had felt right, and the dial 6 theory had felt right, all of which had in fact been wrong, but none of which had felt wrong, which was the persistent problem with Ned's instincts. They were confident in exactly the same register regardless of whether they were correct. He sat on the stool. He opened his notebook. He wrote test 6, 15 miles at the top of a fresh page, and underlined it and began working through the dial configuration on paper. And the desk dissolved quietly behind him by another 2 inches, and the nanobots inside Tim continued their patient, systematic work on the interior wiring, and outside on the street Mr. Antonscu's solicitor was on the phone to Purcell's solicitor comparing notes, and the notes were extensive, and the picture they were assembling between them was becoming the kind of picture that had a legal name. Ned wrote numbers in his notebook and did not look up. The lab door stayed open. He had promised Karen. He was, in this one small thing, keeping his word, and the cold November air moved through the lab, and the light was wrong, and the desk was powder at its edges. And Tim hummed with its rerouted safety systems, and its nanobot interior, and its mass reduction belt, and its bulb burning too bright in the input socket. And everything in the room was heading in a direction that had one destination and one destination only. Ned circled a number on the page. He looked at it. He looked at Tim. 15 miles, he thought. And then further. Ned woke up on Friday feeling like a man who had cracked something fundamental about the universe, which he had not, but which was how he felt, and feeling was what he had instead of data. He lay in bed for a moment taking stock. Test 5 had put him in Tesco. Test 6, which he had run yesterday afternoon with a 15-mile configuration, had put him in a field outside town that he had identified from a water tower as approximately the right distance, and which had contained 3 cows who had regarded his sudden appearance with the philosophical calm of animals that had decided a long time ago not to be surprised by anything. He had been back in 30 seconds. The cows had gone back to their grass. It had been by any measure a success. He had 2 things to do today. The first was push the range further, 20 miles, maybe 30, maybe more. The second was work through the remaining equipment, because he had been so focused on Tim that the rest of John's inventory had been sitting on benches and shelves waiting, and he was aware that somewhere in that equipment was the next breakthrough, or the one after, or the one after that. John had not built one thing. John had built dozens of things, and all of them were nearly finished, and all of them were potentially extraordinary, and Ned had been in the house for 3 weeks and had barely scratched the surface. He got up. He had his coffee. He went to the lab. He decided to start in the basement. John's basement was accessed through a door in the kitchen that Ned had opened twice and not gone through because the stairs were steep, and the light was on a pull cord at the bottom, and both of these things had seemed like inconveniences he would deal with later. Today was later. He went down the steep stairs holding the rail and found the pull cord, and the basement came up in a yellow light that was immediately and dramatically wrong. The basement was full of tomatoes. Not normal tomatoes. Beach ball tomatoes. Tomatoes the size of beach balls, 14 of them distributed across the basement floor in the dense red-purple way of things that had grown past any reasonable size and kept going, each one sitting in what had been a standard terracotta pot, now cracked open by the root system underneath. They were the color of very ripe tomatoes, but darker, with a quality to the skin that suggested tremendous internal pressure, and they were glowing. Not brightly, not the wrong light glow of the lab, but a faint steady blue that pulsed very slightly, slow as breathing, in the yellow basement light. Ned stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at them for a long moment. John had been growing tomatoes in the basement. This was unexpected but not entirely surprising. John had always done things his own way, and growing tomatoes in a basement under what appeared to be a very powerful grow lamp that was not a grow lamp, but a miniature unshielded fusion core was completely John. Ned looked at the lamp on the shelf above the pots. A compact unit, very bright, with a warmth coming off it that you could feel from the stairs. A warmth that had nothing to do with standard lighting and everything to do with sustained nuclear fusion at a scale that should not have been possible in a terracotta pot context. He went over to the nearest tomato and crouched down and looked at it. It was extraordinary up close. The blue glow had a depth to it, coming from inside the flesh rather than from the surface, and the skin had a taut perfection that suggested it was at the absolute limit of what tomato skin could contain. He pressed it gently with one finger. It was firm, extraordinarily firm. It did not yield at all, which was not how tomatoes behaved, but which Ned attributed to the variety John had chosen, which was clearly a specialist one. He picked it up. It was heavy, much heavier than a tomato of even this size should have been. The density of something that had been grown under conditions that compressed matter as well as accelerating it. He carried it upstairs with both hands and set it on the kitchen counter and looked at it in the normal kitchen light where the blue glow was more visible, a definite pulse, slow and steady. He got a knife. He cut it. The inside was extraordinary, deep red flesh with blue luminescent threads running through it in patterns that Ned thought looked like the doodles in John's notebooks, which was either a coincidence or evidence of something he couldn't quite articulate. It smelled like a tomato, strongly, more strongly than any tomato he had smelled before, the concentrated essence of tomato amplified by whatever the fusion lamp had done to its growing process. He cut a slice. He ate it. It was, he decided, spicy. Not hot spicy, a different spicy. A deep internal warmth that arrived not on his tongue but somewhere further in. A warmth that spread outward from his stomach with a steady blue quality that he could not see because it was inside him, but which was there. The bioluminescent compounds from the fusion-grown tomato distributing themselves through his digestive system with the thoroughness of something that had been grown under nuclear conditions and intended to make an impression. He ate another slice. Still spicy. Very good, actually. He found a plate and cut 4 more slices and took them to the lab with his coffee and ate them at the bench while he looked at his test 6 notes, and the blue warmth spread further, and by the time he finished the plate it had reached his extremities. He did not know this. He felt warm and energized and slightly unusual in a way he attributed to the strong coffee and the productive week, and he opened his notebook and started thinking about tests 7 and 30 miles and the upper limit of what the power upgrade had made possible. At 11, he went to the kitchen to make more coffee and turned the light off by mistake before he found the switch, and in the 3 seconds of darkness before he corrected it, he saw himself. Not his reflection. Himself, his own hands, his own torso, the outline of his ribcage visible through his shirt and his skin, and his lab coat in a faint blue light that was coming from inside him. A steady pulse, slow as breathing, the same pulse as the tomatoes in the basement. He found the light switch. He turned it back on. He stood in the kitchen and looked at his hands, which in normal light looked completely normal. He turned the light off again. His ribcage glowed blue. His hands glowed blue at the fingers. His forearms had a faint luminescence that traced the veins underneath the skin. He turned the light back on. He stood for a moment. He turned the light off. He turned it on. He looked at his hands in the normal light, and then at the wall in the dark. "Huh," he said to nobody. He turned the light on and made his coffee and went back to the lab and wrote in his notebook, at the bottom of the test 6 page, in small letters as though it was a footnote. Tomatoes very good, unusual aftertaste, some kind of internal warmth. Possible vitamin enrichment from specialist lamp. Slight bioluminescence, presumably dietary, will monitor. He underlined will monitor and turned to the test 7 page and started writing numbers, and did not think about his glowing ribcage again for the rest of the morning, which was, all things considered, exactly the kind of morning it was going to be. It started raining at 11:30. Not heavily, a thin November drizzle, the kind that couldn't decide if it was rain or just very committed dampness, drifting sideways occasionally when the wind caught it. Ned noticed it through the lab window and thought about the gutters, which he had been meaning to check since he'd seen one hanging loose from the corner of the house during the roof test. A loose gutter in rain was a loose gutter getting worse. He should deal with it. He found the umbrella by the lab door. It was a large one, full-sized, black, solid-looking, the kind of umbrella that suggested its owner took weather seriously. Ned opened it with the satisfying mechanical snap of a well-made umbrella and went outside. The drizzle hit the umbrella and did not come through, which was the first thing an umbrella was supposed to do, and which this one accomplished, though the mechanism by which it accomplished it had nothing to do with fabric and everything to do with the kinetic energy reflector field it generated, which took any object moving toward it and returned it at double the incoming velocity in the exact opposite direction. Ned walked down the garden path looking up at the gutters. The loose one was at the far corner. He could see it from here, the bracket pulled away from the fascia, the gutter itself hanging at an angle. He walked toward it, umbrella up, drizzle deflecting off the field in tiny droplets that were fired back upward into the clouds at twice their arrival speed, which was doing something to the local precipitation pattern that nobody had noticed yet. He reached the corner of the house and looked up at the gutter. It was worse than he'd thought, not just the bracket. The whole section was pulling away, 20 feet of guttering hanging by one fixing at the far end and nothing at the near end, swinging very slightly in the wind. He lowered the umbrella to look at it more directly. A raindrop hit the edge of the field at the wrong angle and was returned at 40 miles per hour into the hanging gutter section, which was all it needed. The gutter came free. 20 feet of Victorian cast iron guttering, which weighed considerably more than modern guttering, and which had been hanging at an angle that gave it potential energy, it was delighted to convert, swung down and hit the kinetic energy reflector field at the bottom of its arc. The field returned it, at double the incoming velocity. The gutter left Ned's garden at approximately 60 miles per hour on a shallow upward trajectory that took it over the garden fence, over Purcell's garden, over the fence on the far side of Purcell's garden, and into Purcell's garden shed, which it entered through the roof and did not exit, because there was not enough shed left to exit through. The sound was considerable. Ned lowered the umbrella and looked at where the gutter had been. He looked at the fence. He looked at the space above Purcell's garden, where the gutter had recently traveled. He looked at the umbrella. Very bouncy, he thought. From next door came the sound of a door opening and Gerald Purcell's voice, saying something that Ned couldn't make out, but whose tone required no translation. Ned put the umbrella down by the lab door and went back inside with the focused neutrality of a man who has decided that whatever just happened is best addressed from indoors. He was at his bench writing test 7 notes when Purcell knocked. He waited. Purcell knocked again, harder. Ned looked at the lab door and then at his notebook, and then at the lab door and wrote one more line in his notebook before he went to answer it. Purcell was standing in the garden with his notebook open, and an expression that had moved past fury into something colder and more organized. Behind him, visible over the fence, was the shed. Or the former shed. The gutter had entered through the roof, and the roof had disagreed with this, and the resulting structural argument had produced a shed that was now more of a shed-adjacent pile of timber, with a piece of Victorian guttering through the middle of it. Purcell looked at Ned. He looked at his notebook. He wrote something without breaking eye contact, which was impressive. That, he said, came from your garden. The gutter's been loose, Ned said. I was actually just dealing with it. It went over 2 fences, Purcell said. At speed. Wind, Ned said. Gusting today. You'd be surprised what wind can do with a loose gutter. Purcell looked at the sky, which was producing its thin, indecisive drizzle in the complete absence of any wind whatsoever. He looked at Ned. He wrote something else in his notebook. That shed, he said, contained my late wife's garden furniture. Her tools. Things I was keeping. He stopped. His voice had not changed, but something behind it had, a quality that was not anger but something more serious than anger. Things I cannot replace. Ned looked at the shed. He looked at Purcell. The thing he usually covered over-arrived, and this time he didn't cover it immediately. "I'm sorry," he said, and meant it, which was the most useful thing he had said to Gerald Purcell since arriving. Purcell looked at him for a moment. He wrote one more thing in his notebook and closed it. "My solicitor will be in touch," he said quietly and went back inside. Ned stood in the garden in the drizzle for a moment. Then he went inside and stood in John's kitchen and thought about Purcell's face when he said things I cannot replace, which had a quality he recognized from the last 3 weeks of his own life, and which sat in him uncomfortably for about 10 minutes before the Test 7 configuration reasserted itself in his thinking, and he went back to the lab. He picked up the umbrella from beside the door and put it in the storage cupboard at the back of the lab, behind the super soaker and the back scratcher, and the various other things he hadn't gotten to yet. He closed the cupboard door. He sat on the stool. He opened his notebook. He looked at the Test 7 page. He wrote at the top in small letters, "Check on shed later." Then he started on the dial configuration for 30 miles, and the shed and Purcell's face moved to the back of the queue where everything that wasn't Tim lived, and stayed there. The cross-dimensional comlink was on the shelf above the headphones. Ned had noticed it before, a handheld device, roughly the size and shape of a walkie-talkie, with a small antenna and a dial and a green button and a red button, and a small speaker grill that had a quality to it suggesting it was designed to produce sound rather than just emit it. He had been meaning to try it for a week. He had assumed it was some kind of radio, John's version of a radio, over-engineered and specialist, possibly tuned to frequencies that standard devices couldn't reach. He took it down from the shelf at 1 o'clock because he wanted to order pizza and his phone was dead, and he hadn't found John's landline yet, and the comlink was right there. He pressed the green button. The device made a sound, not static, not a dial tone, but a frequency that was present and purposeful, the sound of something connecting rather than searching. He held it to his ear. "Hello," he said. A pause. Then a voice. It was his voice, recognizably, unmistakably his voice, the same pitch and cadence and slightly flat vowels that he heard on voicemails and didn't quite believe were him, but with a quality underneath it that was not quite right, a texture to the consonants that suggested they were being produced by a mouth that was shaped slightly differently than his. "Hello," said the voice that was his voice but wasn't. "Right," Ned said. "I'm trying to reach, is this a pizza place?" A pause. "What is pizza?" said the voice. Ned considered this. "It's a flat bread with toppings. Cheese. Tomato. You bake it." Another pause longer. "We have flatbread," said the voice. "We put things on it. Insects mostly. And a paste made from ground beetles." "That's not pizza," Ned said. "It is what it is," said the voice with a philosophical quality that Ned found irritating. He took the comlink away from his ear and looked at it. He put it back. "Who is this?" he said. "I could ask you the same," said the voice. "You called me." "I was trying to order pizza," Ned said. "You've got the wrong, I think there's a crossed line." "There is no line," said the voice. "There is a dimensional membrane, and you have punctured it with this device, which I have been trying to understand for 3 weeks, and which I have apparently been using incorrectly." Ned was quiet for a moment. "3 weeks," he said. "I've had it for 3 weeks." "Yes," said the voice. "Where are you calling from?" Ned said slowly. What followed was a description that took 4 minutes, and that Ned listened to with the progressive expression of a man receiving information that he is processing selectively. The voice, which was his voice, with the different consonants, with the beetle paste quality, described a world that was recognizable in its geography and its general architecture and its broad social organization, and completely unrecognizable in its biology, its dietary habits, its personal appearance, and what it described, matter-of-factly, as the standard human tail, which in this dimension was vestigial but present, and which most people had pierced. "You have a tail," Ned said. "Small one," said the voice. "Mostly decorative." "You don't." "No," Ned said. "Interesting," said the voice, in a tone that suggested it did not find this interesting so much as faintly pitying. Ned sat on the stool and held the comlink and thought about this. He thought about the walkie-talkie that was not a walkie-talkie. He thought about John building a device that connected to other dimensions and leaving it on a shelf above the headphones. He thought about the voice on the other end that was his voice with different consonants and a small decorative tail and opinions about beetle paste. "Are you me?" he said. "From another dimension." "Apparently," said the other Ned. "Right," said Ned. He thought about this further. "Do you have pizza there?" "Any version of pizza." "I told you." "Flatbread with insects." "What insects?" "Depends on the season." "Currently, we are in the grub season, so mostly grubs." "Large white ones." "They are considered a delicacy." A pause. "You are not writing this down." "Why would I write it down?" "Because you have punctured a dimensional membrane and are speaking to a version of yourself from a parallel reality," said the other Ned, with the patience of someone explaining something to a person who should find it more remarkable than they appear to. "This is significant." "I was trying to order a pepperoni," Ned said. A long pause. "What is pepperoni?" "Cured meat." "Spicy." "Goes on pizza." "On the flatbread." "Yes." "With the cheese." "Yes." "That sounds," said the other Ned slowly, "extremely good." "It is," Ned said. "It's very good." They were both quiet for a moment in the way of two versions of the same person, contemplating a food neither of them currently had access to, separated by a dimensional membrane and a significant evolutionary divergence and the question of tails. "Can you get pepperoni here?" said the other Ned. "Could you send some through?" "I don't think the device works that way," Ned said. "Probably not," the other Ned agreed. "It has been unreliable. Last week I connected to a dimension that was entirely water. No response but a lot of bubbling." Ned looked at the comlink. He looked at the shelf where he'd found it. He looked at Tim and thought about dimensions and membranes, and what it meant that John had built a device that could punch through them, and whether this had applications he hadn't considered. "Does your version have a machine?" he said. "A booth," called Tim. A pause. "We have a booth," said the other Ned. "We call it something else. It does not work correctly." "Mine neither," Ned said. "Getting there, though." "Same," said the other Ned. Another silence, companionable in the strange way of silences between people who share a fundamental nature across dimensional membranes. Then the other Ned said, in the voice that was Ned's voice with different consonants, "If you work out the pepperoni situation, let me know." "Will do," Ned said. The connection ended. The comlink went quiet. Ned sat on the stool and looked at the device, and then at the shelf, and then at the lab in general, and thought about what had just happened. He had just spoken to himself. From another dimension. A dimension where he had a small decorative tail and ate grubs on flatbread, and had been trying to operate an identical device for 3 weeks with identical results, which meant that somewhere across a dimensional membrane, there was a version of him doing exactly what he was doing, and having exactly the same results and thinking, probably, exactly the same thoughts about those results. He found this deeply reassuring. If the other Ned was doing it, then it was the right thing to be doing. They couldn't both be wrong. He put the comlink back on the shelf. He picked up his notebook and wrote under the date. Cross-dimensional comlink works, connects to parallel dimension, spoke to self, tail dimension, no pizza available there either. Possible applications unclear. Follow-up. He looked at follow-up. He added, send pepperoni if mechanism identified. Then he turned to the test 7-page and got back to the 30-mile configuration because it was already 2:30 and he had a lot to get through before dark. By 4 o'clock, the street outside John's house was having a difficult afternoon. It had begun with the watches. 3 parking officers working the street had each noticed independently that their watches had stopped at the same time. 2:47. All 3 of them, digital and analog alike, stopped dead at 2:47 with no explanation and no resumption. One of them had called it in as an equipment malfunction. The second had written it in her incident log. The third, who was more observant than the other two, had noticed that his watch had not just stopped, but was running backwards, slowly, 1 second per minute in the wrong direction, and had stood on the pavement outside John's house for a full minute watching it do this before filing an incident report that his supervisor would later describe as the most unusual paperwork he had received in 30 years of municipal parking administration. The localized event Horizon paperweight was on the lab windowsill. Ned had moved it back there after the structural assessment team's visit because he had wanted the bench space, and the windowsill had seemed like a reasonable alternative, and the paperweight was small and chrome and didn't appear to be doing anything visible. What it was doing invisibly was creating a gravitational well that extended through the lab wall and across the pavement with sufficient strength to stop watches, slow light by a measurable fraction, and make the simple act of walking past the house feel, to anyone sensitive enough to notice, like walking slightly uphill in a direction that wasn't up. Mr. Antonscu, who had been parking outside Margaret Fellowes' house for 2 weeks because his car rolled toward Ned's wall when parked outside his own, came out at 3 to find that his car had rolled anyway, down the slight gradient of the street, past 3 houses, and come to rest with its front bumper gently against Ned's garden wall with the patient inevitability of something that had always been going to end up there. He stood on the pavement and looked at his car against Ned's wall. He took a photograph. He called his solicitor. His solicitor, who had been speaking to Purcell's solicitor and Margaret Fellowes' solicitor with increasing frequency, received this information with the calm of someone whose file was already substantial and who was simply adding a tab. Ned was unaware of all of this. Ned was in the lab working on the night light. He had found it on his bedside table 3 days ago, a glass jar with a small black speck inside that gave off a soothing purple glow that he had found conducive to sleep. He had assumed John had put it there for that purpose, which was not wrong in the sense that John had put it there, and was entirely wrong in the sense of the purpose, which had been to observe the effects of microscopic black hole containment on biological matter at close range under controlled conditions, the controls being the magnetic suspension system that was keeping the microscopic black hole from doing what microscopic black holes did without magnetic suspension. The suspension was failing. It had been failing for 3 weeks at a rate consistent with the general deterioration of equipment that had not been maintained or checked since John's death. Ned had been sleeping 12 inches from a failing microscopic black hole containment system and waking up feeling fantastic, which was the time dilation. Near the event horizon, time moved slower, which meant that what felt to Ned like 8 hours of sleep was actually occurring in 20 minutes of outside time, which was why he felt rested, and why the birds outside his window always seemed to be at an unusually early stage of their morning when he woke up regardless of the clock. He had brought the jar to the lab because the purple glow was pleasant, and the lab could use pleasant given the wrong light situation from the bulb. He set it on the bench and looked at it, and decided it was doing something interesting with the light in the room, a quality of purple that interacted with the blue-white overexposure from Tim's power bulb in a way that was actually rather beautiful, and that he thought Karen might appreciate if she came to the lab again, which he was hoping she would. He thought about Karen briefly. He had left a voicemail on Monday, and she had called back on Thursday, and the conversation had been careful in the way her conversations had become careful, measured, with the quality of someone choosing words rather than just saying them. He missed the earlier version of her conversations, the ones where she just talked. He thought he would suggest dinner this weekend, somewhere out, away from the house and the lab, just the two of them at a restaurant like normal people. He looked at the purple jar and thought he would call her tonight. He went back to his notebook and the 30-mile configuration, and worked through it for another hour while outside the street continued its difficult afternoon. A 4th parking officer arrived to investigate the watch situation, and her watch stopped immediately. Purcell called his solicitor from the wreckage of his shed, which he had been documenting photographically for an hour, and then called the city, and then called the local news desk because he was a thorough man and thoroughness had its own momentum. 2 other neighbors on the street had filed noise complaints about a low hum they couldn't locate, which was Tim's new operating frequency felt rather than heard, coming up through the foundations and into the houses in a sub-bass register that made Fillings ache slightly, and dogs sit down abruptly and look at the floor. At 6 o'clock, Ned closed his notebook and looked at what he had accomplished. He had found the tomatoes and eaten one and been briefly bioluminescent in the dark, and was still bioluminescent though he had not checked. He had dealt with the gutter situation. He had made contact with a parallel dimension and established that across the membrane there was another version of him doing the same work with the same results, which he found affirming. He had identified the night light as a useful lab accessory. He had made significant progress on the 30-mile configuration for Test 7. He wrote at the bottom of the day's notes, "Productive day." He underlined it. He went inside and heated soup and sat at the kitchen table and called Karen. It went to voicemail. He left a message suggesting dinner Saturday, somewhere nice, his treat, thinking of her. He washed up. He went upstairs. He put the purple jar on the bedside table where it had been before because the lab was fine with the blue-white light, and the purple was better in the bedroom. He got into bed. The purple glow pulsed slowly. Time in the immediate vicinity of the bedside table began to move at a rate that was not quite the same rate as the rest of the room. Ned closed his eyes and was asleep in 4 minutes. Outside the window the street was quiet now, the parking officers gone, Mr. Antonscu's car still against the wall, Purcell's shed in its new configuration of timber and Victorian guttering, the birds settling for what they believed was evening, but what the gravitational anomaly on the pavement suggested was technically still mid-afternoon. In the lab, Tim hummed and the bulb burned and the nanobots worked through the interior wiring with their patient, systematic thoroughness. And the night passed, and 23 minutes later by the clock on the kitchen wall Ned's alarm went off, and he woke up feeling absolutely magnificent, rested in the deep total way of someone who had slept for 12 uninterrupted hours, which he had, relative to the event horizon. He lay in bed feeling magnificent and looked at the ceiling and thought that today was going to be another good day. He was right that it was going to be eventful. He was wrong, as usual, about the good part. He got up. He made coffee. He went to the lab. He did not notice, pulling on his lab coat in the dark of the bedroom, that his hands glowed faintly blue at the fingertips when the light was off. He was too busy thinking about 30 miles. Karen arrived on Saturday morning with a box. It was a medium-sized box, the kind you got from a supermarket, sturdy, with the logo of a breakfast cereal on the side that she had turned inward so the logo faced in. Ned noticed this detail later, the turned-in logo, and understood that she had thought about the box before she brought it, had prepared it, which meant she had been thinking about this before today, which meant today was not a decision made this morning, but a decision that had been made some time ago, and that today was simply the execution of. He did not notice it when she arrived because he was mid-experiment. Test 7 was running. He had the 30-mile configuration set, the booth running, the mass reduction belt doing its thing, and he had been in and out of the booth twice already this morning. Once landing in a retail park 28 miles out that he had identified from a Curry's sign, once landing in a field that could have been anywhere and that he had returned from with mud on his socks. He was adjusting dial 3 for the 3rd time when he heard Karen's key in the front door. He came out of the lab into the garden and saw her through the kitchen window, moving through the house. She had the box under one arm. She was moving with the particular efficiency of someone who knows where everything is and has a list, mental or otherwise, of what she is here for. He went inside. "You came," he said with genuine pleasure, because he had left the dinner message 3 days ago and she hadn't responded and he had been wondering. Karen looked at him. She looked at the lab coat, the safety glasses pushed up on his forehead, the mud on his socks, the faint blue quality his fingertips had developed that was visible in the kitchen light if you were looking, and that she was looking at now with an expression he couldn't quite read. She looked at the box in her own hands, as though she had briefly forgotten she was holding it. "I came to get some things," she said. Ned looked at the box. He looked at Karen. The thing that the box meant arrived at the edges of his understanding, and he looked at it for a moment before it retreated to somewhere more manageable. "I've got Test 7 running," he said. 28 miles on the last attempt. I think I can get it to 30 with one more dial adjustment." Okay, Corinne said. She went to the sitting room. Ned followed. She put the box on the coffee table and looked around the room with the systematic assessment of someone taking inventory. The book on the shelf that was hers, she took it. The plant on the windowsill that she had brought 3 weeks ago and that had survived, unlike John's, because she had been watering it on visits, she looked at it and left it. The throw on the sofa that she had bought because John's sofa had no throw, and she felt sofas needed throws, she folded it and put it in the box. The 30-mile configuration is the breakthrough I've been building toward, Ned said from the doorway. Once I've confirmed the range, I can start thinking about applications. Commercial applications. The patents cover the technology, so it's a matter of finding the right investor presentation. And Ned, Corinne said not unkindly. She took a coffee mug from the shelf, her mug, the one she had brought because John's mugs were all enormous, and she preferred a smaller one and put it in the box. The investor side is actually more straightforward than people think, Ned said. You don't need connections necessarily. You need a demonstrable proof of concept, and I have that now. I have 6 successful tests with increasing range, and Corinne went to the kitchen. Ned followed. She opened the cupboard and found 2 more things that were hers. A specific tea she liked that John hadn't stocked. A small cafetiere she had brought because the big machine made too much and put them in the box. Are you hungry? Ned said. I was going to make lunch. I found more of the tomatoes in the basement. I know they look unusual, but they're actually very good, quite spicy. I think John was doing something interesting with the growing conditions. I'm fine, Corinne said. She went back through the sitting room to the hallway where she had left her coat. She put the coat on. She looked at the box. She looked at Ned, who was standing in the sitting room doorway in his lab coat with his safety glasses on his forehead, and the mud on his socks and the faint blue fingertips, and the expression of a man who was following her from room to room, because he had not yet fully processed what the box meant. She picked up the box. Corinne, Ned said. Something in his voice was different, not the confident explanatory tone of the last 10 minutes, but something underneath it, quieter, less certain of its footing. Are you, is this? Yes, she said simply. He was quiet. She looked at him and he looked at the box, and for a moment the lab and Tim and the 30-mile configuration and the investor presentation retreated entirely, and it was just the 2 of them in John's hallway on a Saturday morning with a supermarket box between them. I thought dinner, he said. I left a message about dinner. I know, she said. Saturday, I said. Somewhere nice. I know, Ned. He was quiet again. He looked at the box. He looked at her face, which was not angry and not cold, but had the quality of something that had been decided, not hastily, not carelessly, but thoroughly, in the way Corinne did everything. Is it the lab, he said. Because the tests are going really well, if you saw the results from this morning. It's not the lab, she said. And then, because this was not quite true, it's not only the lab. She put the box down on the hall table. This was not what Ned expected. He had expected her to leave, had been bracing for the door, for the sound of her car, for the particular silence that would follow. Instead, she put the box down and looked at him with the expression of someone who had rehearsed something and had decided, standing here, that the rehearsed version wasn't right and was going to say the real version instead. Come here, she said. Not affectionately. Practically. She walked past him into the sitting room and he followed, and she sat on the sofa and he sat in the armchair across from her, and she looked at him for a moment the way she had looked at John's notes the first time, carefully, with full attention, reading something she wanted to understand correctly before she responded to it. I want to say something, she said. And I want to say it properly because I've been saying versions of it for 3 weeks, and none of them have been quite right. Okay, Ned said. John's notes, she said. The ones you call doodles. I want you to hear this, they are not doodles. I know I've said this before and you've heard it and moved on, but I want you to actually land on it this time. She paused. What is in those notebooks is the most serious and complex scientific work I have ever seen. I don't understand it. I can't read it. But I know what serious work looks like, and that is what it is. Ned opened his mouth. She held up one hand, not sharply, just firmly. The English parts, she continued. The parts you have been reading and treating as the useful sections. Ned, those are the warnings. John wrote the warnings in plain English specifically, so that anyone who couldn't read the mathematics would still be able to read those. He was being careful. He was thinking about someone exactly like you picking up those notes, and he wrote the important safety information in plain English because he wanted it to be readable. She looked at him steadily. And you read them and thought they were the interesting bits between the doodles. Ned was quiet. His hands were in his lap, and he was looking at them, and the faint blue at his fingertips was visible from where she was sitting, and she looked at it and looked away. The machine, she said. Tim, I don't think it's what you think it is. I don't know what it is. But I know that John had not finished it, and I know that the notes say it should not be operated by an unqualified person, and I know that you have been getting into it and pressing buttons and landing in supermarkets and on roofs, and I am frightened for you. Her voice was steady, but the steadiness was the maintained kind, the kind that required effort. I am genuinely frightened. Not annoyed. Not frustrated. Frightened. Ned looked up from his hands. He looked at her face and saw that this was true, that the thing she was describing was actually there, had been there for weeks, underneath the careful conversations and the soup and the practical decisions. He saw it and felt the lurch he associated with things that were true arriving without warning. Your fingers, she said quietly. They glow blue, Ned. In the dark they glow blue. I saw it in the kitchen last week when the light went off. You ate something from that basement, and your fingers glow blue, and you wrote in your notebook that you would monitor it, and you have not monitored it. It's dietary, Ned said, which was what he had written, which had not become more true in the intervening week. Karen looked at him. It is not dietary, she said, as gently as it was possible to say something that was not gentle. Nothing dietary makes your fingers glow blue, she paused. I want you to see a doctor. I'm fine. I know you think you're fine. She looked at her hands for a moment. That's the thing, Ned. You always think you're fine. You have always been told you're fine, that everything is fine, that whatever is happening is fine, and that anyone who thinks otherwise just doesn't understand you properly. She looked up. Your family love you. I know they love you. But they have spent your whole life telling you that you are exceptional, and that the world is wrong when it disagrees, and you have believed them because why wouldn't you? And now you are in a lab full of equipment you cannot operate safely, and your fingers glow blue, and you think it is all fine. The room was very quiet. Outside, the November morning went about its business. Somewhere down the street, a car started. The lab hummed its low sub-bass hum through the foundations of the house, and into the sitting room floor, and into the soles of their feet. I don't say this to be unkind, Karen said. I say it because I have been trying to say it in the right way for 3 weeks, and the right way is just to say it. She looked at him with the full beam attention that he associated with John, that quality of someone who was actually looking at you rather than in your direction. You need someone who can actually help you, not someone who tells you you're exceptional. Someone who can read those notes and understand what John was building and tell you what it actually does and whether it's safe. She paused. That person is not me. I can't do that for you. I'm sorry. Ned sat in John's armchair and looked at Karen on John's sofa and held everything she had said in the way he held things that were uncomfortable, at arm's length, examining them, looking for the part that didn't apply to him. He found several parts. He arranged them into a response. I understand, he said, that this has been a lot. The lab, the tests, the equipment. I know it looks chaotic from the outside. But Karen, John left this to me. He said specifically, to our mother, that I would know what to do. Those were his words. He believed I could do this. Karen looked at him for a long moment. Something in her face shifted, not defeat, not frustration, but a recognition. The recognition of someone who has said the true thing as clearly as it can be said, and has watched it land and dissolve and understood, finally, that this is not a problem of clarity, that she could say it 100 different ways in 100 different rooms, and it would dissolve each time, not because Ned was stupid or cruel or beyond reach, but because the thing she was pushing against was 40 years old and had his mother's voice and his brother's face, and was built into the foundation of him in a way that an 8-month relationship and 3 weeks of soup and careful conversations was not going to move. She stood up. She picked up her coat from the sofa cushion where she'd put it. "I hope you find someone who can help you," she said. "I mean that. I really do." She looked at his fingertips. "Please see a doctor about the blue." She went to the hall and picked up the box and opened the front door. "Karen," Ned said, from the sitting room doorway. She turned. He looked at her with the box and the coat and the turned-in cereal logo and the face of someone who had said the real version of the thing and was now leaving, and he felt the lurch, properly this time, without covering it. "I'll call you," he said. "When the breakthrough happens. I want you to know about it." Karen looked at him. Her expression did something complicated and brief that he couldn't read, and then settled into something quiet and final. "Okay, Ned," she said. The door closed. He listened to her footsteps on the path and the car door and the engine and the sound of her pulling away from the curb, and then the street was quiet and the lab hummed through the floor, and the sitting room was just a sitting room with a sofa and an armchair and a plant on the windowsill that she had left. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Then he went to find his phone to call his mother. He couldn't find his phone. He looked in the lab coat pocket, which had his notebook and his pen and the 20-pound note from the Tesco test, and a calibration diagram he had drawn on a piece of folded paper, and a biscuit he had no memory of putting there. No phone. He looked on the kitchen counter and the lab bench and the bedside table and the hall table, and found nothing and concluded it was in the lab, which it was, on the floor beside the booth where it had fallen out of his pocket during test 7 attempt 2. He went to the lab and found the phone, and while he was there picked up the cross-dimensional comlink from the shelf, because it was closer, and he used it as a phone before, and it worked as a phone in the sense that it connected to something, and you could have a conversation with it. And right now, the specific requirements of phone were less important than the general requirements of talking to someone. He pressed the green button. The frequency. The connection sound. He held it to his ear. "Mum," he said. A pause. Then the voice, his voice, the other consonants, the slight tail dimension quality. "No," said the other Ned. Ned looked at the comlink. "You again?" "Me again," the other Ned confirmed. "You keep calling me when you want your mother. We have discussed this." "I was looking for my phone," Ned said. "This was closer." "Dimensional membrane," the other Ned said. "Not a telephone." "I know what it is," Ned said, which was not true in any meaningful sense. "Karen left," he said after a pause. A silence on the other end. "Then mine too," said the other Ned, in a tone that was different from his usual tone, flatter, with a weight behind it that Ned recognized because he was currently carrying the same weight. 3 months ago. Hers was called something different. But same situation, I think. Ned sat down on the stool. "The lab," he said. "The lab," the other Ned confirmed. "And the machine. And the notes. And the fingers." Ned looked at his fingertips. "Yours too." "Blue," said the other Ned. "Since the tomatoes." "Spicy," Ned said. "Very spicy," the other Ned agreed. They were both quiet for a moment. Two versions of the same person sitting in parallel laboratories in parallel dimensions with parallel blue fingertips, and the same recent absence from the same chair on the same sofa, separated by a dimensional membrane and the question of tails, and the apparently universal inability of any version of themselves to hear what the people around them were saying clearly enough to change what they were doing. "Does it get better?" Ned said. 3 months on. "Does it get better?" The other Ned was quiet for a moment. "The work gets better," he said finally. "The machine improves. The range extends," a pause. "The other thing," he stopped. "I don't know yet. I'll let you know." "Right," Ned said. "Keep going," said the other Ned. "With the machine. I think we're close." "Me too," Ned said. The connection ended. Ned sat on the stool in the lab with the comlink in his hand, and the wrong light around him, and the low hum in the floor and the blue at his fingertips, and the sitting room at the end of the garden with the plant on the windowsill that Karen had left, and the sofa where she had sat 20 minutes ago and said the real version of the thing. He put the comlink back on the shelf. He went inside. He went to the sitting room and sat in the armchair and looked at the sofa and thought about John. Not about the lab or the machine or the 30-mile test or the investor presentation. Just John. The Saturday afternoons when John had come over to Ned's flat with beer and a bag of crisps, and they had watched whatever was on without talking much, which was the best kind of afternoon. The way John listened. The way John had of making whatever you were saying feel like the most interesting thing, said that day even when it wasn't, especially when it wasn't. The specific quality of being known by someone who knew everything about you, including the parts that didn't reflect well, and who showed up on Saturday with beer anyway. He missed him with a simplicity and a weight that had nothing to do with the lab or the patents or the billionaire arithmetic. He just missed him. The way you missed someone who had been the fixed point and was not there anymore, and everything since had been a process of finding out what moved when the fixed point was gone. He sat in the armchair for a while. The lab hummed. The plant on the windowsill was a spider plant, he noticed, the trailing kind, healthy green. Karen had watered it on every visit without mentioning it. He hadn't watered it once. He would water it, he thought. Today, he would make that a thing he did. He sat for a little longer. Then he stood up. He went to the kitchen and filled a glass with water and came back and watered the plant carefully at the base, the way you were supposed to. He stood back and looked at it. John would have liked Karen. He thought this clearly and for the first time. John would have liked her directness and her practicality, and the way she read 3 lines of a notebook and understood immediately that something was serious. John would have said something about her to Ned at one of those Saturday afternoons, something quiet and precise, and Ned would have agreed, and they would have gone back to watching television. He put the glass on the windowsill next to the plant. He went back to the lab. He picked up his notebook from the bench. He stood in the middle of the lab with the wrong light and the low hum and the nanobots doing their quiet work inside Tim's wiring, and he opened the notebook to a fresh page and uncapped his pen and wrote, in the middle of the page, 3 words. Karen left. Refocus. He looked at this. He added, Tim, test 7, dial 3 adjustment, 30 miles confirmed, push to 40. He capped the pen. He put the notebook down. He looked at Tim in its corner with the belt around its middle, and the bulb burning in its input socket, and the display reading 0, and he felt, underneath everything else that was in him today, the thing that had been there since the first night he stood in the lab doorway and looked at the 3 letters stenciled on the side of the booth. The certainty. Still there. Unbudged. He went to the control panel and looked at dial 3. He had it set 2 clicks clockwise from the test 7 position. He thought about the retail park landing, 28 miles, slightly east of target, and the field landing, which had been further but uncontrolled, and worked through the geometry of it on the page opposite the 3 words until the diagram felt right. He moved dial 3 1 click counterclockwise. He checked dial 6. He checked the countdown. 30 seconds. He was about to get into the booth when he noticed the recliner. John's recliner was in the corner of the lab behind Tim, where it had always been. John had apparently worked long enough hours that a sleeping option in the lab itself had seemed necessary, which was completely John. Ned had been using it occasionally for the same reason. He looked at it now and noticed that it had a quality he hadn't registered before, a slight translucence at the armrests, a barely perceptible transparency that hadn't been there last week. The phase-shifting blanket was folded on the seat, where Ned had left it 2 days ago after using it as an extra layer against the cold. He picked up the blanket and shook it out and sat in the recliner and put the blanket over his legs because the lab was cold, and he wanted to sit for a moment before the next test. The phase-shifting blanket activated on contact with a living body, which it always did, which was why Ned had fallen through the floor twice in the first week. At low contact, legs only, sitting still, the effect was partial. The recliner armrests, which had been exposed to the blanket's field repeatedly over the past week, had developed a partial phase shift of their own, a molecular instability that manifested as the slight translucence he had noticed, and as a tendency for anything resting on them to merge very slightly with the chair structure. Ned put his arms on the armrests. He sat in the recliner with the blanket on his legs, and his arms merged very slightly with the chair at the elbows, not enough to be alarming, enough to feel like the chair was holding him, which it was, more literally than chairs generally did. He sat and looked at the lab and thought about John working here, sitting in this same chair, looking at this same bench and these same shelves and Tim in this same corner, and what John would have seen when he looked at it all. He would have seen the problems. John always saw the problems. That was the difference, the thing everyone said about him, that he could hold the whole shape of something in his mind, including the parts that didn't work yet, and the parts that might never work, and the parts that worked but not in the way you expected. He would have looked at Tim and seen all of it simultaneously, the promise and the danger and the gap between where it was and where it needed to be. Ned could only see the promise. He knew this, sitting in the chair, in the way he occasionally knew things about himself that he immediately knew he was not going to act on. He could only see the promise because the promise was the only part that felt true, the only part that matched the version of himself he had been handed at birth and carried ever since. The danger was someone else's reading of the situation. The gap was a calibration issue, fully identified, being addressed. He sat for a while. The blanket was warm. The chair held his elbows. He thought about John saying Ned will know what to do with it. He thought about John at 17 handing him the resistor and calling the result perfect. He thought about all the Saturday afternoons and the way John listened, and the plant on the sitting room windowsill that he had just watered for the first time. He thought, I hope you'd be proud of this. I think you would. I think you'd see what I'm trying to do even if you do it differently. I think you'd sit in this chair and look at all of it, and you'd see the problems, and then you'd look at me, and you'd find the thing that was right about what I was doing, and you'd hand it to me and call it perfect. I think you'd find something to hand me. He sat until the cold of the lab worked through the blanket's warmth and became impossible to ignore. Then he stood up, which required a moment's careful extraction from the armrests, the chair releasing him with the faint reluctance of something that had gotten comfortable. He folded the blanket and put it on the stool. He looked at the recliner's armrests, which were more translucent than before, a quality that was going to become a significant issue within the week, but which today was just a thing he noticed and moved past. He went to Tim's panel. He checked the dial 3 position, one click counterclockwise where he'd set it. He checked the display. He set the countdown to 30. He picked up his notebook and wrote under the dial 3 adjustment. Test 7, attempt 3, 40 miles, new target, industrial area north of town or beyond. He thought for a moment and added, for John. He put the notebook on the bench. He looked at the 3 words on the previous page. Karen left. Refocus and looked away. He opened the booth door. He stepped inside. He took the handle. The hum surrounded him, and the display counted down, and outside the November afternoon was getting dark early the way November afternoons did, the light going out of things quietly and without drama, and the street was settling into evening with Mr. Antonscu's car still against the wall and Purcell's shed in its new configuration, and the parking officer's incident report sitting in an tray somewhere in the municipal building downtown. And Karen was in her flat with her box unpacked, and the cafetiere on the counter and the small specific mug on the shelf. And somewhere across a dimensional membrane another version of Ned was sitting in another lab with the same hum and the same wrong light, and the same blue fingertips thinking the same thoughts. And in the hospital downtown, a doctor who had spoken to a woman in hospital administration about a man in a lab was making a note in a file that he would look at again in 3 weeks and shake his head over. 10 seconds. 7. 5. Ned closed his eyes. 3. 2. 1. 0. The formal notice from the city arrived on Monday morning. It was a single page, dense with the particular typography of municipal bureaucracy, a font that had been chosen to communicate authority without warmth, margins that left no room for interpretation. A reference number at the top that suggested this document was one of many, and that the many were organized and cross-referenced and going somewhere. Ned read it at the kitchen table with his coffee, and his safety glasses pushed up on his forehead, and the blue at his fingertips visible in the morning light. The notice cited the structural assessment team's report. It cited 3 formal complaints from neighboring properties. It cited the parking officer's incident reports, which Ned had not known existed. It cited a noise complaint filed collectively by 4 residents of the street, describing a low-frequency vibration of unknown origin that was causing, among other things, fillings to ache and dogs to behave strangely. It cited a report from the city's environmental office regarding an unexplained gravitational anomaly on the public pavement, outside the property that had been investigated by 2 officers who had filed reports that the notice described, in the careful language of a document that needed to remain professional, as presenting unusual characteristics. At the bottom in bold, it said that the property was subject to a formal review and that no further works, modifications, or experimental activities should be conducted on the premises pending the outcome of that review, and that failure to comply could result in action up to and including enforcement notice and compulsory access. Ned read this twice. He put it on the kitchen table. He put his coffee mug on top of it because the table was small and he needed the space for his notebook, and the mug left a ring on the bold section at the bottom, and he went to the lab. He had a test to run. Test 8 was a 50-mile configuration, the most ambitious yet, requiring adjustments to 5 of the 7 dials in a combination he had worked out over the weekend that he was fairly confident about, which meant he was wrong about it in ways that would become apparent when he landed somewhere unexpected, which was every time, which he continued to interpret as incremental calibration progress rather than evidence that the calibration theory itself was wrong. He was running through the panel checks when his phone rang. He looked at it. His mother. He answered. "Did you get a letter?" she said before he could speak. "This morning," Ned said. "City notice. Structural review." "I've been speaking to Dorothy," his mother said. Dorothy was his aunt, who had been a legal secretary for 30 years, and who the family consulted on all matters that touched on officialdom. "She says you should not ignore it." "I'm not ignoring it," Ned said. "I'm aware of it." Ned, his mother's voice had the quality it got when she was navigating between her certainty about him and a specific thing she needed him to do. It was a narrow channel, and she navigated it carefully. Dorothy says the language about enforcement is serious. She says formal review means they can come in. "They're welcome," Ned said. "Open door policy." "I told the structural team the same thing." "The structural team filed a report," his mother said. "Dorothy has seen these reports. They are not," a pause, selecting the word, "they are not favorable reports, Ned." "Teething problems," Ned said. "The equipment is at a sensitive stage. Once the range tests are complete, and I can demonstrate the technology properly, it'll all look very different." He looked at Tim. "I'm close, Mum. Really close now." The silence on the line was not the warm, settling silence of good news. It was a different kind, shorter, with something in it she wasn't saying, which for his mother was unusual enough to notice. "What?" he said. "Nothing," she said. "I just..." Another pause. "Are you eating properly?" "Yes. Karen called me," she said. "On Saturday." Ned was quiet for a moment. Outside the lab, the November morning was doing its thin gray thing, and the street was going about its business, and somewhere in the municipal building downtown a file, with his address on it, was sitting in an tray getting thicker. "She called to tell me she was worried about you," his mother said. "About the lab? About the equipment?" A pause. "She mentioned your fingers." "It's dietary," Ned said. "She didn't think it was dietary." "I've looked into it." He had not looked into it. His mother was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, it was in the careful voice, the narrow channel voice. "I told her that you knew what you were doing," she said. "That John always said you had the practical gift. That you were exactly the right person to be doing this." A pause. "I believe that. You know I believe that." "I know," Ned said. "I just," as she stopped. "Started again. Just be careful. That's all. Just be careful with it." This was, in 40 years of his mother's certainty about him, the first time she had said just be careful in a tone that meant she wasn't entirely sure he would be. Ned held the phone and looked at Tim and felt the thing below his ribs that arrived when true things arrived without warning. "I will," he said. They talked for a few more minutes about ordinary things. His Aunt Dorothy, a cousin's new job, whether he needed her to come and cook some meals and leave them in the freezer, which she offered every phone call and which he always declined. He hung up and stood in the lab with the phone in his hand, and the city notice on the kitchen table with his coffee ring on the bold section, and the formal review pending, and the street outside with its gravitational anomaly, and its stopped watches and its incident reports all pointing in one direction. He put the phone in his lab coat pocket. He turned to Tim's panel. He checked dial 5, which was the new addition to the Test 8 configuration, and moved it one click from where he'd set it last night because something about the position felt slightly off, and his instincts, which had a perfect record of feeling right and a complicated record of being right, told him one click was the adjustment. He set the countdown. He picked up his notebook. He wrote Test 8, 50 miles at the top of a fresh page, and underlined it. He was about to put the notebook down when he heard the car outside. Not one car. 2 cars. He heard them pull up, heard the doors, heard the particular quality of footsteps on a front path that belonged to people who were there officially rather than personally. A cadence, a purpose, the sound of people who had a reason and a clipboard, and possibly a reference number that matched the one on the city notice on his kitchen table. He put the notebook on the bench. He went to the front door. There were 2 of them. Police officers, uniformed, a man and a woman, the man in his 40s with the steady face of someone who had been doing this long enough to have seen a range of things, and had learned to present neutral until he knew which category he was in. The woman younger, with a tablet and a pen and an expression that was professionally open. Behind them on the pavement, Gerald Purcell was talking to a man in a suit who had a briefcase and the bearing of a solicitor, next to a woman Ned recognized as Margaret Fellows, who was also with a suited person, and behind them, a man he had not met who he concluded was Mr. Antonscu, also with a suited person, the 3 solicitors standing in a loose professional cluster with the relaxed confidence of people who had done their preparation. Ned looked at all of this from his front door. He was wearing John's lab coat. He was wearing the safety glasses on his forehead. He was holding the back-scratcher wormhole wand, which he had picked up from the bench on his way through the lab, and was holding in the way you held things you had picked up without thinking, loosely, at his side, as though it was a pen or a newspaper. He was floating approximately 4 inches off the ground, because the mass reduction belt was still bungeed around Tim, but its field extended 12 feet and Ned was within 12 feet of Tim, and had been for so long that 4 inches off the ground had become his resting state inside the lab, and he had stopped noticing it, except on the rare occasions he went outside and came back down to earth, literally, with a slight bump. The officer looked at him. He looked at the 4 inches of air between Ned's sock feet and the doorstep. He looked at the wand. He looked at the lab coat. He looked at the safety glasses. He looked back at the 4 inches of air. "Mr. Plunkett," he said, with the steadiness of a man who had decided to proceed as though everything was normal until further information suggested otherwise. "Morning," Ned said pleasantly. "Come in." This was a mistake. They came in. The male officer, whose name was Brennan, Detective Constable Brennan, which he had stated at the door along with the reason for the visit, which was a welfare check combined with a formal follow-up to the city notice, combined with 3 separate requests from neighboring properties that someone official actually go inside, came in first. The female officer, P.C. Walsh, came in second with her tablet. They moved through the house with the careful attention of people cataloging rather than searching, which was a distinction that Ned did not register, but which was legally significant. The house first. Brennan noted the kitchen, the cabinet door that didn't open, the tile fused to the wall, the molecular binder gun in the drawer which Walsh opened briefly and closed again with an expression she controlled before it became something she'd have to explain in a report. The sitting room, the plant, the sofa, the recliner which had been brought back inside from the lab and which had armrests that were more translucent than armrests should be. The hallway. The basement, which Ned opened cheerfully and which Brennan stood at the top of and looked down into with the yellow light, and the beach ball tomatoes glowing blue and the fusion lamp on the shelf, and then closed carefully and wrote something in his notebook. Then the lab. Ned led them through the back door and down the garden path with the 4 inches of air between his feet and the ground, which he had not mentioned, and which neither officer had yet directly addressed, and opened the lab door and the lights came up and they walked in. Brennan stopped just inside the door, which everyone did, and looked at the room. Walsh came in behind him and stopped similarly and then did not stop. She moved, slowly, along the perimeter of the lab with her tablet, photographing things systematically. The chrome sphere on its stand, Tim with the belt and the bulb, and the display burning too bright. The bench with the comlink and the headphones and the remaining gadgets. The shelving with the gray quality of nanobot erosion that had progressed to the point where the wood had a dusty translucence that was not dust. The floor lamp without its bulb. The desk with the powder along 3 of its 4 edges. Brennan looked at Tim for a long moment. He looked at the belt bungeed around its middle. He looked at the bulb in the power input socket. He looked at Ned standing 4 inches off the concrete, holding the wand with the pleasant expression of a man giving a tour. "What is that?" Brennan said, pointing at Tim. "Research equipment," Ned said. "Prototype stage. My brother's work, I'm continuing it." "What does it do?" "Time travel," Ned said, which was the most confident and most incorrect answer he had given in 8 weeks of confident and incorrect answers, delivered without hesitation in the same register he would have used to answer any factual question about which he had no doubt. Brennan looked at him. He wrote something in his notebook. Walsh behind him had reached the bench and was looking at John's notes. The main stack, still there, still binder-clipped, still open to the page that ended "do not" at the bottom. She picked them up. She began reading. Ned watched her read with the proprietorial ease of a man who had no concerns about what she would find, which was because he had read the notes himself and found them mostly doodles with some useful English between, and therefore knew, from the inside of this understanding, that they were fine. Walsh turned 3 pages. She turned 3 more. She stopped. She had found the page. It was between 2 dense blocks of notation, John's mathematics on either side, the elaborate pattern calculations that filled the margins and the full width of the page in both cases, and between them, in John's careful handwriting, slightly larger than his usual size as though he had wanted it to be readable from a slight distance, a paragraph of plain English that was the clearest thing John Plunkett had ever written. It said, for any person reading these notes who is not familiar with the mathematics on the surrounding pages, please read this section carefully. The TIM device is not ready for human operation. Several prototype experiments involving biological material produced results that I consider deeply concerning and that I have documented in detail elsewhere in this volume. The spatial displacement mechanism is functional but unstable at the tolerances required for safe human use. The temporal echo effect is uncontrolled, and its biological implications are unknown. Under no circumstances should any person enter the booth without full understanding of the mathematics in this volume, and without the modifications to the field stabilizer that I have not yet completed. Under no circumstances. The paragraph was underlined. Both sentences that contained "under no circumstances" were underlined individually, and then the whole paragraph was underlined again at the bottom as though John had read it back, decided it wasn't emphatic enough, and underlined it a second time. Walsh looked at the page for a moment. Then she looked up at Ned. "Mr. Plunkett, she said. When did you last read this section of the notes? I've been through all of it, Ned said, really getting across the technical side. Walsh turned the notebook around and held it out so he could see the page, the mathematics on either side, the plain English paragraph in the middle, the double underlining. This section, she said. Specifically, Ned looked at it. He looked at the paragraph. He looked at the underlines. He looked at the coffee ring on the bottom corner of the page, which was perfectly circular, and which had been there since week 2 when he had put his mug down on the open notebook while adjusting dial 4 and had not noticed. His coffee mug had been sitting on under no circumstances for 6 weeks. John was very cautious, Ned said. It's a preliminary assessment. Things have moved on since he wrote that. Walsh looked at him. She looked at Brennan. Brennan looked at the coffee ring on under no circumstances and wrote something in his notebook that took slightly longer than his previous entries. Mr. Plunkett, Brennan said, turning from the notebook. I want to ask you directly, do you have any scientific qualifications? Any training in physics, engineering, any relevant field? Ned straightened slightly inside the lab coat. My brother always said I had a natural gift for the practical side, he said. The hands-on element. He said that specifically. Brennan wrote this down. The act of writing it down, the deliberate, unhurried inscription of brother said natural gift, practical side into an official police notebook, had a quality that Ned observed without understanding its implications. Walsh had taken a photograph of the page with the paragraph and the coffee ring. She had also photographed Tim, the belt, the bulb, the desk powder, and the translucent shelving. She was now photographing the floor near the booth, where the phase-shifting blanket had been used enough times that the concrete had developed a slight see-through quality through which, if you looked carefully, you could see the basement ceiling below. Is that the floor? Brennan said, looking at it. Old building, Ned said. Victorian. The concrete gets porous. Brennan crouched down and looked at it. He could see through the porous concrete a faint blue glow from below, which was the tomatoes. He stood up. He wrote something in his notebook. Mr. Plunkett, he said, we're going to need you to come outside. Outside was worse in the sense that it was more people, all of them with notebooks or tablets or briefcases or expressions that suggested they had been waiting for this moment for some time and had prepared for it. Purcell was by the fence with his solicitor and his own notebook and the bearing of a man who had been right about something for 8 weeks and had the documentation to prove it. Margaret Fellows was by the gate with her solicitor and her phone with the photograph of the glass hydrangeas. Mr. Antonscu, who Ned was meeting properly for the first time, was a large, quiet man with a precise manner and a solicitor, and the particular expression of someone whose car had been gravitationally inconvenienced for 6 weeks, and who had not found this funny at any point. Ned came out of the lab door and down the garden path and through the back of the house to the front, and stood on his front step 4 inches off the ground with a wand in his hand, and looked at the assembled group and felt, for the first time, the full collective weight of what had been building since week 1. It was considerable. Purcell's solicitor spoke first. He was a compact man with the economical manner of someone who billed by the hour and had no interest in wasting his own time. He outlined, briefly and precisely, the damages his client had sustained, the shed, the lien, the hydrangeas, the general diminishment of the property's structural integrity and market value, and indicated that formal proceedings were being initiated. Margaret Fellows' solicitor followed with the frozen garden and the ongoing property concern. Mr. Antonscu's solicitor mentioned the car and the pavement anomaly, and 6 weeks of alternative parking arrangements, with a conciseness that suggested there was more where that came from. Ned listened to all of this with the attentive expression of someone following along. He had not been following along. He had been thinking about the 50-mile configuration and whether dial 5 needed to go back to its original position. When the solicitors finished, Brennan looked at Ned with the steady brown eyes of a man who had seen a range of things and had now categorized this one. Mr. Plunkett, he said, I want to be direct with you. The notes in that lab contain clear written warnings that the equipment should not be operated. The equipment shows signs of significant modification. There is structural damage to neighboring properties that is consistent with the operation of that equipment. And you are currently floating. Field effect, Ned said. From the mass reduction coil. It extends beyond the booth. Perfectly manageable. Brennan looked at the 4 inches of air under Ned's feet. He looked at his notebook. He looked at Walsh, who was looking at her tablet with the expression of someone composing a report in their head. He looked back at Ned. We are not arresting you, Brennan said. At this time. But I am formally advising you, in front of these witnesses, not to operate any equipment in that lab. Not to enter the booth. Not to touch anything you cannot identify and explain. He paused. Do you understand? Completely, Ned said, with complete sincerity and complete intention not to comply. Brennan looked at him for a long moment. He had the expression of a man who understood that he was being agreed with by someone who was not agreeing with him, and who knew there was nothing more he could do about it today, and who was going to write a very thorough report and hope that the system caught up before something significant happened. We'll be in touch, he said. The group dispersed with the gradual efficiency of people who had done what they came to do and had other places to be. Purcell was last, as he always was, pausing at the fence to look at Ned with the steady eyes of a retired surveyor who had measured the situation and found it wanting. He said nothing. He went inside. Ned stood on his front step 4 inches off the ground with the wand in his hand and watched them all go. Then he went back to the lab. Purcell was outside when Ned came through the front door, still floating slightly, still holding the wand, the lab coat open over his shirt, the safety glasses still on his forehead because he kept forgetting they were there. The solicitors stopped talking when they saw him. The 3 of them stood on the pavement with their briefcases and their prepared expressions, and looked at the 4 inches of air between Ned's feet and the garden path, with the particular stillness of people updating their assessment of a situation in real time. Purcell had his notebook. Of course he had his notebook. He had it open to a page that appeared to be substantially full, and he was standing with the straight-backed composure of a man who had been waiting for this specific morning for 6 weeks, and had prepared for it thoroughly. Mr. Plunkett, Purcell said. Mr. Purcell, Ned said. He looked at the 3 solicitors. He looked at Margaret Fellows, who was standing slightly behind her solicitor with her phone out, photographing him. He looked at the man he hadn't met, who was stocky and unsmiling and standing with his arms folded in the posture of someone who had been parking outside Margaret Fellows' house for 3 weeks and had opinions about it. Mr. Antonscu, Ned said, because he remembered names. Antonscu looked at the 4 inches of air and said nothing. One of the solicitors, Purcell's, the one Ned had the card for, a compact man named Firth who had the organized energy of someone whose file was extensive and well-tabbed, stepped forward. Mr. Plunkett, I represent Mr. Purcell, and I'm acting in coordination with my colleagues here regarding a number of incidents originating from your property. We'd like to ask you some questions. Of course, Ned said pleasantly. Firth looked at his tablet. Are you currently operating experimental equipment on the premises? Research equipment, Ned said. Prototype stage. Very exciting developments, actually. The range tests alone represent a significant breakthrough in. Are you qualified to operate this equipment? Firth said. Ned stood on his 4 inches of air in John's lab coat and looked at Firth with the steady confidence of a man who had never once, in 41 years, found this question difficult. My brother always said I had a natural gift for the practical side, he said. John was very specific about that. He left everything to me specifically because. Do you have any scientific qualifications? Firth said. Formally. Any degrees, certifications, training. The pavement was very quiet. Margaret Fellows' phone was still up. Antonscu's arms were still folded. Purcell was writing in his notebook, and Ned had the distinct impression that Purcell was writing down the answer before Ned had given it, which suggested Purcell already knew what the answer was going to be. John always said formal qualifications weren't the measure of, Ned began. So no, Firth said, not unkindly. Just precisely. Not in the formal sense, Ned said. No. Firth wrote something. The other two solicitors wrote something. Purcell wrote something. Chen, who had come outside behind Ned, wrote something on her tablet. The morning had a quality of things being documented that Ned found faintly unreasonable given that all he was doing was continuing his brother's work with his brother's equipment in his brother's lab. Purcell stepped forward then, past his solicitor with his notebook in his hand. He looked at Ned with the steady eyes he always had, the level surveyor's eyes that had spent 40 years finding things that were not plumb and remaining calm about it. He looked at the 4 inches of air. He looked at the wand. He looked at the lab coat. There is a crater, Purcell said, where my shed was. My house is 6.8 degrees off vertical. My hydrangeas have been glass for 5 weeks. My wife's garden furniture is under a piece of Victorian guttering. He paused. I have been patient, Mr. Plunkett. I have been very patient. I am a patient man by nature and by training, and I have extended you every courtesy I extended your brother. He closed the notebook. Your brother knew what he was doing. I have said this to you before. I am saying it again not to be unkind, but because it is the central fact of this situation. The pavement was very quiet. Ned looked at Purcell. He looked at the closed notebook. He thought about Purcell saying things I cannot replace on the day of the shed, and the quality of Purcell's voice when he said it, and the way he had gone back inside quietly without further argument. I'm going to get there, Ned said. The research is at a critical stage. I know there have been some calibration issues. But the core technology is sound, and I am very close to a demonstration that will make all of this. He gestured at the pavement, the solicitors, the leaning houses, the glassed hydrangeas visible over the fence. That will make all of this make sense. Firth looked at him. Mr. Plunkett, the officers inside have found documentation in the lab that indicates the equipment should not be operated by an unqualified person. We are formally requesting that you cease all experimental activity on the premises immediately pending the outcome of the city's structural review and any legal proceedings that may follow. Absolutely, Ned said. Understood completely. He meant none of it. Firth looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who knew he meant none of it and who had anticipated this and had the appropriate paperwork and was going to rely on the paperwork rather than the agreement. He produced a document from his briefcase and held it out. Ned took it. It had the same municipal typography as the city notice and a reference number that matched and several paragraphs that Ned looked at and folded and put in his lab coat pocket next to the 20-pound note from the Tesco test. The officers came back through the front door. Carver looked at Ned and looked at his notebook and said they would be in touch and that the formal advice was to suspend all activity in the lab until further notice. Ned thanked him. Chen looked at the 4 inches of air one more time and looked away, and they went to their car. The solicitors wrapped up their pavement conference with the efficient murmuring of people who had what they needed. Margaret Fellows put her phone away. Antonscu unfolded his arms, looked at his car still against Ned's wall, looked at Ned, and went inside without speaking. Purcell was the last to go. He stood on the pavement and looked at Ned for a moment, and then at the house, and then at the lab extension visible at the side, and then back at Ned. Please stop, he said quietly. Not formally. Just one person to another, on a pavement on a Monday morning, with the November cold around them both. Ned looked at him. I'm close Gerald, he said, which was the first time he had used Purcell's first name. Purcell looked at him for one more moment. Then he went inside. Ned stood on the garden path floating 4 inches up and watched the street return to normal around him and thought about what Carver had said about the notes, about the paragraph in plain English that one of them had found and read aloud in the lab while the other one wrote it down. The paragraph that said untested for human use and under no circumstances and catastrophic failures, right there in John's handwriting, clear as anything. He had been using that page as a coaster. He thought about this for a moment. He went inside. He went to the lab. He moved his coffee mug off the notes and looked at the page with the ring on it, the clear English paragraph between 2 pages of mathematics, and read it properly for the first time. He read it twice. He put the notes back on the bench. He looked at Tim. He looked at the corner of the lab past Tim, where something he had been noticing for a week was sitting against the back wall. A device he hadn't gotten to yet, larger than most of the others, with a substantial amount of wiring visible, and what appeared to be a main coupling on the side and several components that looked nearly connected, nearly finished, nearly ready. He looked at it for a long moment. He thought it might be a generator. He went to the device in the corner. It was larger than anything else in the lab, chest height, substantial, with a housing that suggested serious internal components, and a main coupling on the side that was connected to approximately half of what it needed to be connected to. The wiring was extensive and partially completed, the loose ends tagged in John's careful hand with small labels that Ned couldn't read because they were John's abbreviations, the private shorthand of a man writing notes to himself rather than to anyone else. Ned crouched down and looked at the base. Solid, well-built. John's construction quality throughout, nothing provisional, nothing temporary, everything made to a standard that assumed the thing would eventually work and needed to be able to handle working. He stood up and looked at the coupling. He looked at the loose wiring. He looked at the components that were nearly connected and thought about nearly and what it meant in this lab, which was the same thing it had meant in every corner of this lab since the first night. Not abandoned, not failed, just not yet finished, waiting for the person who understood it to come back and complete it. John wasn't coming back. Ned put his hand on the housing. It was cold and solid and real under his palm, and he stood there for a moment with his hand on it and felt the lab around him. The wrong light and the low hum and the nanobots in Tim's wiring and the recliner with its translucent armrests and the shelf with the comlink and the notebooks with their doodles and their warnings and the coffee ring on the clearest thing John had ever written. A generator, he thought. Or something like one. Something that generated power, field, charge, something. Something that fed into Tim or fed into the other equipment or stood alone and did its own substantial thing, because nothing John built stood alone without purpose, and this was clearly the most purposeful thing in the room. He looked at the loose wiring. He looked at the coupling. He thought about the officers and the solicitors, and the formal notice in his lab coat pocket and Purcell saying please stop on the pavement and Karen saying frightened, and his mother saying just be careful and the paragraph in John's notes with the coffee ring on it. He thought about all of it. He picked up a cable from the floor beside the device and looked at the end of it and looked at the coupling and saw that they matched. The fitting was the same. It was one connection of several that needed making, and it was right there, and his hand was right there, and the cable was right there, and the coupling was right there. He put the cable down. He stood up. He stepped back. He looked at the device from a distance of 3 feet and breathed the lab air and listened to the hum and stood very still for what might have been 30 seconds or might have been 3 minutes. Then he picked the cable back up. He set it on the bench next to the device carefully where he could find it tomorrow. Not connected. Just close. Just ready. He went inside. He heated soup. He ate it at the kitchen table next to the city notice with the coffee ring on the bold section and the folded document from Firth in his lab coat pocket. And outside the street was quiet and Purcell's light was on, and Margaret Fellow's light was on and Mr. Antonscu's car was against the wall. He washed his bowl. He went to bed. He put the purple jar on the bedside table, and the purple light pulsed, and time did what it did near the event horizon, and Ned closed his eyes and was asleep in minutes, and slept 12 hours in 20 minutes, and woke up feeling magnificent and ready. Today, he thought, looking at the ceiling in the early dark. Today, he was going to finish the wiring. He was in the lab by 7. The device was where he had left it, against the back wall, housing solid coupling waiting. The cable on the bench exactly where he had placed it the night before with the careful deliberateness of a man who had decided to wait, and had waited the full 12 hours, which in his case was 20 minutes, and was now done waiting. He made his coffee first. He stood at the kitchen window drinking it, and looked at the lab and thought about the wiring the way he thought about calibration, systematically, or what felt like systematically from the inside, which was a different thing from the outside but felt identical. He had a theory about the coupling sequence. It had arrived during the 20 minutes of sleep that felt like 12 hours, and it was specific and complete and felt right. He finished his coffee. He went to the lab. The wrong light. The hum. Tim in its corner with the belt and the bulb and the nanobots, inside doing their quiet final work on the last of the interior wiring, which had 3% integrity remaining, and was holding on with the patience of something that had been asked to do too much for too long. The recliner with its translucent armrests. The desk that was powder along two full sides now, the wood becoming something that was no longer quite wood, the nanobots having moved from Tim's wiring to the surrounding surfaces with the thoroughness of things that had been programmed without an off switch. Ned walked past all of this and went to the device. He crouched down and looked at the base connections first. 4 of them, 2 connected, 2 not. The unconnected ones tagged with John's labels that Ned had looked at and could not read and had decided were component codes rather than warnings, which was wrong in the specific way that reading do not connect as a component code was wrong. He connected them. The device made no sound and no visible response, and Ned took this as confirmation that the base connections were passive, which they were not. They were live, drawing from the vacuum energy siphon bulb still running in Tim's input socket across the lab, the power flowing through the base connections into the device's primary coil and beginning, slowly and invisibly, to build. He stood up and looked at the main coupling. The cable was on the bench. He picked it up and looked at the fitting, and looked at the coupling, and they matched, as he had established last night, a clean fit, which meant this was the right cable for this connection, which was true in the sense that the fitting matched, and false in the sense that the cable carried the wrong current in the wrong configuration for this particular coupling, and connecting them would route approximately 4 times the power the coupling was rated for through a junction that John had flagged in his notes with the word catastrophic, which was on the same page as not ready and years away at minimum, and which Ned had identified as more doodles. He connected it. It seated cleanly. He was pleased by this. He looked at the remaining wiring, 6 loose cables, various gauges tagged and waiting. He worked through them methodically, which was the wrong word but the only available word for what Ned did when he was focused, which was pick things up and connect them to other things based on fitting compatibility and spatial logic, and the instinct that had served him through 8 weeks in this lab, and that had produced results he could point to, which he did mentally as he worked Tesco, the retail park, the field with the cows, the roof, the ceiling, the 30-second echo that had started it all. He hummed while he worked. He was not aware he was humming. It was something without a tune, a low continuous sound that matched the frequency of the lab and had been developing for 2 weeks without his noticing, his body finding the resonant note of the place and producing it unconsciously. At 9:15, he drifted to the ceiling. The mass reduction belt on Tim had been cycling through field strengths all morning, as the power from the vacuum bulb fluctuated with the new load from the device's base connections, and at 9:15 produced a field spike that took Ned off the floor and put him against the ceiling with his notebook in one hand and a cable in the other, and his safety glasses falling off his forehead and bouncing off the bench below him. He grabbed the light fitting. He hung there for a moment. He looked down at the device from above and thought that from up here the coupling arrangement looked slightly different. The angles of the connections visible in a way they weren't from floor level. The routing of the cables forming a pattern that he thought looked purposeful, which it was, though not in the way he meant. The field spike resolved. He came down, not all at once but gradually, the ceiling releasing him in stages until he was standing on the floor again with the cable still in his hand, and the notebook open to the wiring diagram he had drawn that morning, which bore the relationship to John's actual design that a child's drawing of an aeroplane bears to a Boeing 747. He found his safety glasses under the bench, He put them back on his forehead. He looked at the device and at his diagram and made a small adjustment to the diagram based on what he'd seen from the ceiling. He kept working. At 10:30, he fell through the floor. The phase-shifting blanket had been on the recliner all week, and the recliner was 6 feet from where Ned was working, and the blanket's field had been expanding incrementally into the surrounding area, the way all of John's fields expanded when left running without maintenance or adjustment. And a section of floor between the recliner and the device had developed the partial transparency he had noticed in the armrests, and the same molecular instability underneath. And Ned stepped onto it without noticing and went through. He landed in the basement among the beach ball tomatoes, which had continued growing and were now the size of small cars, and which were glowing with a blue intensity that lit the basement like a swimming pool. He landed on his feet, which was lucky, and stood among the enormous glowing tomatoes and looked up at the hole in the ceiling above him through which the lab was visible, and from which his own voice was audible, still humming tunelessly. He found the basement stairs. He went back up. He looked at the hole in the floor, which was not a structural hole but a phase-shifted section through which matter could pass, and which looked, from above, like a dark patch of floor that was slightly more floor-shaped than usual. He put a piece of cardboard over it from the recycling in the corner and went back to the device. He kept working. John's ghost, if it existed, was watching through its fingers. The lawsuits were filed at 9 that morning. Ned didn't know this. He was in the lab working on the device and humming and occasionally visiting the basement via the phase-shifted floor, and the filing happened in 3 separate offices across town, with the quiet efficiency of paperwork that had been building toward this moment for 8 weeks, and was finally ready. Firth filed first on behalf of Purcell's structural damage, loss of property, loss of his wife's garden furniture, documented distress, the 6.8-degree lien itemized with photographs, and the surveyor's report and the spirit level readings going back to the first week. Margaret Fellowes' solicitor filed 40 minutes later, the hydrangeas, the frozen lawn, the path, a medical report noting elevated anxiety in a 67-year-old woman living adjacent to an unregulated experimental facility. Antonscu's solicitor filed at 11, the car, the parking, the watches, a mechanic's report on what the gravitational anomaly had done to his wheel alignment over 6 weeks of rolling into a wall. The city's enforcement notice arrived at the house by registered post at 10:30 and sat in the letterbox, because Ned was in the lab and did not hear the postman. At 11, a local news crew parked outside. They had been tipped off by someone, nobody admitted who, and they set up on the pavement with a camera and a presenter who stood in front of Purcell's house with the lien visible behind her, and talked about experimental equipment and neighborhood disruption and a formal review pending. And Gerald Purcell came out in his good coat, because he had seen the van from his window and had known, with the instinct of a prepared man, that this moment was coming and had dressed for it. He stood in front of his leaning house and spoke to the camera with the measured precision he brought to everything. He was not dramatic. He did not exaggerate. He described the timeline, the sounds, the structural movement, the shed, the hydrangeas, the watches, the gravitational anomaly on the pavement. In the same tone he had used in his notebook, factual and chronological, and the presenter nodded and the camera recorded, and it was, as television went, extremely good television. Corinne watched it from her flat. She had the television on for background while she worked at her kitchen table, and the local news came on, and the presenter said the words experimental equipment, and she looked up. She saw Purcell's house behind the presenter, the lien visible even on the small screen. She saw Purcell in his good coat speaking carefully to the camera. She saw in the background the roof of John's house and the corrugated roof of the lab extension, and she thought about the light from that lab window the last time she had seen it, and the 4 inches of air, and the wrench, and the blue fingertips, and everything she had said on the sofa that had landed and dissolved. She picked up the remote. She turned the television off. She sat at her kitchen table for a moment. She thought about calling someone and couldn't decide who. She thought about Ned in the lab right now, which she was certain of without needing to verify, working on whatever he was working on with his complete and total and entirely unbudgeable certainty, and she felt something that was not quite worry and not quite grief, but had elements of both. She hoped he was all right. She turned back to her work. Outside Purcell's house, the news crew wrapped up and packed their equipment and drove away, and Purcell went back inside and took off his good coat, and hung it carefully and made tea, and sat at his kitchen table with his notebook open to the last page of entries, and looked at it for a moment, and then closed it. He had done what he could do. The solicitors were filed. The city was involved. The news had come and gone. There was nothing left that was his to do. He drank his tea. He looked out his kitchen window at the lean of his own walls. The angle that had become so familiar, he only noticed it now when he remembered to look for it. He thought about his wife's garden furniture under the guttering in the former shed. He thought about the hydrangeas, which were still glass, and which he had stopped looking at because looking at them produced a feeling he didn't have a clean word for. He thought about Ned Plunkett in his lab coat, floating 4 inches off the ground saying, "I'm close, Gerald," and meaning it completely. He finished his tea. He washed the cup. He went to his sitting room and found something to watch on television, and watched it without taking any of it in, and at 2:30 in the afternoon he heard something. Not an explosion. Not immediately. First a sound that was not quite mechanical and not quite electrical, the sound of something large doing something it had not been designed to do. A sound that went on for 3 seconds and then stopped and was replaced by a silence that was the wrong kind of silence, the kind that came before rather than after. Purcell stood up. Then the explosion. It was not a loud explosion in the way of films. It was something larger than loud, something that bypassed the ear and went directly to the chest, a pressure that arrived before the sound and lingered after it, and the windows of Purcell's sitting room went simultaneously, and the ceiling cracked in 4 new places, and the lean of his house increased by 1.5 degrees in under a second, and Gerald Purcell was on the floor without knowing how he got there. The television still on, a lamp knocked sideways. Plaster dust settling on everything like the world's least welcome snow. He lay on the floor for a moment. He was unhurt. He established this carefully, the way a thorough man established things, and then he got up and went to the window. Where John's house had been, there was a crater. Not entirely. The front wall was still standing, or most of it, and the side wall facing away from the lab, but the back half of the house and the lab extension and the garden and a significant portion of the surrounding area had been replaced by a hole in the ground that was still settling, the edges of it crumbling inward slowly, and a cloud of dust and something that smelled of ozone and something else he couldn't name was rising from it into the November afternoon. He stood at his broken window and looked at the crater and the dust and the November sky above it and said nothing for a long moment. Then he picked up his phone and called the emergency services and gave the address in the clear, unhurried voice of a man reporting what he could see without embellishment. And when the operator asked if anyone was in the property, he said he believed so, yes, and gave Ned's name, and spelled it when asked, and stayed on the line until he heard the sirens. Ned had been humming at 2:47. He knew this later in the vague way you knew things that existed just before the gap. The humming, the cable in his hand, the satisfaction of the final connection seating cleanly. The way the fitting had gone in without resistance as though it had been waiting for exactly this, and was pleased it had finally arrived. He had stepped back and looked at the device. All the wiring done. Every cable connected, every coupling seated, every junction completed in the order his diagram suggested and his instincts confirmed. It looked finished. It looked in the way that John's things looked when they were finished, purposeful and solid and ready, and Ned had stood in front of it with the wrong light around him, and the hum in his sternum and his blue fingertips and his safety glasses on his forehead, and felt the thing he always felt at the end of a day that had gone well, amplified to a degree he had not felt before. He thought about John. Not the lab coat or the notes or the machine or the patents. Just John, 17 years old with a soldering iron, handing him a resistor, calling the result perfect. Saturday afternoons with beer and crisps and the television on. The way John had listened. The particular quality of being known by someone who knew everything about you and showed up anyway. He said out loud, to the lab and the wrong light and the hum and the dust and the tomatoes in the basement and Tim in the corner and everything John had built and left and trusted him with, he said, John would have been proud. He meant this completely. He was wrong about almost everything else, but he was not wrong about this. That John would have found something in what Ned had done that was worth being proud of, would have found it the way he always found it, and held it out and called it something. He hit the switch. What happened in the first second was beyond the capacity of the available language to describe accurately. Physics attempted to file several complaints simultaneously. The device, which was not a generator, but was rather John's most ambitious theoretical project, a unified field manipulator that John had calculated would require 3 more years of theoretical groundwork before a single wire should be connected, did what unified field manipulators did when connected incorrectly by someone who had been reading the warnings as doodles for 8 weeks. It attempted to do everything at once. It attempted to manipulate the unified field, which was the field that underlaid all other fields, the field of fields, the one you did not touch without knowing exactly what you were doing, and John had not known exactly what he was doing yet, and Ned knew considerably less than that. The power from the vacuum energy siphon, the mass reduction coil, the entropy reverser that Ned had plugged back in last Tuesday and forgotten about, Tim's rerouted systems. All of it fed into the device simultaneously through Ned's completed wiring, and the device took all of it and did its best with it, and its best was catastrophic. The lab went first, then the back of the house, then the garden. The crater formed in the space of 4 seconds with the deliberate thoroughness of something that intended to be a crater and was not going to be talked out of it. The front wall of John's house remained standing for approximately 8 seconds after everything behind it was gone, which was either a structural miracle or the universe providing a brief pause for effect. And then it went too, outward rather than inward, settling into the crater's edge with a sound that Purcell heard from his sitting room floor as a secondary percussion. The ozone smell spread across 4 streets. Car alarms activated on 2. The gravitational anomaly from the event Horizon Paperweight, freed from its location by the crater, did something briefly to the lampposts on the street that nobody ever satisfactorily explained in the incident reports. 3 parking officers who had been in the area responding to a call about the anomaly found their watches running correctly for the first time in 6 weeks, which they noted in their reports as the single positive outcome of the afternoon. Ned was found at the crater's edge. Not in it, at its edge, which was where the explosion had put him, the blast carrying him from the lab in the moment before the lab ceased to exist and depositing him at the perimeter with the carelessness of something that was not trying to save him, but had done so incidentally. He was alive. He was not conscious. He was on his back in the November afternoon, with John's lab coat still on him, mostly, and his safety glasses on the ground 3 feet away, and the blue at his fingertips visible even in the gray afternoon light. The first ambulance arrived at 2:53. The paramedics worked with the focused efficiency of people who had a job, and were doing it, and were not allowing themselves to think about the crater behind them, or the smell of ozone, or what kind of morning had led to this particular afternoon. They established that he was alive. They established that the alive was fragile, the margin between alive and not alive narrower than anyone wanted. His vital signs in the region that produced careful faces and careful language, and the specific tone of voice that paramedics used when they were being accurate rather than reassuring. They put him in the ambulance. The ambulance left. The blue lights went down the street and turned the corner and were gone. Purcell watched from his broken window. He had his phone in his hand from the call to the emergency services, and he held it and watched the ambulance go, and then looked at the crater where the house had been, and then at the November sky above it, and stood very still for a long time. The dust settled. The ozone smell persisted. Somewhere in the crater, the last of the beach ball tomatoes, freed from the basement by the collapse, glowed blue in the rubble with a slow, steady pulse of something that had been grown under nuclear conditions and was not easily discouraged. The street was very quiet. At 3:15, the police arrived, and then the city's structural team, and then a van from an agency whose signage was not immediately identifiable, and whose officers walked around the crater's perimeter with equipment that nobody on the street had seen before, and that produced readings they discussed quietly among themselves without sharing with anyone. At 3:40, the solicitors arrived. All three of them, independently within 4 minutes of each other, drawn by the news and the emergency service activity, and the particular professional instinct of people whose cases had just undergone a significant material development. Firth came first, then Margaret Fellowes' solicitor, then Anton Scouse. They stood on the pavement in their good coats with their briefcases, and looked at the crater that had been their defendant's property, and looked at their paperwork, and looked at each other. From the hospital across town, the first assessment was being communicated to the attending physician in the careful language of people being accurate rather than reassuring. Ned Plunkett, 41. No next of kin immediately available. Presenting with injuries consistent with proximity to a significant explosive event. Stable in the loosest possible sense of stable. The prognosis requiring the specific phrasing that doctors used when the honest answer was, "We don't know." And "we don't know" covered a range that included outcomes nobody in the room wanted to name yet. The attending physician made notes. He looked at the blue at the patient's fingertips, which had not faded, and which he photographed and sent to 3 colleagues with a message that said simply, "Thoughts." None of his colleagues had thoughts. None of them had seen it before. They said so, and he noted this and looked at his patient, who was very still and very pale and breathing with the shallow, determined breathing of someone whose body had decided to continue without consulting anyone about whether it was a good idea. The machines beeped. The November afternoon went dark outside the window in the way November afternoons did, without drama, just the light going out of things. Ned lay in the bed and did not wake up. The crater was, by any measure, impressive. It was 8 meters deep at its center and 23 meters across, and had the clean, symmetrical quality of something that had meant to be a crater rather than something that had become one accidentally, which was the final irony of John's unified field manipulator, that the one thing it had done correctly was the whole. The 3 solicitors stood at the perimeter with their briefcases and looked into it. Firth was the first to speak. He looked at his briefcase, which contained a tabbed and cross-referenced file that had taken 8 weeks to assemble, and that represented, in its thoroughness and its documentation and its careful legal language, the best case he had built in 30 years of practice. He looked at the crater. He looked at the file. He looked at the crater again. So he said, Margaret Fellowes' solicitor, whose name was Park and who had the precise, careful manner of someone who chose words the way a surgeon chose instruments, looked at her own briefcase and then at the crater and said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "There's no property." "No," Firth agreed. "There are no assets," Park said. "The patents are worthless without the equipment, and the equipment is," she looked at the crater, "in the crater." "Yes," Firth said. Anton Scouse' solicitor, a younger man named Webb who had taken this case 3 weeks ago with the confidence of someone who had seen open and shut cases before, looked at his notes and then at the hole in the ground and said, "Can we sue the crater?" Nobody answered this. They stood in the November evening looking into the hole that had been John's life's work and Ned's inheritance and 8 weeks of escalating catastrophic misadventure. And the ozone smell was still there, faint but persistent, and somewhere in the rubble at the crater's bottom, one of the beach ball tomatoes glowed blue with a slow, steady pulse that none of them mentioned because none of them had a framework for mentioning it. Purcell came out at 4:30. He had changed out of his good coat into his cardigan, and he walked down his front path and stood at the crater's edge with his hands in his pockets, and looked into it with the level, steady eyes of a man who had been measuring things for 40 years and knew when something was beyond measurement. The solicitors looked at him. He looked at the crater. He looked at the space where John's front wall had been, where the pebble dash and the dark windows and the leaves on the path had been. All of it gone now, the street simply ending where the property had begun, and then the crater beginning where the property had ended. "Mr. Purcell," Firth said carefully, "I need to discuss with you the practical implications of the situation regarding recovery of—" "In a minute," Purcell said. Firth stopped. They all looked at Purcell, who was looking at the crater with an expression that had moved past everything it had been for 8 weeks. The patience, the documentation, the measured fury, the spirit level in the cardigan pocket, and arrived somewhere quieter and more complicated. He thought about the shed. He thought about his wife's garden furniture under the guttering that was now in the crater, along with everything else. He thought about the hydrangeas which were still glass, which would remain glass, for which there was apparently no reversal because whatever had made them glass was in the crater too. He thought about 6.8 degrees of lean that was now, with the adjacent property simply absent, a structural problem of a different and more manageable kind. He thought about Ned on his doorstep floating 4 inches up, saying "I'm close, Gerald," meaning it completely, being wrong about everything and right about nothing and somehow, despite all of it, being alive. Barely. He had called the hospital an hour ago. The woman who answered had used the careful language, and he had understood the careful language because he was a precise man and precision went both ways. Barely alive was alive. He thought about John, who had been a good neighbor and a remarkable man and who had built all of this, and left it to his brother with the specific instruction that his brother would know what to do with it, which was either the most loving thing John had ever done or the most catastrophic misjudgment of an otherwise exceptional mind. And standing at the edge of the crater, Purcell found, to his considerable surprise, that he could not decide which. He thought about Ned eating the soup Karen left. Ned on the roof in his socks in November. Ned with his anchor tie at the funeral of the only person who had ever truly understood him, looking for John's face in a room full of people, and not finding it, and straightening up anyway and smiling at whoever his mother was talking to because that was what you did and Ned always did what you did. Enthusiastically, completely, in the wrong order, at the wrong time, with the wrong equipment, and without the faintest shadow of doubt. It was, Purcell thought, a kind of courage. A terrible, catastrophic, completely unearned and entirely genuine kind of courage. The courage of someone who had been told they were remarkable often enough and early enough that the information had become structural, load-bearing, impossible to remove without bringing everything else down with it. The blue glow from the crater's bottom pulsed once, slowly, in the November dark. Firth tried again. "Mr. Purcell, the question of recovery." "There is no recovery," Park said not unkindly to Firth. She looked at her briefcase. She looked at the crater. She was a precise woman, and precision, as Purcell knew, went both ways. "He has no assets. He has no property. He has 17 patents on equipment that no longer exists built on theoretical work that died with his brother." She paused. "He has a hospital bed and a prognosis that the attending physician described to me as—" She checked her notes, cautiously uncertain, which I have been in this profession long enough to know means the opposite of cautious. They were all quiet. Webb, the youngest of them, looked into the crater for a long moment. He had gone into law with the intention of doing meaningful work, and had spent 3 years doing wheel alignment claims and noise complaints, and had taken this case because it seemed unusual, and had turned out to be the most unusual thing he had ever encountered or expected to encounter in a career that now stretched before him in a way that felt slightly less interesting than it had this morning. "If he wakes up," he said slowly, and he paused, selecting the word diminished. "Cognitively," the prognosis suggested. "Yes," Park said. "Then we still can't." "No," Park said. "Because there's nothing to." "Nothing," Park confirmed. Webb looked at the crater. "So he stopped. He just—" "Yes," Firth said. "He does." The thing that none of them said, that all of them were thinking, that hung over the crater's edge in the ozone-scented November dark with the blue glow pulsing below them, was this: that Ned Plunkett had arrived in his brother's house with nothing, had spent 8 weeks systematically destroying everything around him with equipment he couldn't operate, had accumulated 3 lawsuits and a city enforcement notice, and a condemned property and a police record, and a girlfriend who had left and a neighbor whose shed was in the crater, and whose hydrangeas were permanently glass, and had resolved the entire situation by removing himself from it in a hospital bed in a coma from which he might not emerge, taking every liability with him into a state that was legally, practically, and in every other measurable sense completely and utterly untouchable. Ned Plunkett, who had never successfully held a job, never finished anything he started, never once understood the consequences of his actions until they were happening to someone else's shed, had accidentally committed the most perfect act of financial self-preservation in the history of tort law. You could not sue a crater. You could not depose a coma. Firth laughed first. He didn't mean to. It came out as something else, a breath, an exhalation, the sound of a man releasing 8 weeks of carefully maintained professional composure. And then it became a laugh, short and genuine and helpless, and he put his hand over his mouth immediately and looked at Park, who was looking at him with an expression that lasted approximately 4 seconds before she laughed too, which she also clearly did not mean to do, which made it worse, which made it better. Webb looked at both of them, and then at the crater, and then laughed with the complete abandon of someone too young to maintain the composure his seniors had failed to maintain. And once Webb laughed, there was nothing to be done about any of it. They stood at the edge of the crater in the November dark and laughed in the way of people who had no business laughing and knew it and couldn't stop. And the ozone smell drifted, and the blue glow pulsed below, and the street was quiet around them. Purcell waited. He was a patient man. He had always been a patient man. He waited until they were done, and then he looked at the crater one more time, the full 8 meters of it, the 23 meters across. The clean, symmetrical hole where the house had been, and the lab, and the machine, and the notes, and everything John had built, and everything Ned had broken, and everything that had happened in 8 weeks that had no name yet in any language he knew. He thought about Ned in a hospital bed, still quiet, not touching anything for the first time since he arrived. He thought, you absolute idiot. He thought, you lucky, lucky stupid bastard. He looked at the crater for a long moment. He put his hands in his cardigan pockets. He felt the spirit level that was still there, that he had carried for 6 weeks, that he took out now and looked at and then put back. He said to the crater and the ozone and the blue glow and the November dark and the 3 solicitors and the leaning house behind him and the glass hydrangeas and the absent shed and John's 41 years of working towards something and Ned's 8 weeks of magnificent, catastrophic, completely unstoppable continuation of it in entirely the wrong direction. Of course, he went inside. The crater glowed blue. The machines in the hospital beeped. Ned Plunkett lay in his bed and did not wake up, and somewhere across a dimensional membrane, in a laboratory very much like this one, another version of him put down his comlink and looked at his own blue fingertips and his own notes and his own machine, and had no way of knowing what had just happened, and picked up a cable from the bench and looked at the coupling and thought that it was probably fine. It was probably fine.
Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing so you never miss a story. And if you want to support the show, leaving a review on your favorite podcast app really helps us grow. See you next time.